Okay, I think we're ready, folks.
Okay. Well, here we go.
I think we're ready.
Let the party commence.
Let the party begin.
Fire's out. Fire's out.
With 1 minute to spare.
Thank you, whoever did that.
Thanks,
Well,
Karen.
good thing I brushed the back of my hair this morning. Are we gonna? Thank you. Are we gonna keep the camera here?
No.
Because I can move aside.
Switch it when she's
Okay,
back.
all right.
No.
We'll be right with you, San Miguel County. Tech challenges today. Here we are. That's what we're supposed to look like. All right. We're ready to roll. I'm waiting from our tech table. Are we ready to go?
Yeah. We're recording, we've got audio. I think we're set.
Okay, good morning, San Miguel County. Sorry for the delay. It was not the snow, it was Zoom. It is 9:45 a.m. Today is March 19th, 2025. This is a regular meeting of the San Miguel County Board of Commissioners. I am calling this meeting to order. Present are all three commissioners, reluctantly, because we'd like to be skiing. No, we're pleased to be here, as well as all sorts of staff and a gentleman that we will consider appointing to the Behavioral Health Solutions panel. I will begin this meeting now with a moment of silence for grounding and gratitude. Moving on to item number 4, review of agenda. Anybody have any changes, additions, redactions? Nope. Nope, I'm seeing no. Staff, no. Okay, we will carry on with our agenda as posted. Item number 5, this is time for public comment for items not on the agenda. Please limit your comments to 3 minutes. If they are not related to an item on the agenda, there'll be no board response or action taken since the topic was not posted with proper notice, and any comment could potentially violate the Colorado Open Meetings Law. I'm looking for hands, none in the room, none online. We will move on to item number 6, the consent agenda. Do I have a motion to approve?
I move to approve the consent agenda as presented.
I second that.
How do you vote?
Aye.
Aye.
As well, the consent agenda is approved. Moving on now to item number 7A, consideration by the board of the appointment of Josh Compt and David Wadley to the San Miguel Behavioral Health Solutions panel. And we have Deputy Wadley here. Would you like to come up to a microphone so we can interrogate you? Yes, please. The mics are not for amplification, but so that folks on Zoom can hear us. And I saw Chief Compt on here a moment ago. There he is again. Can we ask Mr. Compt to turn on his video and unmute?
Yes.
While we do that, I will just let folks know that there is an item posted along with the agenda, a letter from the Behavioral Health Solutions Administrator, Carrie Brock, That panel is administered by Tri-County Health Network. And this letter is recommending 2 new members for appointment to the panel. These appointments would be replacing Rob Whiting, who left in November of 2024. My understanding is that the panel was looking in particular for representatives from our peacekeeping forces or agencies, because we need that voice and that knowledge and so forth represented on the panel. And we were super lucky to have both Chief Compt from the Tyrone Marshal's Department, as well as Deputy David Wadley from the San Miguel County Sheriff's Office make those applications. This is going to, if we choose to appoint both of them today at the recommendation of the Behavioral Health Solutions Panel, this will make the board a bit bigger. It'll change it from 9 to 10 members. I think that makes a lot of sense. And Carrie Brock lets us know that there is nothing in the bylaws that precludes the appointment of both members or 10 people on the panel. So I think we are ready to go. Chief Compt, I see you're unmuted. Do you want us to see you or just hear you?
He's just on the phone.
Oh, he's on the phone. Okay, perfect. All right. Well, I just,
Sorry, I don't have a camera on my computer. Somehow I've made it through all these years without a camera, so I have the microphone.
that's okay. I think most of us here know what you look like. I would just like to begin by thanking both of you so much for stepping up. We know how much you already have on your plate. And this is an additional responsibility. At the same time, it's an important responsibility. As you may know, behavioral health, increasing access to behavioral health is one of the commissioner's top 3 priorities. Years ago, was it 2019, the community or the county voted to approve 0.75 mils specifically for behavioral health support within the county. And it's actually your panel that administers those funds. So it's an important job. I believe this year it's projected to generate about $1 million. And I know there are many members of the community who rely on that, especially for individual counseling, but also programming that takes place throughout the schools and all sorts of places. So we're really happy to have that resource in our community and happy to have you raising your hand to participate. Would either of the commissioners like to comment or ask a question? And
I'd just like to say thank you for being willing to serve. It really is commendable, and having law enforcement representatives on the Behavioral Health Solutions Panel, I think brings a lot of insights to the service you do for our communities.
I'm familiar with both gentlemen and would like to move to appoint both Josh Compt and David Wadley to the San Miguel Behavioral Health Solutions Panel.
I second that.
before we take a vote, would either Mr. Wadley or Chief Comp like to say anything? It's not required, but since you're both present, I would like to give you that opportunity.
I'll let Chief go ahead since he's on the phone.
Okay, yeah, sure. I guess I'll go first. No, I just want to say thank you to the board for the nomination, and thank you to the commissioners for considering us. This is obviously behavioral health is a very important topic in our communities. And I think having both Deputy Wadley and myself on it can bring different perspectives from town of Telluride and the county as a whole, and some of the challenges facing with it. So I'm very appreciative of the nomination. And look forward to working with everyone on the board in our community.
Thank you.
Yeah, I would echo what he said, and just I would be willing, in fact, I encourage an opportunity to sit down with each one of you at some point over a cup of coffee or just have a meeting so that I can hear what you think and I can give you an opportunity to see my perspective through the glass that I look through. I think it would be beneficial to you guys. But I'm very pleased that I was chosen to be on the panel, and I look forward to working to, not only what they do, but just to build a level of relationship and trust in the community so that people view it as not something to come to if they're ill, but a resource to come to for the benefit of behavioral and mental health in the community. So I don't like mental illness. I hate that term. I don't think it's an illness. So, I mean, there is an illness, but I don't think people view it as an illness themselves. I think they view it as normalcy to who they are, and it's our job to reach out and create that relationship so that they come in and get the services.
Get the services that they need. I
So, anyway, I'll
understand.
speak to y'all in the future.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that. And I will mention that next week, actually, regarding behavioral health, our strategic plan, am I correct, Mike? It's next week that there'll be
Yes.
focus groups and interviews and all that kind of thing, trying to beginning the gaps analysis in terms of what's missing here in the community. And I imagine the behavioral health solutions panel will be engaged in that. It's an important time because we have an opportunity to kind of assess where we are and make some recommendations for how to move forward. And I imagine the panel will be involved in funding some of those recommendations. So, okay, off we go. We have a motion. We have a second. Are we ready for a vote? Any further discussion, or are we ready for a vote? How do you vote?
Aye.
Aye. Aye as well. The motion passes unanimously. Welcome, gentlemen, to the Behavioral Health Solutions Panel, and thank you again for your service.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Chief Compt.
See you later.
Yeah, send us some pictures, Dave. Thank you for dropping by. Have fun.
Safe.
Okay, we are now moving on to item 7B, consideration by the board for a request for $5,000 for the Lone Cone Ditch Company for ditch engineering. And I believe this has been a request from Tom Meehan, who is maybe the president?
Vice President.
Vice President, thank you, of the Lone Cone Ditch Company. Is Mr. Meehan present?
Might be under Candy's.
Let's see. I do not see him online.
He's actually not on mine. I'm at the school.
Oh, okay, so that's Candy for the next item number. So, can somebody from the staff maybe, introduce this to us, please?
Absolutely. So this is for the Lone Cone Reservoir Rehab Project. Back in 2022, Weedsy came forward with a request to the county to assist them in getting a grant for engineering the repairs to the ditch and reservoir to allow for increased water. As a part of their grant match. They were successful in receiving that. And now they are at the next phase, which is the actual construction funding. And they have 390,000 of commitments towards their total repair cost of 465,000. And they are requesting an additional $5,000 via a letter of support towards that gap. And I also spoke with Michaela Jordan yesterday, who said, because I shared our concern, because Lone Cone Ditch Company is not a governmental entity or a nonprofit, that's typically who we have given funds to in the past. It's quite rare. I don't remember other instances where we've given a private company funding except for during COVID with and that was a very different program. That was for business losses related to COVID shutdowns. But Michaela shared that she and Weedsy would be happy to come forward with this letter of request on their behalf of Lone Cone Ditch if the county might be more comfortable going that route as we did in the past.
And I apologize, Charlene Starks is on, and I'm wondering if she would care to say anything.
Oh, great. Charlene, hi.
Excuse me.
Are you here representing the Lone Cone Ditch and Reservoir Company? Yep, now you're unmuted.
Yeah, I'm sitting in for Tom. He had an emergency. I'm the president of Lone Cone.
Hi, Charlene. Thank you so much for being present. Would you like to speak to this request?
Oh, we're just seeing, you know, we have to redo the outlet, and we're just getting as much money as we can to do it because it's expensive.
Maybe Charlene, are you able to share who, what would be enabled by the repair of the outlet and what users, water users in the Wrights Mesa area are affected by this?
All the Lone Cone Ditch, users, there's don't quote me on this, 215, I do believe, shares in that Lone Cone. And the, dam inspector is making us redo the outlet.
Who did you say is making you redo it?
The dam inspector, the state, it's Wade, or yeah, not Wade. Jason Ward is the dam inspector.
Okay, the state dam inspector, fine. And
Yes.
thank you. I had a question too. I understand you need, let's see, I'm gonna do the math here.
Sorry. They need 75,000.
Yeah, 75,000 in match. What are your other sources of that match, Charlene?
The round table we're going to. Oh, you mean to match it? It's
Yeah.
the water shares. We charge a fee for the water shares every year.
Okay, so you'll self-fund most of the match, is that what I'm hearing?
We're gonna have to find somebody to loan us some money, I do believe too.
Okay.
Tom has all the figures, so I'm kind of lost today.
Okay, well, we appreciate your giving it a try.
Yeah,
it-
because I left my stuff at home because he said he was gonna be on here, so.
Commissioners, given the significant remaining delta of funding necessary for the repair, I might suggest that you consider that if you were amenable to pledging funds to Weed Seed specifically for this as the final gap in there, that way it would be the measure of not just adding funds into a pot, but making if it's the final push. I suppose, because as we've heard, there's some still some significant fundraising that would need to happen. That's one way you could go.
Any other commissioners have questions or comments? Thanks for that, Mike.
I support the idea of doing as Mike said, both through Weed Seed and also as the final push.
Yeah, I also support that. It would be good for Weed Seed to report back to us as this progresses, so we can understand what that funding gap is gonna look like.
Sure.
Yeah.
And although I know that this feels like an odd request because it's coming from a for-profit company, my experience, with Lone Cone is that they are operating not to make profit, but really just to continue to provide water. Obviously, that water is essential to keeping ranching in the Wrights Mesa area, which I know is part of the commissioner's historic support. And then when I think of the amount of time and effort and legal funds that we expended for the environmental water, through the process when we acquired the rights from the San Miguel Water Conservancy District. And that's how it makes more parity in my mind,
Right.
that while we're supporting water rights to be able to be preserved for environmental purposes, on the east end, we would also want to support additional this water going to our ag users.
I agree with you on that.
Yeah, and I'd just like to add, in recent various gatherings within the agricultural community, there is a big push right now for soil health and soil water retention. And that really is an environmental action, and keeping water on ag lands is very much plays into that motive. So I think it dovetails.
So Charlene, I think what you're hearing is that the commissioners are absolutely in support of contributing to this $75 match. the $75,000 match. Sorry, I don't mean to,
Okay.
yeah. $75,000 match. We would like to make that contribution through Weed Seed, as a nonprofit, as we did for the engineering studies.
Okay.
And we do understand this is a economic development initiative or economic sustainability, I should say, and environmental sustainability request. We would feel more comfortable being sort of the last 5,000 in rather than the first, just to make sure that, this actually is a viable project, before we actually, write that check. So we would just ask that Tom or you and, Michaela from Weed Seed come back to us, as that money is raised, and then we will make a final decision. Does that make sense?
Yes, I'll let them know.
Madam Chair, why don't I
Yes.
make a motion to that effect so that we can have that formal decision? Is that all right?
Sure, and then we won't have to come back, you mean?
I just see that in our packet, it requests a motion on this issue, so I feel.
For an
like we should-
expenditure, any expenditure, we ask for. a
Yeah,
motion.
I mean, I feel like we're gonna probably have this conversation again, or do you think we could be done with this right now?
I think that you could make the motion with the caveats that you've spoken of
Okay.
right now. And then as a part of that, we would have a future check-in with them on the status of that. And obviously funds wouldn't be released until they're coming back to us saying, here, we're at the final stretch.
Okay, that makes sense to me.
That's all understood.
Okay, perfect. Lance, please carry on.
I move to approve the request for $5,000 from the Lone Cone Ditch Company with the caveats that the money be requested by Weedsea and distributed through Weedsea, and also that the county's contribution is the last contribution into the pot.
I second that motion.
How do you vote?
Aye.
Aye.
I as well. Thank you very much, Charlene, for being here, and we wish you good luck raising the additional $70,000. And
Thank you, guys.
hearing back from you when that has been done.
I will pass this on and you'll be hearing from it.
Okay, and our best to Tom Meehan.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I have a hand raised by a member of the public. We are not in a public hearing, and we've just finished that that item. Just do I have a recommendation from staff? Is this a time to just open it up for public conversation, comments?
It's more a matter of consistency. If you want to do that, then essentially you would want to entertain public comments on all
For each
items
item.
moving forward. However, you have also created a space and you've already had public comment at the beginning of the meeting.
Yeah.
So
I think,
typically we would not entertain public comment on every item throughout. But
Okay.
it's the board, it's the chair's discretion.
And commissioners, I would suggest maybe we keep it tight. We've got a really full agenda today.
yes,
I think we can make other opportunities, maybe before lunch or otherwise in the agenda, kind of ad hoc, but I do think that we do have a pretty packed agenda, and if we don't stay on track, which we are already off track.
yes.
We will not.
We're not gonna get there.
Time.
Okay, that makes sense. How are we doing on time? Public hearing, okay. So we need to stay on schedule here. We've already completed that agenda item. We are moving now on to item 7C, consideration of a request for $1 million, $1 million county contribution, as well as a letter of recommendation for the Norwood School District to help reduce the bond burden for the Norwood Community Best Grant. I know that we have Mayor Candy Meehan here online from the town of Norwood, as well as Superintendent Todd Bissell, who is also on Zoom. I just would like to mention that on Monday, Commissioner Gleason and I had a long scheduled meeting with Mr. Bissell just to shake his hand and look him in the eye, since neither of us had ever met him. And at the beginning of the meeting, we made very clear that we were not there to talk about this request, since it was not an open meeting. And we basically just got to know one another, looked around the school, talked about how many kids were there, met a couple teachers and did not discuss this item. So who would like to begin, Mr. Bissell or Candy, Mayor Meehan?
Mr. Bissell, since this request is.
Comes from him. Thank you. Okay.
And I'm sorry, I was getting lots of feedback, so I muted.
I can't hear what's going on.
Okay, so you're gonna have to mute yours.
Mute, okay.
Okay.
And just to call out that the letter of request is provided in the attached to the agenda.
So we are actually tag teaming this just a little because Mr. Bissell is having audio difficulties. So we are going to be speaking through basically my phone while on video with Mr. Bissell, if that's acceptable.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
Perfect.
for some reason, unless the speakers on my computer aren't working, I apologize about that. Thanks for taking time for this. We had planned to be there this morning, but situations, basically I need to stay at school today. So we appreciate you letting us on. Yes, just to sum up, Norwood Schools is looking at a BEST grant to help build a new school. Our current school is relatively old. Part of it was built in 1958, part of it in 1968. There's some safety things with asbestos in the walls. We have some leaking problems. And our maintenance staff has taken all of necessary precautions with the asbestos. We're fine there. It's just always on the back of our mind if a brick would get chipped or something like that. But our maintenance man knows exactly what he's doing. So the kids are safe that way. But the reason we're looking for a new building, it's several fold. One is the safety of our students. One, with the school in the disrepair that it is, we can provide students a much better education within a new building, better technology. It would open up the opportunities for new and different programs that we could offer here, improve the programs that we have and offer some new ones. And we're just, with the last vote that we had looking for a bond, some of the things I heard back, the bond didn't pass, missed it by right around 100 votes. Some of the reasons were the program issue that I just talked about. There wasn't enough information on that. But one of the main ones was the ability for the community to have their taxes raised and make those payments. And so we're just asking for contributions to try to help our community so they wouldn't have as big a bond to pay in the end run.
I understand. Mayor Meehan, would you like to add to that?
Certainly. Well, first and foremost, I want to thank you for being here today and your support for our children and our community. Norwood is facing a stark reality and our schools at a breaking point. And we take incredible pride in the school. It is the largest employer of anything that we have over here on the West End. But right now, we have a physical condition of the school that's directly affecting the school's performance, the kids' well-being, and the overall sustainability of the community at this rate. Deteriorating schools lead to increased absenteeism, lowered school test scores, and higher dropout rates. And these health risks from the asbestos and the mold and the outdated electrical and plumbing systems just threaten our students and our staff every single day. And critical areas like the gym are becoming more and more inaccessible to the students with disabilities, reinforcing the inequality that should be there rather than the inclusion. This is a problem now. It's not a problem next year or down the road. The continued decline in our facilities is just increasing our student attrition and the difficulty in retaining staff. And they all deserve a safe, functional, modern school. We're not just losing students, we're losing families. And with that, then we lose the sustainability of this mesa in our future. You know, with our ask at this point in time, we're working to reduce the financial burden to our community by securing funds through public and private partnerships. You can guarantee yourselves that you are not the only board that is going to be approached and asked to contribute their time and consideration to. The letters of intent and the financial commitments are basically validating those who believe in Norwood's future and are willing to invest in it. And we're calling on the business leaders, the community members, and the policymakers to take a stand with us in this. It's not just a fiscal investment, but it's our children, our economy, and it's the very fabric of this community. We're asking you to be part of that, to join us and advocate with us and invest in this community. You know, the reciprocity in a child's education is boundless. The children don't deserve to be sitting in classrooms with space heaters and the inability to put anything in the walls because it disrupts the asbestos, or not able to use the HVAC units, or sitting in winter coats and parkas to, you know, have a science lesson. We are asking these children to bear a burden that no kids should have to bear. This is our third attempt towards this bond. Most likely this will be the last attempt. And I know that the ask is large. However, if it seems insurmountable and undoable, I'd ask the county to reconsider what is palatable to them to reinvest in this, in the students in the community here in Norwood. We've overcome objections, send the kids to Telluride, send the kids to Nuclear, both are off the table. There's a waiting list at the Telluride Public Schools. And also Mountain School has just announced that it's closing its 9 through 12 program. So it would probably take precedence with its students by just region to attend Telluride. And Nuclear and Natarita aren't set to take our students. We're really here with our hat in our hands, and we're coming to you for partnerships, solutions, and consideration. Because the loss of this school is the loss of this community. It would be the domino effect. That's why I'm here today to talk to you, not just as a mayor and a representative of the community, but I'm here to talk to you as a resident and a parent whose kids went to this school, and my husband went to this school, and his brother went to this school. It needs our attention now. And it's also been made clear that the best grant opportunity for next year is going to look much, much different. Not just for Norwood Public Schools, but all schools across the state of Colorado. Again, this is our last attempt, and we need you to be part of this with us. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, do you have any questions or comments for Superintendent Bissell? Lance?
I actually have a question for Candy, but I'll speak to both of you. I hear you loud and clear, and I understand the problem. Candy, the one question I had was your statement that the Telluride School has a waiting list.
Yes, sir.
I was actually able to reach John Pandolfo, the superintendent of the Telluride School District yesterday, and he said the opposite and said that there is room in the Telluride School. I'm not suggesting that that is a solution, but I did want to clarify that misunderstanding from your side.
Okay. Yeah, I was under the impression that they had done with people coming from outside the district, they had cut that off. That was my understanding. So thanks for clarifying that if I misunderstood that part.
You're welcome, Todd. And yes, I believe that that was a misunderstanding.
Okay.
However, that doesn't eliminate the problem that we're all facing.
Okay.
I will say that the county has no history in supporting through donation other special taxing districts, with the exception of the medical center, which was a loan, and we've already started to see repayment on that loan. I unfortunately am deeply reluctant, much as I hear your plea and share your concerns, to start a precedent of county funds being requested by other special taxing districts within the county. I'm happy to hear my fellow commissioners and be swayed, but that for right now is my position.
Commissioner Gleason?
Yeah, I would just like to get some more information about what other entities are going to be approached for potential contributions and kind of what the bigger plan is, fundraising plan for this. I know, as I understand, you're approaching the county as one of the first entities, but I'd really like to understand the big picture of who will be approached, what the asks will be, and how will that whittle away at this bond ask.
Would you like me to respond?
Go ahead.
All right, thank you for the question, Galena. At this time, the town has already pledged, with a letter of intent, $250,000. We are basically formulating a plan to approach the entities for which their employees reside in Norwood and actually work on the east end of the county and other areas. We'd be looking to speak for public partnerships, possibly with the town of Telluride and the town of Mountain Village. And because they both own properties here in our town or on our mesa. And then multiple nonprofits are on the list. And we're still formulating the specifics in regards to those. The one thing that, I want to reinforce is that it's not the size of the contribution necessarily with the bond ask. We want to make sure that the community and everyone else is understanding the investment of the entire county in this situation. And a lot of people live here. And we support that demographic that travels because 75% of the employees that leave this mesa for work go to the east end of the county for their jobs. And we're wanting to ask that support from the east end back to help us make sure that we have sustainable and equitable opportunities here.
That helpful?
Yeah, it is. I mean, I do think approaching some more private entities is going to be a really good approach. As far as the technicalities that Commissioner Waring explained, within, the taxing entities of the various governments, it's a gray area, specifically when you're allocating tax dollars to a special district that aren't necessarily within a taxing entity or jurisdiction. And so, yeah, I think I'm curious about what private entities or nonprofits could be considered to also be approached.
Sure. Yeah.
May I ask a clarifying question? It's not that the county is, may I ask a clarifying question?
Yes.
Yes, it's not that the county cannot contribute, it's that the county historically has not, correct?
That is correct, and I would just add, Candy, it's my here.
Yeah.
I reached out to my listserv to other counties, just asking the questions, who has contributed towards a best grant in their community. I only heard back from 7 counties: Saguache, Eagle, Montezuma, Alamosa, Lake, and Chaffee, all of which said no, they have not done that because they want the voters to decide that expenditure within their communities. I did hear back one little bit of idiosyncrasy from Chaffee County. They contributed $400,000 towards an early childhood center that was shared between 2 of their school districts. However, they have an ownership interest in that building from that contribution that should it ever cease to function in that way or be sold, they will be made whole of their contribution. I do see that there are 54 schools applying in this current round, and with the governor's move to take some of the best funds from the total allocation pot, There's $605 million being requested for this round. There's $260 million available for funding in this round. So we know that it is going to be very competitive.
Mhm.
And just a question is, I see that you're going to hear, I just added up, sorry, the timeline when you'll hear about your best application, and then how long do you have thereafter to raise funds?
We will, in May 18th through 15th through the 18th, they're going to interview the districts that have applied for the best grant. Then they'll take a couple weeks to make the decision. So early June, we would find out if we had the best grant or not. And then, your question about,
When would you need to come up with a match for the grant?
oh, for the match, that would be with, the bond election. We would need to come up with a match by, I'm thinking of the date right now. It would be after the bond election. We would show them what the match is, what we achieved in the bond election.
They would have this fall's election cycle to
Gotcha.
achieve the match. Is that correct?
That's correct. I believe it's like the middle of January for us to accept and show that we have a match.
Thank you, Todd.
Yes.
Jared Biggs.
Commissioners and Todd, thank you for kind of explaining a few of these things. I did have maybe a technical question for you. Have you calculated what the difference in that bond levy will be with the $1 million versus without?
As far as what the property tax would be on
Yeah.
property owners, I have not, no. I know, I'm trying to think back to last year's number. It would, for every $100,000, it was right at 100, just a little bit over $100 more in property taxes. So I don't know that right now.
And Jared, one of the things that it's historically complicated us being able to arrive at those numbers is the different classifications of the agricultural lands right at the moment. That is something that we're working with the consulting firm in regards to get more accurate numbers so that we can go back to our voters in regards to those numbers and give them a more clear vision of what this could look like to them as impact.
Jared?
And I thank you for that clarification about Todd and Candy. I think that makes sense. That's inherently one of the questions that comes up for me. So we can provide the commissioners is, what is this actually going to do to change your calculus, right? Because it's a significant hesitance for most counties because our property tax is coming from those same people.
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm.
So it's one of those things where I kind of crunched some math, and it would be, looking at how much money the county gets from the Norwood School District, we receive a grand total of $498,000 a year. So a little under $500,000 a year, and that's across all of our levy types. So that's not just our general fund, that's our road and bridge fund, that's our early childhood, our mental health, our parks and open space. So, really looking at our general fund, we generate about $265,000 a year. So it's a pretty significant commitment of the resources that we're getting from your region or the resources that we're collecting countywide. And so it's something that I think commissioners, to Commissioner Waring's point, are very cautious about, because this is coming from the same pockets in some respects, and all the county pockets, and we have a lot of demands on our resources for roads, for other infrastructure. We're working on a lot of projects that are directly in our wheelhouse, not kind of the extra asks in a lot of respects. So.
And along those lines, thanks for that, Jared. If the county were to contribute, it would have to be out of the general fund reserves. You could not use capital or any of those other special funds. they are illegal to be transferred for that purpose. I had something else and I forgot it. Oh, we have already heard, and Candy and Todd, this is like, I know it's excruciating for the commissioners, to be sharing our hesitancies because we know how important Norwood is and how important this project is. We also heard from the Telluride School District that they're going to be down $2 to $3 million in revenue this year. And they've already indicated that they will be coming with a very similar ask if we were to donate these funds. And it makes me nervous for the county if we're getting into this. We've had numerous requests in the past from other special districts, and we've held that line up till now. And so I think we just would have to be prepared with, if we were to contribute toward this, that we are going to be receiving numerous additional asks, and it would be very difficult to say no to those others.
Thank you, Mike and Jared. I have a question for Todd and Candy. You have been to the voters twice asking for this mill levy increase to match the BEST grant and have been turned down 2 times. Have you made any adjustments to your plans to reflect kind of the feedback you heard from voters who were opposed, in particular those who felt like they could not afford the additional tax burden? Have you responded in any way to that feedback so that we might, in order to have maybe a better chance the 3rd time around?
And thank you very much. That's a really thoughtful question. Absolutely. And that is where this ask is coming from. The largest objection, there were 2 that I heard, that people were having difficulty calculating what their personal tax burden would be if the bond passed, and why we couldn't reduce the bond ask to the voters. And so this is, like I said, we stepped back, we circled the wagons, we had that conversation, going to the voters for an $8 million ask, because the school has committed $600,000. Of course, the town with its $250,000, and with that, with our contribution or our letter of intent, means that these buildings aren't going to be left unused. So we're not going to have a big freestanding situation, just further falling into decay. What we thought we could do is go and ask the other entities to push against that bond so that we could reduce that bond ask. This is where basically we're having to go, do a grassroots movement, shake hands, and change hearts and minds. We are not flush with money on this side of the county by any means. What takes the East End, 1, 2, 3 years to come to realization, it takes us 15 to 20 years. And unfortunately, with the funding decrease that's getting ready to hit the BEST grant, with the asks that are going to be on the plate in May and June, this was our best opportunity to go back to our voters. They're not to basically explain to them, okay, so we were able to reduce it this much.
Thank you. Have there been any thoughts of adjusting the plan itself, the design or the size or anything else regarding the total ask, including the BEST grant?
Yes. We've done several different things with Neenan to reduce the size and scope of the school. Some of the athletic facilities we put on a pause. We'll keep the ones that we have here on campus now. That reduced the cost. I also have put in for a waiver, about a $2 million waiver from BEST to try to bring the price down. But we worked pretty diligently after the bond and before we got the BEST grant ready to go on how can we reduce the cost and get the cost brought down, the total project cost. So we've taken some steps that way.
And how much has the project cost reduced, Mr. Bissell?
right at about $12 million.
Okay,
And
okay. So the current project is estimated at 60.9 million, and it was previously 72 million.
right near 72, yes.
Okay, that's helpful.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay,
And some other things that we've done, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
no, I interrupted you, sorry.
Uh, Some of the other things we've done besides money, the people's taxes was the biggest issue. Other issues that came about were that we didn't have, there was concern that we didn't have a good, solid a plan if we were staying at this site or moving to the other site. To be more, we need to be more definitive, I guess might be the best word, on what the money's gonna be used for, what the building's gonna look like, the programs that we're gonna be able to offer. And so I've been trying to take steps to get that out to the public also, so that they're aware that it's, that we do know the direction we're going in with this.
Okay, and programming, all right. Commissioners, do you have any other comments or questions?
I guess I just have comments in that, I mean, for me as District 3 Commissioner and as a Wrights Mesa resident, this is a really challenging issue and challenging, decision to weigh in on, because I deeply understand the need, and there is disparage throughout the county, and everything that you've said today, Mayor Meehan and Mr. Bissell, absolutely resonates, and it's true. The workforce of Wrights Mesa supports the east end of the county and its economic strengths, and the school is in need of upgrade, and the community deserves it. Coming from the place of representing the county and the taxpayers as a whole, it's a real, and the precedent that it might send, it's a real conundrum, right? It's fairly unprecedented for the county to commit this level of funding to a special district. And I'm I'm challenged with this. I'm just gonna say that out loud. The need is apparent, and it is a very Hail Mary moment for Norwood schools. And I know that the county wants to support Norwood residents in every way that it can, fiscally and just responsibly.
Thank you. I have a couple of comments and want to share my point of view. First of all, I want to say, before I became commissioner, or even before I worked for public health, all of the volunteer work I did was for education. I don't think there's any more important institution than our schools in terms of uplifting our communities and sustaining them. It's absolutely essential. And I think it's really important that we have a viable school in the Norwood community. I do not like the idea of kids being required to commute either towards the West End region schools or towards Telluride. I will say, though, that accuracy in information is really important to me. And the statement in this letter that indicates that the other school districts, neighboring school districts, are already at or near capacity and that there is no alternative, I don't believe is true. I also did some research and learned that the West End schools are at 70% capacity, and that the Telluride school districts had at one time had 919 students even before COVID, so probably went up during COVID, and are now down to 800. So while there may not be capacity in every class, I mean, it would have to be finessed, there is capacity in other schools. And again, I do not want to see the Norwood schools close. We need to figure this out, but I think it's super important that any communication and any ask for money is completely accurate. So I would just suggest that you guys definitely double check everything that you are sharing with the community, particularly when there's $1 million ask on the table. I want to say that as a commissioner, I absolutely want to help make this school come to fruition. I do think that it's very dangerous for us to be making a contribution of $1 million to another taxing district. It's something we talk about all the time. And it is simply not our job, and it is simply not what our taxpayers are giving us tax money for. And for us to make this contribution at any level, because I understand, Mayor Meehan, that you're not, that you would, you know, welcome a smaller gift as well. It just sets a really difficult precedent. And the fact that no other counties in the state that we have been able to find out have done this suggests to me that there's a reason. So that is just a huge concern of mine. And then the last thing is that the voters opposed this. And for us to kind of end around the Norwood School District and say, you don't have confidence in this project enough to support it, for us to say, well, you know, the rich people on the East End want it to happen. I just don't feel comfortable with that. And so I'm afraid that I cannot support this particular ask. And at the same time, I want to offer whatever we can to help make this a reality. And that could potentially be help with philanthropic donations. I spoke with the Turret Foundation recently about this, and they are not prepared to say they can raise millions of dollars, but this is the kind of thing that they do help with. They mentioned to me that there was someone who came forward further west from here, who offered to provide some marketing funding for the bond measure campaign last year, and that was turned down. And so I do think that we have to find other ways to do this other than asking the county to allocate tax money from the whole general fund to do this. And I would just ask us to have continued conversations about what we can do to help outside of this particular ask. Lance Waring?
Commissioner, one thing that I believe we might agree we could do to help is provide a letter of support for the best grant application.
Absolutely. And, you know, we can be very specific in that letter about the, you know, dire situation. And you've shared so much information with us already, the dire situation that the school is in. And we can also commit, I think, in that letter to doing whatever is in our capacity. We have to figure out what that is to support the bond measure. Obviously, we can't do that as a government, right? But personally, I would work towards that, or whatever else we can do. We'll have to nuance that language. You're looking at me out of the side of your eyes. I said something I wasn't supposed to say. Yeah, Lance, would you correct me, please?
I think that you corrected yourself.
Okay, yeah. Okay. Anything else from the board? No, we're all feeling very deflated and sad and, you know, regretful, but I think that this is the decision that we need to make in consideration of the county. The last thing I didn't say is that while we do have a healthy reserve right now that I imagine you have been eyeing, there is grave concern throughout the county, state, and country about reduced federal funding. And we are going to be asked to, you know, pay for additional funding for our own programming going forward, I'm certain. And so anyway, I'm really sorry that this is not the answer that you hoped for. But I'm afraid that we are in agreement on this decision at this point.
Okay. Well, thank you for your time. We appreciate you guys listening to us and taking us into consideration and taking time this morning to talk with us.
Thank you. Thank
Yeah.
you very much. We do appreciate your time.
Yep.
Let's continue this conversation and look for other ways that the commissioners can help you, beginning with that letter and then going forward, because we do understand the urgent need for a new or improved facility there.
Well, the county's always been a good partner, and we will come to you and have these conversations. And we appreciate the opportunity to open up the dialogue so that we can start communicating a reasonable message so that the rest of the county and all of our communities understand where the school is actually sitting right at this moment. So again, thank you for the opportunity, the platform, the time, the consideration, and have a great day.
Yep. Guys, have a great day.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
Okay, we are moving on now to item 8A, which is a public hearing in consideration of a Dolores County Road and Bridge mining special permit use. I'm sorry, I'm seeing people making
I'm sorry.
something for me. Are we ready to go on with this, or does anybody need a break? It's 11:15. We could probably get through this in 15 minutes or so and then take a break?
Yes.
Okay, no?
Take a little bit longer. It is a
longer.
public hearing.
Yeah, is anybody needing a break? Are we good? Carry on, okay. Okay, as I said, public hearing for consideration of Dolores County Road and Bridge Mining Special Use Permit for the expansion of the existing disappointment gravel pit located on Bureau of Land Management Public Lands. And we have present in the room 2 members of our planning department staff, the director Kay Simonson and senior planner John Hubner. I expect you are going to be making a presentation.
Yes. Commissioners, thank you for your time.
Do I need to make anyone co-host from the rules?
There is a participant called Dolores County Commissioners.
Want to make sure they have their availability. Thank you.
Welcome, Dolores County Commissioners. Okay, take it away, John Hubner.
Dolores County Road and Bridge is proposing to expand an existing gravel pit located in the Disappointment Valley. It's located on public lands and is approximately 20 miles west of Egnar. And it's located in the West End Zone District. I'm gonna try to keep this as on point as possible and bear with me. The existing 7-acre pit is mined out. The 4.6 acre expansion is expected to 3.6 acres will be excavated. 1 acre will be used for soil berms, and there will be a 50-foot buffer maintained. The ultimate goal is to provide gravel for roads maintained by Dolores County and San Miguel County. Conditional uses on federal lands and mining special use permits require 2-step planning commission and BOCC review. The timing for this use of the gravel pit would be from May 1st to November 30th, which is within CPW time limits. They anticipate intermittent use for up to 3 months at a time, every 1 to 3 years. An area of concern is the stripping of vegetation and topsoil removal is to occur after June 30th, and that's to minimize disturbance for migratory nesting birds, unless that time frame is approved by the BLM wildlife biologist. The daylight operations are planning to occur 4 days a week for 3 persons from the Dolores County Road and Bridge crew. Access to the site and gravel hauling is on county roads and San Miguel County, Colorado highways. The mineral deposit will be harvested and stockpiled on site. The applicant anticipates up to 50,000 tons of gravel mined and crushed annually. A mobile crusher similar to what San Miguel County Road and Bridge uses will be moved to the site to crush rock and stack gravel for hauling. When hauling does occur, they anticipate 20 haul loads per day for a total of 320 haul loads per year. Water will be used as needed to control fugitive dust during mining and crushing, and a porta-john will be placed at the gravel pit, and trash collection will be regular and removed from the site. Reclamation at the mine has only been partially reclaimed. Total expected additional ground disturbance is 4.6 acres. Reclamation of the gravel pit will be completed in stages as areas of the pit are mined out. Mined areas will be regraded, stockpiled topsoil spread, and revegetated with BLM seed mix. There is a revegetation plan and a weed control plan. And in addition, reclamation bonds will be held by BLM and DRMS for up to 3 to 5 year warranty period, just because recovery in that area is slow due to low water and soil health. All reclamation is subject to specific guidance and protocols by the BLM and Colorado DRMS. The applicant has obtained all the necessary permits, less than the air quality permit, which is in process with the state, and the special use permit by San Miguel County. The vicinity map, the gravel pit is located in the west end of San Miguel County, in the remote area of Disappointment Valley. This aerial map shows the County Road 16P and 19Q, which will be used for access to the site and also for haul routes for gravel once it is mined and crushed and then taken to Dolores County for use on their county roads. There is minor repairs that may be necessary to these roads, but our road and bridge is in full support of this project. The gravel site plan, it illustrates the driveway and the egress area. Portion of the gravel pit is reclaimed, but an existing portion of the pit is still requiring reclamation. The source or the section labeled new disturbance, if you'll notice, there is a 50-foot buffer around the entire proposed site to maintain the integrity of the gravel pit area. The wildlife map, the project is within severe winter range and winter concentration area for elk and deer. It's a high priority habitat area. Days of operation are limited to May through November to avoid sensitive species wintering timeframes. Several photos are provided. First photo on the left is taken from County Road 16R, which is adjacent to the gravel pit. The gravel pit is higher than the road and is not visible outside of the project area. And the use of existing roads helps limit the volume of dirt and overall project impact. No permanent road construction is proposed and only minor repairs are expected on county roads. The second photo shows the pit entrance off of County Road 16R. These two photos, one is of the existing pit and shows the soil berms on the outside of the pit. For the photo to the right is the expansion area for the pit and is looking westward. These two photos are taken from within the pit at different vantage points. The following referral agencies were given a copy of the application and asked to provide review comments. We received ones from those that are highlighted. These review comments were centered around providing signage at the entrance to the pit, which has been accomplished. Providing support for this project by our road and bridge and letting us know that only minor repairs to access roads would be needed. The CPW requested no activity from December 1st to April 30th, which is incorporated, and recommends that native drought tolerant revegetation be used and to exercise caution regarding the non-native invasive weeds that could occur in the project area. Public notice has been provided as required. And the areas of key concern for this application have been erosion control, mitigations of impacts to wildlife and natural resources during mining and site reclamation. The project is consistent with the West End Zone District project purpose statement, and the land use is consistent with the purpose of that zone district. The gravel pit use is consistent with our Article 2 land use policies, and no activities are expected to affect recreational use of the area. in this location. And finally, the impacted areas will be reclaimed in a manner that protects public lands, mitigating any cumulative impacts of the project. Planning is, or the applicant has requested that the application fee $1,210 be waived. And planning is in support of that recommendation. And finally, the planning commission unanimously recommends approval of the binding special use permit. However, they did have, a thoughtful discussion on the reclamation details and on the mitigation of wildlife and grazing permits around the area. Have provided two motions. One is a conditional approval of the application before you, and the other is a second motion to provide a waiver on the fee if the commissioners are so inclined, and can answer any questions you may have.
Any answers? Yeah, or questions? John will have the answers. Commissioner Gleason.
Yeah, I just had a question about the timeline plan for reclamation for the current pit, operational pit, and if there is a timeline on that.
During the planning commission meeting, it was described by the road and bridge foreman that they would, start off doing some of the regrading of the existing pit when they start activity within the pit. And so I would envision that reclamation will be first and foremost, prior to the actual mining of the pit, or at least simultaneously with the pit.
And does revegetation kind of coincide with that regrading, or?
Yes.
Okay.
Lance?
So John's presentation was quite clear, and unless maybe there's public comment.
I wondered if the Dolores County Commissioners had anything to add since we were present at the meeting. I think you are unmuted. There looks like some people. Do you want to close the slideshow, and we can take a better look in there and see if anybody has anything? I see all sorts of people there. Would you like to? Hi, nice to see you. Anything to add to John's presentation? We can't hear you. You are unmuted.
How about now?
Can you hear us?
Yes, hi.
Sorry about that. Thank you.
So I'm Amber Fisher and I work for Road and Bridge. I would just like to add that we have worked heavily with the BLM, the Trace Rios office, and they did a complete NEPA analysis, which is included in your packet that John provided you, and they have outlined every detail that will need to be followed. So I think BLM has every aspect covered as far as cultural studies go and all of that, and we will work closely with the BLM and the Division of Mining and Reclamation.
Thank you, Amber. You definitely have plenty of oversight on this project.
Oh, yeah.
Anybody else there? Or are we good?
I think we're good.
I think we're good.
All right. Thank you so much. I had just a few questions myself. What does San Miguel County pay for the gravel when do we get it from that pit? Is there some kind of an arrangement?
It's permitted as a no-cost pit. And so there'll be no profit on this. It's going to be totally at the cost of Dolores County.
Okay.
The gravel that the county is able to purchase from the pit.
That's terrific. I really appreciate that, and particularly appreciate, just the cross-county cooperation, which makes me very much in favor of waiving the application fee. And then I just had two questions on our motion. John, let's see. point, let's see, the sample motion, there are 11 points under it. Number 5 says that the special use permit is conditional on the approval of 2 permits, and yet there were like 5 listed on page 7.
It's one of our standard conditions that the any approval that we have is subject to condition approval from the DRMS and BLM. They have
Okay,
already approved the project already.
okay, that's just kind of, okay, template, okay. And then do we need to condition it on them also receiving the 5th permit, the air quality permit?
That is a question that commissioners, it's not our jurisdiction that we they could provide us a copy of the permit simply.
But they won't proceed without that, right?
Correct.
Anyway, okay, so we don't really need to write that down. Okay, and then my last question is, there was a request that vegetation and topsoil only be removed after June 30th. And again, in the memo, it says that that request will be followed, but it's not a condition of our approval. Does that need to be listed?
Once again, that's a requirement from the BLM, and any deviant or deviation from that condition would have to be approved by the BLM.
So we're covered.
Yes.
Okay, great. Those are my only questions. Anything else? We do need to open this up to a public hearing, and I believe this is the correct time. I just have a statement that I need to read prior to public speaking. We will now open the meeting to public comment for this agenda item only. The public comment period is limited to 3 minutes. I will have a timer here and we will alert you when you're approaching your 3 minutes. To make your comment, please raise your hand. I see one hand already raised on Zoom. If you're on phone, you want to do *9. When you are recognized, there's nobody here in the room, I don't think. You will unmute yourself. If you're on a phone, that's *6. State your first name, last name, and place of residence before commenting. I would also ask that you mention any affiliation if you have a professional or other affiliation. Failure to do so may result in forfeiting your comment time. Your comments should be directed to members of the board. For the good of the order, please keep your comments relevant to this agenda item and avoid repetitive or cumulative statements. Comments that are not relevant to this agenda item or are cumulative or repetitive may result in forfeiting of your comment time. If you pose relevant questions during your comment time, your questions shall be directed to me as the chair and may not be answered directly. Or may, I suppose. The members of the board shall determine whether it's appropriate to seek answers to your questions. Okay, public comment is open and I see one hand online. Hello, Mr. Tooley. Would you like to unmute yourself? And I will start the 3-minute timer.
Hi, Douglas Tooley. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
I'm a resident of San Miguel County. Just for your edification, Chair Brown, the primary cost with materials like gravel is actually the transportation distance. That's a particular fact that's at play in a number of different regards here in the county now. I would like to specifically object to the county policy regarding staying on topic. Given your past history of inappropriately defining what is relevance, that is not your choice. I am not your citizen Barbie doll to play with, just as Latinx community members are not your Barbie doll to play with, nor are behavioral health, enabling behavioral health clients as your little nice girl Barbie doll.
Excuse me,
That
Mr. Would you like to speak to the gravel pit? Because we do have public comment at the beginning of every meeting for items not on the agenda.
The county does not have the constitutional compliance nor the knowledge of the specific area, the elected officials, to address this area at all. And there is the larger question of whether, like with the school district boundaries, Dolores County should be expanded in this area, and the Rico area be added to San Miguel County. And hopefully that will occur at some point. It actually should have been done proactively, but maybe it'll take state action to do so. I personally, I would not propose that this area be transferred to the Dolores County, but definitely the Egnar area should. And I'll note in closing the lack of involvement of indigenous peoples in this far western area, including the legal crucifixion of Blackfeather from the Egnar area. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other further comment regarding the disappointment gravel pit application? Okay, yes, Commissioner Gleason.
I'm prepared to make a motion.
That would be great. Would you like John Hubner to put the motion back up on the screen, or do you have it?
No, I'm prepared. I move to approve a mining special use permit for Dolores County Road and Bridge or its contractor for the 4.6 acre expansion of the existing 7 acre gravel pit for surface condition materials, mineral development at the Disappointment Valley gravel pit located on Bureau of Land Management Public Lands, San Miguel County, and to approve resolution number 2025 that's blank. 5, thank you. Based on the finding that the proposed use is consistent with the county master plan and with the land use policies in Land Use Code Section 2-8, natural and man-made hazard and resource area, Land Use Code Section 2-11, erosion, Land Use Code Section 2-34, revegetation with native species, Land Use Code Section 2-35, mining and mineral processing operations, and complies with the Land Use Code Section Land Use Code review standards in Section 5-407 wildlife habitat areas, Section 5-10 special uses, Section 5-11 conditional uses on federal lands, and Section 5-16 mining, and Section 5-320K review standards for West End Zone District special uses subject to the specific terms and conditions 1 through 11.
I'll second.
Before we vote, I realize I never closed the public hearing, so I shall close the public hearing. Is there any discussion regarding the motion? How do you vote?
Aye.
I as well.
Aye as well. The motion passes unanimously.
Madam Chair, I have a second motion to
Please.
approve the waiving of the $1,210 application fee for the Dolores County Road and Bridge for this application based on the finding that the proposed activity will also benefit San Miguel County.
I second that.
Any discussion? Seeing none, how do you vote?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye as well, and the motion passes unanimously. Nice to see you all. Thank you for that very thorough, clear presentation. John Hubner, thank you to the Dolores County team for sharing time with us, and we appreciate this cross-county collaboration and wish you a great gravel mining and what did we do to it? Crushing season ahead. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, it is, thank you, Kay. Also, it is now 11:07. I am going to suggest that we take a quick break and come back at should we say 11:15? Okay, terrific. And then when we return, we will be addressing item number 9, natural resources and climate resilience. Be right back.
not let that frustration build up and spilling out than it is
Ready.
to
And then shower.
donate the extra 5-10 minutes over the course of the day.
Okay, thank you.
That's-
Okay.
It is.
Hello, San Miguel County. It is 11:15 and we are resuming our regular meeting on March 19th. We have with us Star Jamison, our Natural Resources and Climate Resiliency Director, and she is here to speak with us about the Productive Public Lands Act, which was recently introduced by CD3, our representative to Congress, Jeff Hurd. Take it away, Star.
This is just a little bit more information about the Productive Public Lands Act that was introduced. I have a slide at the end with a recommendation, but I will just start with that in writing a letter to Congressman Hurd with our concerns with this bill. Here I just took from his website quotes that the bill would force Bureau of Land Management to reissue 9 Biden-era resource management plans, which locked up access to viable lands throughout Colorado and the West. The Biden administration was hell-bent on locking up public lands, threatening the prosperity of rural economies across the country. Here, I found 2 just opposing those who support and those who do not support. We have the Blue Ribbon Coalition here supporting this on behalf of motorized recreation. We also have Aaron Wise here for the Center for Western Priorities Deputy Director. The quote at the end being, Congress shouldn't be in the business of micromanaging our public lands. These decisions were made by expert ecologists, biologists, and land managers. And years were spent crafting these plans, including San Miguel County resources. So how this affects San Miguel County, we were cooperating agencies for the big game habitat conservation for oil and gas management, as well as the Gunnison Sage Grouse record of decision and approved resource management plan. What was chosen and what this bill is stating is to go back to alternative A, which is no action, which would bring us back to our 2015 planning from the Trace Rios field office and 2020 Uncompahgre field office, and they are actually in the middle of their RNP amendment at this time. This 8-year process that involves San Miguel County, as well as just a little bit of history. Starting in 2016, they drafted a resource management plan. San Miguel County submitted 81 pages of comments for this. They decided to pull this back because the U.S. Fish and Wildlife, they were going to start their final recovery plan for the species, and that ended in 2020. Part of that is the recovery implementation strategy, which I've mentioned multiple times in meetings, that we have certain actions that the county takes in order to help habitat and restoration of the Gunnison Sage Grouse. Let's see, we were a cooperating agency from July of 2022 until October of 2024 and 2016 through 2018. Also, San Miguel County has financially contributed between 1.4 and 1.6 million during the period. And this was taken from 2017 numbers. So since then, we've actually contributed more to that, specifically for the working group and additional actions on some of the lands, the conservation easements and public lands, doing ZDEG structures, et cetera, for habitat restoration. One of the big statements why we really needed this plan because we have, our subpopulation exist in multiple planning areas. So what the overall Gunnison Sage Grouse RMP would do would be, bringing those plans together and have one management plan for the, species. This is what was approved. This is just a summary of some of the things that were approved in the record of decision for the RMP, such as like buffers, some of the mitigation strategies, surface disturbance, fluid minerals, and special designation areas. In our county, in the Tres Rios, we had a area of critical environmental concern in Dry Creek Basin. And so with this bill, that would be rescinded. That was 10,000 acres. And so what he is proposing in this bill is to go back to alternative A, which is no action. And it would, as I mentioned before, go back to the 2015 for Tres Rios, their management plan, and then 2020 for the Uncompahgre. Here's the Dry Creek Basin. This is what was designated. I just included some of these if you were interested, what the ACEC would look like, some of the management prescriptions for this area. The big game, we were a cooperating agency, but we did not, we were more involved actually in the Gunnison Sage Grouse. We made a few comments at the beginning. But this was for protection of wildlife in their corridors. So what this would do, this bill would override the public process, diminish our role as cooperating agency, and mandates an outcome that was adopted, that was not supported by the agency and the public process. So here we just have the recommendation that we write a letter and explain just some of these things that I've outlined, and our financial contribution to the Gunnison Sage Grouse.
Thank you, Star. Commissioners, any comments or questions?
Seems like we've been sending Representative Hurd an awful lot of letters of opposition lately. Let's send him another one.
I agree. Made some really good strides here, and it would just be really devastating to move back several years, and with all that cooperation and public process, it just isn't very sensible.
Yeah. I'm in agreement with the other commissioners that we should write a letter. My thinking, and I'd love to hear if the other commissioners feel differently, or Star, that we put primary emphasis on the process and the fact that this is not meant to be a legislative decision, that for decades, this kind of work has been done at the local level, in collaboration with all sorts of interested parties, and that by trying to kind of end around that public process, this is a legislative overreach and inappropriate. So that's kind of the thing that really burns me up, as well, obviously, as the disregard for the big game and the Gunnison Sage Grouse, which obviously everybody who contributed to this plan feels really strongly about. I would also like to say that I read an article about this in the Grand Junction Sentinel, and they noted that there were no objections from the oil and gas industry to this plan. And I think that would be an important comment to make. It's just unclear who is actually doing this for. The other thing that was covered in the article was Hurd's, that he claims to believe that land management practices best happen close to the land. And this is obviously a complete repudiation of that position. So anyway, those just, I think that if you're going to shape the letter for us, those were some comments I would hope would be included.
Okay, great.
And I think we'll go through our normal editing process where you draft something and then commissioners and other staff will respond. And then would we have to put this back? I guess we could ratify
You
them
would want to ratify it.
at a future regular
That
meeting.
was gonna be my only comment and question, was what's the time sensitivity to this? And when would Star have a potential draft, and when would she need edits back from the commissioners?
Star, that sounds like a question for you.
I put in here to send a letter by April 1st, but essentially I would really just like to get it sent before spring break.
Okay, so you go ahead and draft that, and then when you send it to around, let us all know what your timing is in terms of comments.
Okay.
And are we anticipating sending this just to Representative Hurd, or are there any other people that we'd like to share it with? Maybe you want to think about that and get back to us.
Okay.
I mean, I know he is the vice chair of the Congressional Western Caucus, so maybe we send it, I don't know, we'll think about that, who else we might want to send it to. And then, of course, copy all the agencies that cooperated on this.
Okay.
Thank you for bringing this to our attention,
Yes,
Star.
yes. Thank you.
And then I guess, so do we need to, no, we'll ratify it later, so there's no vote, we're just giving you direction. Do you have what you need?
I do, and I will get those notes from you.
Okay, sure, I can.
Or
I can email you, no, I'll email you, no problem. Great, all right, thank you so much. Okay, moving on now to item 10A. Lots of stuff from our Parks and Open Space Department. Come on up, team. We have Janet Kask, our Parks and Open Space Director. We have Greg Palio, the very fancy title that I'm not remembering.
Manager of Operations.
Manager of Operations.
Yeah.
We have Susie St. Ange, who is the Chair of the Open Space Commission. And I see Ted Wilson, Chair of the Historical Commission for the item 10C. So Janet, we have 10 minutes. How many minutes? A few minutes for the item 10A, which is consideration of the chair's signature on a construction agreement with Coda Construction to complete the 2025 Event Center Indoor Arena footing replacement project at the fairgrounds.
Excuse me.
Yes, please.
Sorry to interrupt, Commissioner.
Of course.
Janet, how long do you think for this one specific item?
2 minutes.
Okay. Because we're already poised to be, we're gonna go through lunch at this point because
Okay.
we do have a 12:45 hard start,
Okay,
so.
all right.
Yeah, we'll be
and-
quick.
I thought we were gonna go through we were gonna have 10 minutes for each of the work plans, Jared. When you and I
No.
reviewed the agenda, we need more.
Yes,
Okay, I think we should try to wrap up this whole conversation in 45 minutes. Does that make sense? So that we would
Sure.
finish up at 12:15, this whole agenda item, A, B, and C? Okay, perfect. Take it away.
All right, thanks, Commissioner Brown. Yeah, and we also have cover memos for
Yes.
both of the work plans, so we want to highlight big projects. So you have the work plan itself, so if the commissioners have additional questions, we can then segue into that. But to start off, yes, with 10A. So you have before you a construction agreement for Coda Construction. And Commissioner Brown, as you mentioned, this is regarding the project at the County Fairgrounds in Norwood to replace the arena footing in the event center. So again, I provided the commissioners with a cover memo. It's pretty detailed. The footing is roughly 23 years old. It has far surpassed its lifetime and useful lifetime. And we do have a bunch of user groups up there, and some have expressed concerns just as far as the current conditions and potential safety issues. So it's time we replace the footing. We issued an RFP. We have a contract in place with Coda Construction. And the real only reason why this is before the commissioners today is based on the amount of the contract. So again, we did our due diligence. We issued an RFP, we reviewed the results and decided to award it to Coda Construction. So with the commissioner's approval, I recommend you signing the agreement, or respectfully request that you sign the agreement, and we'll move forward with the project.
Okay, thank you for this very detailed memo. Any questions or comments from the other commissioners? I'm seeing no. Do I have a motion?
You do. I move to approve the chair's signature on a construction agreement with Coda Construction to complete the 2025 Event Center Indoor Arena footing and replacement project at the fairgrounds.
Second that.
Any discussion? Seeing none, how do you vote?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye as well. The motion passes unanimously in less than 2 minutes. Moving on to 10B, presentation of the 2025 Open Space Commission work plan. And we have the parties previously mentioned here to discuss that with us.
All right. Thanks, Commissioners, Mike and Jared. I'll try to be quick on this and go over some of the main points. And if I'm glossing over too much, just throw some questions my way. So yeah, as you know, every year, the Open Space Commission, we present our work plan with some accomplishments and some future projects. I'm joined by Susie St. Ange, who's our chair. So yeah, our first project I want to highlight is Mill Creek Park. So the overall conceptual plan for this is, coming to fruition. Now we're getting a better idea of how to define the vision for this park, which includes pollinator plantings, a bike skills track, and other potential recreational attributes. We hired a contractor last year to do some safety improvements on varying foundations that were exposed. And the goal was just to provide some community benefit while we figured out the future of this park. So we did have that work completed. The Parks Department was able to put a little bridge in crossing the creek, and that gives access to the interior of the park. We laid out some wood chips, and we put in a porta potty, a garbage, and we laid out some picnic tables. And we've seen some use so far already. I've noticed a lot of cars going in there, enjoying lunch. Right now, our goal is to get the water situation finalized, which we're in works with Town of Telluride right now to obtain a tap fee waiver. And we're getting electrical worked out with them right now too. Susie, do you have anything to add?
So on the work plan, we're on our second goal here, ecosystem health and conservation. And within the first couple of bullets there for action items and accomplishments, I would just add to that how the Down Valley Park is a huge success in my mind as a Down Valley person. And the Down Valley Pollinator Garden is phenomenal. If any of you haven't seen it, to be sure and see it in the summer, and the work that goes into that is wonderful. Just adding that to the idea about the pollinator garden in the Mill Creek Park.
So, would you like to go through everything and then take questions?
As they come, yeah. Go ahead and ask away.
So the Mill Creek Park, the last time we were here discussing this, you received direction from the commissioners to simply do the improvements that you have already done. And I really appreciate that. I appreciate them. They're great. Are you suggesting that you're now going to go forward with the fully completing the original plan? With the kids bike skills track and all that?
Yeah, Commissioner Brown, let me just, to your point, I'm in the midst of updating the budget for the overall bulk of what we highlighted in the overall conceptual plan for the park. And I would come back to the commissioners to go through that budget with you, go through future steps as far as providing those amenities to the public. And again, just get your comments and your approval with us moving forward. As Greg mentioned, Mike and I have been working with the Town of Telluride to obtain that tap fee waiver. I'm now working with Sampa because there's also a transformer involved. So we're trying to work out the logistics and details as far as water service and electric service. And then, as I mentioned, I want to come back to you, the county commissioners, present the updated budget and then our overall conceptual plan, revisit that, and then obtain your comments and approval to move forward. So that'll be within the next couple of county commissioner meetings.
Okay.
So hopefully have that conversation just to see if we can get something on the board for this spring to move forward with providing additional attributes to the community.
Okay. Does anybody have a comment on that?
The electrical components, how far have you gotten with that in that conversation?
Well, I am working with our Sampa representative and the county and the town. We're trying to have a collaborative effort and agreement here when it comes to water service and electric service. So right now, I have the calculations and the loads from the town and both the county. So I'm waiting for our Sampa representative to get back to me as far as the size transformer we're going to require and the cost involved. And then just how that's going to look at that site and, just meeting the needs of both the county and the town. So I don't have all those details and cost estimates just yet, but I should have those probably in the next couple of days.
I'm going to reiterate what I said before. I know the Open Space Commission has a lot of heart behind this park. It's not something that I have a lot of heart for, and I have not heard from one member of the public that they want this to be further improved. So I just have some hesitation about your investing more time in a plan and bidding and things like that. I'm just one commissioner, but that's my point of view. It hasn't really changed.
Okay, well, and Commissioner Brown, I conducted a community survey, granted, excuse me, it's a few years ago now, but I can share those results with you with just the community's thoughts at that time as far as what they wanted to see at that site. And that's pretty much what dictated our overall conceptual plan, just with how the community responded and what they would want, what's the type of recreational amenities provided to them.
And we've discussed that survey before. I probably should look at it. I
Okay,
recall
sure.
that there were maybe 80 responses. Is that
I
right?
had 99.
99, okay. I mean, I just feel like the community voted, to reallocate a third of our parks and open space funding for housing, and I'm just not sure that this is a top community priority, but we can discuss that when.
No,
you
and
come
that's
back with your
fair.
plan.
Yeah, no, I'd like to continue the conversation though with the county commissioners just to obtain your input and feedback. So, this is
I'm
the next
willing
step in the
to-
process.
To hold that conversation, I think that today is more of an overview of
Yeah.
all the things that the
Perfect.
Parks and Open Space Commission is working on, and that we can agree that we'll revisit this in more detail.
Sounds
Thank
good.
you, Commissioner Warren.
All right, well, the next one on my list is the PEZ program. So we are in the final year of the CWCB grant retained. And we retain the services of Shivano Conservation District and Terra Firm to expand and enhance the goals and initiatives of our PEZ program going forward. And we're looking to increase landowner participation going forward. So this last year, we had 7 participants in our PEZ program, and we compensated them for a total of $50,000 in 2024. Julie, you got anything?
Yeah, I would just add payment for ecosystem services and the CWCB Colorado Water Conservation Board and our PEZ programs have not always been this. It's evolved quite nicely over many years, starting with the rare plants PEZ program and soil health, and back to Chris Ostrom kind of growing the county and thinking about soil health and all that we've done there. And it's really kind of grown into this with the CWCB grant and with Chris Hazen and Terra Firm managing it for us. And to have 7 ranches, I think is pretty awesome. And basically what it is paying the landowners to manage their ecosystem with best practices. And there's a menu that they choose from, and you guys are familiar. I don't know if you are, but anyway, I think just because it's the CWCB for water conservation, it also incorporates all the soil health, soil and water health and the whole ecosystem health. So this is a program within our, we used to have PEZ as a separate role, and now it's within the ecosystem health and conservation of all of our environmental concerns here.
And, oh, sorry.
I'm done.
And I just want to add, county commissioners, that as you know, Chris Hazen and Chabonneau come in each year and provide you with an update, an annual update as far as how the program has progressed. The initial goal of the CWCB grant was to enhance our program and sort of have it emulated around the state, sort of create a program. I mean, as you know, the Saguache County commissioners were here. They were interested in seeing what we were doing and what we were achieving. So we're currently working on the contracts for our 2025 participants. And again, each year we look to expand and grow the program. So we're hoping for more than 7.
I'd also just like to reiterate to you all that I'm very up to speed on this program, and I'm a huge proponent of it. And I actually gave a presentation recently at the Montrose Regional Food Summit, where there were participants from surrounding counties, 5 different counties, and just gave a presentation kind of high level on the program with hopes that other counties might consider adopting a similar program.
Fabulous. Something we can all be proud of, I think, is how this has evolved.
Yeah, the next accomplishment I want to talk about is the O.A. Gregor parcel out in Norwood. So this parcel was obtained from the Boy Scouts back in 2015. And we were kind of mulling over, how do we make this available to the public? What's its best use? And we started work on making it a educational, it's open for educational groups, you know, camps, school programs. We think in the first years, that would be the best way to kind of get the ball rolling on this parcel for the public. Yeah, so day use, maybe even overnights. We're working on like a little curriculum right now to educate on the parcel and, you know, the importance of it. As Star presented, that is where a lot of the Gunnison sage grouse are located. We have ZEDIC structures built there to protect them, and every year there's a period of time where it's going to be closed to the public, you know, for that Gunnison sage grouse protection. So we're thinking of doing a permitting system online for that educational use. And right now we're working with CPW on a collaborative effort and approach to this use. So yeah, we're kind of just feeling out what the demand are. There are these educational groups that would utilize this, and going forward, we can make a decision on the future of that parcel.
I would just add again a little history that this is 10 years in the making since we first purchased it and became open space and cleaned it up, and just every year I think it's progressed a little bit, and now we're at the point of actually making an educational curriculum for it in another field project. And I would also just like to note the connections between our different goals and how they, you know, the Gunnison sage grouse fits in with the, you know, educational component, and there's just, I just love how our work plan has really evolved too over the years and helped us to see the, you know, the nexus between all the different goals that we have. And it works.
So Bridal Veil Trail, right now we presented this to you all last year. We are still in the works of connecting the lower Bridal Veil Trail to the upper Bridal Veil Trail, and we're doing this through a platform and staircase to pass this slippery, dangerous portion of rocks that's kind of the barricade right now between those two trails. So this was awarded in 2024. We started work on it, and we ran into a little hiccup at the end of the year with procuring the steel needed for it. So delayed the project a little, then winter set in a little early, and we had to push it back to this spring. But I've been in constant contact with the contractors, and we're looking at windows. It's a little hard because you get ice coming off the waterfall and difficult conditions to work in. So it's kind of a day by day, let's see when it clears up thing. But yeah, we're in contract with them still. And the location of this is basically at the base of the falls, and then it brings you up to a switchback at the top of K69 on Black Bear Road. Yeah.
So that's like the set from the top of that road, it's this first switchback. You go to the first switchback and then it's the end of that. There's kind of a pull-out area there. And this is a 45-foot span of this rock.
Wow.
That people, some people might have gone over, but it was for a big safety reason. And I remember we debated this, you know, this is only a couple years in the making, and it came about pretty fast.
Mhm.
But it isn't, I don't like the idea at first, but it is an iconic falls in the state of Colorado. And we do have many tourists that come here. And so it is a safety feature that the upper trail is in, but it hasn't really had an official opening yet. I've hiked it a couple of times. It's just another year up above the falls looking down at it. It's pretty amazing. And anyway, I'm all for it now. I think it's going to be great.
The amount of use that the Bridal Veil Trail has seen and since it was
It's so
officially built
scenic.
is.
So we get upwards of 70,000 hikers a season. And even if that's people going out and back, you're still talking at least 35. So heavily used.
Yep. This year we're continuing our pheromone pack program. So this is to mitigate Doug fir beetle infestation in the county. And we had a lot of good participation last year from private landowners, local businesses, volunteer groups. It was pretty successful. We upped the number of packs that we were offering last year, and were able to distribute all of them. And again, this year, we're gonna bump that number up a little bit and already have all those groups lined up to do it again. So we will make sure to take some pictures and kind of celebrate that. But yeah, it's a really cool program that's gaining some traction. And this year, we're gonna aim to do like an Earth Day kind of component to it.
So I would add to that is that we regularly get reports from Dr. Jason Seibel on the Forest Health Report, and we help fund some of that. And this kind of evolved out of that, where the Forest Service was putting the pheromone packs on like the Judd Levy kind of cliffside up there, and then the Telluride Open Space kind of joined in and was doing pheromone packets. And this was actually a crossover project where we joined in and started doing this. And the reason we picked the Doug fir is because through the Forest Health Study, that's the tree that is most likely to make it, the species that is most likely to make it. The others are not going to make it. And the Forest Health Report is really quite stark. It's a reality that we face here in our future of what this area is going to look like. And the Doug fir was particularly pinpointed because it is more resilient and it might make it. So we're trying to help that along. So they're in quite a few areas now. They're up in our Bridalveil area. But they have to be done every year.
Yep.
They're on our Down Valley Trail. They're at Lawson Hill. I think aren't Lawson Hill people. So there's some private people doing it, but there's also Telluride Open Space, San Miguel Open Space, and the Forest Service.
And if anybody listening is interested in getting involved this year, just reach out to the Parks Department and we'll get you set up. Another thing that we're proud of this year is coordinating with Kay and the Planning Department on the Land Use Code and the Mining Code. We've participated in the review and discussion for the revision and update of those regulations. And we were also included in the review of the Society Turn Development Project and some other projects associated with the Planning Department.
And the East End Master Plan.
East End Master.
The East End Master Plan, we spent about 3 months and 3 meetings giving thoughtful input to that and helping with some of the verbiage on the to include the voice of the land and the open space.
Thank you for all of that.
Yeah.
All of that. That's really important that that voice is heard. Thank you.
And we gave quite a bit of input, a lot of input to the mining, as Greg was saying, that's a whole different segment of what we do that feels good. We've taken a part in, and the East End Master Plan. And just as a side note, I feel like what the Planning Department ended up with, thanks to STAR and other input, is very thorough and much more hefty than just saying, come and mine here. So it almost seems impossible to get.
Well, next project I want to talk about is the Down Valley Connector Trail, which is one of our bigger, more complicated ones. So last year we presented the findings of the feasibility study that we did and the summary report for the Down Valley Connector Trail. So this is a 3.4 mile trail planned along the corridor of 145, and it stretches from the Down Valley Park to the M59 trail in Sawpit. There are 150 residents along that proposed alignment, and it's broken down into 5 segments. Another round of public meetings for the individual segments were held back in March of last year. And we've been in discussion with neighbors regarding potential easements, fielding a lot of questions, addressing a lot of misinformation on it, and hopefully kind of smoothing it over. And we've been gaining a lot of buy-in on it. As everyone knows, it's a pretty sketchy corridor to send your kids walking to the bus stop in the morning. We have such great bike trails that connect all the way, up to M59. It would be awesome to connect the Down Valley community to Telluride. So that's a big one that we've been working on. And this year we're pursuing grant funding for the engineering and design of 2 of those segments, which are 1 and 5. Susie, you got anything on that? Okay. And the perimeter trail, this is a fun one. It's under NEPA review as we speak. This is Telluride Mountain Club's, submission to the U.S. Forest Service. We are supporting them with letters of support to the BOCC and the Open Space Commission, and the Historical Commission has been participating in that as well. We've conducted multiple site visits for this 1.9 mile trail, which would start at Bear Creek and connect with Bridal Veil Trail, ties into that platform project as well. So a lot of topographical challenges there. As you know, it's the end of the box canyon, so difficult to build, but we were able to get they were able to find alignments that work out with parcels belonging to the town, U.S. Forest Service, the county, and Idorado. So they did a lot of great work bringing all those entities together to support this.
Yeah, and Greg, if I can just add
Sure.
to that. So the Telluride Mountain Club, their overall submission to the U.S. Forest Service is for 7 trails, 2 of which the county has an interest in, the Perimeter Trail and the Ilium Flume Trail. So when it comes to the Perimeter Trail, as Greg mentioned, it is a collaborative effort between the county, the town, the U.S. Forest Service, Idorado, and whereas we hope, so the comment period is open right now until April 3rd to comment on all the trails or some of the trails. So we've provided letters of support, not only with the initial submittal that the Mountain Club submitted to the U.S. Forest Service, but we've also providing letters of support or comments, at least within the link to the open comment period. But having said that, the comment period will wrap up on the 3rd, and then we're looking to have final decisions from the U.S. Forest Service later this summer, maybe in June. We still need to work out easement agreements between the county, the town, the U.S. Forest Service, and Idorado Newmont. So once we get all those easement agreements in place, again, everybody's on the same page to make this happen. But once we work out those details, we will then look to plan for actual trail, finalize alignment and actual construction. So we'll keep everybody posted as that progresses and moves forward.
And the last one I wanted to highlight is the San Juan Skyway Scenic and Historic Byway Committee. The Open Space Commission, Angela Dye is a member on that committee, and she's done an awesome job of updating us during those meetings on the progress that they're making. The ultimate goal on that project is to evaluate the needs of the county's signage inventory. A lot of it's worn out, cracked, unreadable, and we're looking to update that signage. We've budgeted for that, and we've been coordinating with tribal nations for appropriate verbiage and messaging, and we're looking to make some work happen on that in 2025.
So that signage, Greg, is like historic markers and things like that. It's not just here's the scenic byway, right? It's
Yeah,
and it's the placards you see that currently exist that need to be updated and are literally worn out, and some are unreadable.
Yeah, a lot of them are designating like historic
It's great.
places and scenery, and yeah.
Just a quick note on this, Angela's actually on the management plan committee. I think isn't she co-chair of that
Yeah,
committee?
she's very much
And what
involved.
happened with this CDOT management plan is we were 5 different designations of highway between Skyway and Byway and this and that. We've got 5 different designations in this area. And what happened is the whole committee kind of just went defunct and fell because people moved away or people were sick or whatever. So in the last 3 years, it's gotten more energy, as you heard, and Angela's quite involved. And so that management plan has been redone now. And what we're hoping is that our area that's been so neglected for several years, you know, for maintenance, for tree removal, for safety of the highways, for pullouts. And CDOT's well aware that our area is much more populated than it used to be, and that this corridor is not really so safe. And they're starting to, you know, perk their ears up and hear a little bit more. And so what we're trying to do in this is, besides seeing a corridor, also help that it's managed better and that we don't get forgotten, because we kind of have gotten forgotten. So that's it. Our down valley roads are hopefully going to be
Well,
paid attention to.
and yeah, that's all the highlights I had. Do you guys have any questions for us?
I would add a few more highlights. One is that we, in 2024, got the QR codes for bilingual on all of the signs throughout our trails. I think that was a nice thing that we did. And then we're going to be looking at the high country zone in a couple meetings, and looking at the history and the science that went behind creating our high country zone with April Montgomery and Alessandra Jacobson were key initiators of that. And I just think that, to be aware, we're very lucky that we have that high country zone and that we can work off of that. So we're just going to be having a meeting awareness for us if you guys are interested in hearing about that.
Susie, is that informational or is that?
Just informational, just
Okay.
to find out, because a lot of people on our commission don't even know about it or where it came from.
Understood.
Yeah.
I would be interested in that, Susie, if you would let us
Okay.
know when that meeting is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sure.
All right.
Most likely our May 19th meeting, but we can
Yeah.
confirm details.
Okay.
Yeah, May 19th at 4. I have both of those people committed to come to that. So I just also wanted to say, as the chair, you can see the accomplishments. I mean, we barely hit it
Yeah.
all, but it all kind of does, complement each other and intersect. And you can see by our accomplishments and our actions that Janet and Greg and Rich and staff are all hard at work always, and that open space is just one of the many fingers that they operate. So I'm just very grateful, and that this is about the 5th year, I guessed about that, of our work plan. And initially we labored over creating it, and we worked on the format, and now it feels like it's in good hands and we can use it like a checklist. It's a living document.
Yeah.
And there's still things that we're editing on it, but I feel like it's a good working document for us to follow. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thanks,
it's
Susan.
really useful to just see this laid out, the way you did, thanks.
Oh,
As the
good.
new
Thank you.
commissioners, I'm familiar with all these projects, but it was a great way to kind of get a little bit more information and context, so.
Good, that's why we
Thank
do it.
you. Yeah.
For presenting.
Yeah.
Any other questions or?
Just a word of thanks, Susie. Thanks for your leadership.
Absolutely. And the more that I'm, well, not the more, but out in the county now as a commissioner, I recognize what the county's contribution is to the open space around here and the signage. I'm just much more aware and appreciative of it. So thank you so much.
No, thank you. It's all in the details.
It's a fun commission to be on because it's such random, wonderful, heartfelt stuff.
And accomplishments.
Good.
Thank you. All right, moving on to item 10C, presentation of the 2025 Historical Commission Work Plan. We have many of the same players, and then we are subbing out Susie for the Historical Commission Chair, Ted Wilson. Hi, Ted. Sorry to get you off the mountain.
Yeah.
How is it?
It's terrible. You're not missing anything.
What a relief. Okay, take it away, Greg.
All right, so I'll just jump right in because we're a little time constraint, but yeah, the first project I want to highlight is the Matterhorn Mill. So we continue to work with USFS, DRMS, and the Historical Commission on the acquisition and conveyance of the Matterhorn Mill structure and the 21.5 roughly acre parcel surrounding it. The U.S. Forest Service gave this priority status, for this project. But when they started reviewing it, they realized it's a little more involved than they first anticipated. So when we were first coordinating with them, we got about a year timeline, I'd say. It was
Yes, initially, county commissioners, we were supposed to close this September 2025. But as Greg just mentioned, the U.S. Forest Service realized that there are many encumbrances with this property and there are additional steps, some which might require approval from the governor and Congress. And so this is going to take more time. So our conveyance and acquisition date is pushed back to 2027, potentially 2028. So I meet with the U.S. Forest Service, 2 separate groups each month, one dealing with the conveyance and acquisition and one dealing with the tram cable removal. So 2 different things, but 2 things that need to come together. And the tram cable removal needs to happen before the conveyance and acquisition. So two separate groups, but still one and the same. So we're moving forward, but it's going to take a little longer.
Yep. And, you know, despite that delay, we're moving forward. We're starting with the appraisal process soon. Like Janet mentioned, we're working on the tram cable removal, and we're working with, some local people to kind of document while the cable is up, you know, that the status of that cable and what it looked like, so that it's not lost to history. So we're looking into getting some photography done, possibly some drone footage, which will be pretty interesting. So we'll keep you updated with that. We've also been working with the Southern Ute Indian Tribe and the Telluride Historical Museum and the Ute Indian Museum in Montrose. As part of that tram cable removal is we want to include an educational historic trunk component to it, and maybe pieces of curriculum for engagement with local schools.
Yeah, so as Greg mentioned, we are working with the Ute tribes, and actually this historic component, or at least this educational component, is a requirement by the U.S. Forest Service. So we're all working together and with the local museums, and it literally will be a trunk that is going to contain items from the Matterhorn Mill, and then that will travel from school to school. And as Greg mentioned, we're trying to capture the historic perspective of the tram cable before it is removed.
Yep. So as you guys know, the county was awarded an EPA Brownfields community-wide assessment grant for $500,000 with 4 years to spend, which was focusing mainly on the Matterhorn Mill, but it also offers the option to utilize funding for other historical sites in the county. So the assessment grant focuses on the redevelopment planning, community engagement, and returning historic sites to productive reuse revitalization. And affordable housing and heritage tourism are focuses of that as well. So, you know, everyone's aware, we've highlighted the need for affordable housing as part of the grant's outcomes and benefits of reuse strategy. The funding is earmarked for personnel costs, programmatic costs, and inventory outreach and area-wide planning. We hired Ayers Associates to administer this grant, and Janet and those associates, they toured over 20 sites last June.
In one day.
In one, yep.
Tweedles.
And kind of the result of that is we're working with some property owners now in Ophir, Sawpit, Placerville, and in Norwood to assist with the implementation of potential reuse strategies for some of these sites.
Yeah, and we're currently conducting phase 1 environmental assessment reports for the sites that we're pursuing. And I'm looking to schedule a meeting with the Placerville community in April, just to share those renderings that we shared with the county commissioners, just as far as that commercial area and potentials that may exist as far as traffic flow, controlling traffic, and then just beautifying the area.
To jump in if you got anything, but keep going. So we also want to highlight the Ilium Valley RGS power plant and the Keystone Gorge Loop Trail. We recently updated signage and created historic interpretive signage at those two sites. So we work closely with the Historical Commission to highlight the history of the story of the AC power in Ilium Valley and the history of the Keystone Placer mine. And as you pass the historic remnants and structures while hiking the loop trail, that signage kind of highlights what you're looking at. So we installed that signage last year in 2024. Ted was a major driver of that, along with Kiernan and Molly Daniel of the Telluride Historical Museum. And they took a lot of their own time. They're all volunteers, and they took a lot of their own time to create and prepare these panels, detailing our local history. So yeah, I'd encourage everybody to go check that out. It looks really good, and I think it's a nice community benefit.
We're doing new panels?
Well, the new panels for this year.
Okay. What are we doing? No. Oh, well, I mean, if something does happen at Mill Creek Park, we'd like to be ready with some historic interpretation for San Miguel City. And then, we also, along with the open space, have been doing a huge inventory of all the historic panels that are out there in the wild. We're hoping to get those on the county website. So there's an inventory for future commissions, so they know what's out there. And second, so they can be accessible to maybe, the older folks that can't get to some of these places. Keystone Gorge is a great example. We did a ton of research for the placer mine that used to be there. Probably a lot of interest in that with some history buffs out there, but it's a hard trail to hike for some people. So we like the stuff to be more accessible as well, since the work has already been done. I would say right now our biggest daydream right now is the Ilium Flume Trail. If that does get approved by Forest Service and Mountain Club is able to move forward, then we're going to be ready to jump on that with historic interpretation. But yeah, I mean, when you look at the work plan, the Matterhorn Mill is a great example. This stuff lives on our work plan for years. And so we hope and we wait and we dream. And whenever any opportunity arises to jump in for some preservation, we're ready to go.
Yeah. And Ted took a lot of his own time to hike each one of those trails, and he's put GPS coordinates everywhere we have signage. So
Wow.
hopefully in the future, when we're all not here, there's at least a list of signs that need to be updated and, maintained.
Yeah. The other big thing for 2025 is we are going to get out to Norwood to meet with the Wrights Mesa Historical Society out there. I'm sorry to say that it's been years since we've visited with them, so we're excited to get back out there because we've been talking about that a lot. We concentrate so much on the East End. Do they need help with anything out there on the West End? Is there any opportunity for maybe some interpretation or presentation out there that we're just unaware of? So, we're excited to, get out and spread our wings a little bit. Yeah.
I'm really glad to hear that. And I think that the Lone Cone Library could be a good place to potentially even present some interpretation.
Okay.
Some sort of a plaque or
Right.
interpretive type of installation. Potentially, they might be open to that.
Okay. That's great to know.
And this is a little non sequitur, but when you were just talking about the Mill Creek Park and interp there, I had some really interesting conversations with ranchers on Wrights Mesa about their history in the area, and specifically Brown's Homestead and how that was a dairy and evolved into feeding a lot of this valley, and that they eventually ended up ranching on Wrights Mesa. But the Alexander family,
Yeah.
Dave Alexander, told me this story.
Nice.
It was just fascinating, and I think it could be something to pursue and get those stories written down to help share with the region, because I didn't know that story.
Right.
And I think it's a pretty important piece of our history, thinking about, his ancestors were miners, and then they took a look around the landscape and were like, wow, we need to feed these people. So they had the opportunity to buy the land there at Brown's Homestead, started a dairy, then started ranching this valley, and then continued to ranch out west.
Yeah, for sure.
So,
Yeah, I mean,
there.
Bob Mather went to the Historic Preservation Conference this year for us, and there is a little shift. It's one thing to preserve structures, and we're all for that. You keeping things standing where you can, but it's what's probably more important are the stories. And so, we're all kind of shifting that. Like, what's the actual story, and what does it mean for the past and also the future? And that's a great point about Norwood, and that's why we're excited to get out there. Norwood and Telluride are still very connected. But they were really connected back in the old days. So it's nice like you bring that up, is like if you can kind of bring that back to people's minds, it's like the interconnection of all us in history is very strong, and it's nice to remind people of that per se.
Yeah.
Yep.
I think it is really important, especially at this moment where there's this just kind of commuter community, or like the bedroom community, and reflecting on the history and how the county as a whole has been interconnected for generations. It's important.
We're gonna get to work on it.
Susie, did you want to, you have to step up to a mic so that the people on Zoom can hear you.
The town of Telluride Open Space and and Bob Mathers has done the magnetic magnetic resonance of the whole
Oh, the imaging.
of the valley floor, the imaging for the whole town of Columbia, and then also the Mill Creek Park area, and it's all pretty well mapped out and documented of what was there first. So that was an interest of the Telluride Open Space.
Yeah, that was oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
No, I was going to say that was a report that Bob Mather was involved in to capture the history of San Miguel City, which is dated 2014. But yet we still reference it and refer to it because even with our Mill Creek Park site, I had a cultural resource survey report prepared on that. So the history on both sides of the spur, it's very detailed and in depth. So,
And that's why we're so interested in that historic panel there, because as prominent as like a whole city right there on our valley floor, there is not a lot of history you've written down. There's not a lot of information on it. A lot of it was lost. So yeah, I think that would be interesting. And the last thing I wanted to highlight is the work we're doing on Lewis Mill up in the high country. So this was something that was slated to be completed last year, but one of our contractors had accident and had to push it back another year. So we are going to get that done this year. We're going to focus on window replacement and interior flooring and structural repairs on the mill. We had a phase 1, which was previously completed, and we fixed the roof, and we added a ramp and repaired some other walkway items there. So, it's tough weather up there, and portions of the roof had blown off, and once the roof is gone, a building comes down quickly after that. So happy we were able to preserve that piece of history.
Beautiful site.
Yeah. And I don't want to take too much more of your time, but if you have any other questions, happy to field them.
No questions, just similar thanks for Ted. Your leadership on this has been steadfast. It's been enduring, and I really appreciate that you are starting to look further afield than just the East End. I think that's a great idea.
We're excited about it.
Good.
Yeah. Well, thank you for your time and
Yeah.
support.
Appreciate your columns in the paper.
Oh,
Thank you so much for all that, because that really helps, people understand where we were, where we've come
Yeah,
from.
and there's, we're also kind of using that column to fish a little bit too, because there's a lot of history out there, and we don't know it all. So, we're kind of using that column too as an invitation for the public to, hey, if you know about something, drop us a line for sure. So yeah, thanks for that.
Thank you. And Janet, thank you for your strong management of the team.
oh, thanks.
Appreciate it.
They're a great team, and I enjoy working with each and every one of them.
All right.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Stay in touch. So it is now, yes.
I just wanted to let you know, I think the next item on our agenda was to recognize Gina Sharp's 5 years of service with us. I've asked Linnea to come down with her at 12:45 sharp.
Oh, okay. Perfect. So we'll do that. They won't be joining us now. Okay. It is 12:13, and following that terrific discussion of parks and open space matters, we are going to take a break here for lunch. We'll be back at 12:45, at which time we will recognize Ms. Sharp for 5 years of service, and then carry on with the rest of our agenda. Oh, Mr. Tooley, did you have a quick comment before we break for lunch?
I'm actually eating mine right now. I found this recipe for air fried broccoli stalks, and I'm trying it with kale stalks. It's not bad. I got to work on it. I got to go check that recipe on the broccoli stalks again. Excuse me here. Just real quickly on the open space, I am a supporter of the Mill Creek Park, and there has been a survey on it, and making these ungrounded assertions is about its lack of popularity is not appropriate. The history of that particular larger parcel was my first civic experience in the Telluride area. When in 2015, they worked on a housing proposal for that, which has still not occurred, as has not the Telluride Hospital District, with the same parties, Society Turn, et cetera, et cetera. And this may sound a little bit crazy, but I like to look at open space as and how we manage that for the public's needs from kind of a philosophical, ontological, metaphysical perspective on our society. So often we get disconnected from nature, and parks and open space keep that connection. And the specifics of that design, as with architecture, is very critical. And Ms. Kask is doing a superb job in that, including all the details. The Down Valley Park is another one I've been involved in from the beginning. But the perimeter trail, all of it, it's just awesome. Thank you.
Enjoy your lunch. All right, we will now break and be back at 12:45 for lunch. Thank you. Hello, San Miguel County. We are back. It is 12:45 on Wednesday, March 19th, and we are resuming the regular meeting of the San Miguel County Board of Commissioners. Ms. Straya from CPW, we just need to beg your forgiveness. We need 2 minutes for a very important official recognition, and then we will get back with you. Gina Sharp, who is sitting across from me, has been with us for 5 years of service in the San Miguel County Human Services Department. She is the Child Care Assistance Case Manager. And Gina, I don't know if you know, but we've had a lot of conversations in here recently about child care assistance. And we are, sorry that we've had to develop this wait list, but we are grateful that you are there to administer these funds and take care of these families in the best way we possibly can. Childcare, is a huge, what do I want to say, priority of our community. We have the 0.75 mil levy, and we are really super happy to know that you are helpful in administering all of that funding to the families who need to be well taken care of. Thank you very much for your 5 years of service. And we hope there are many more. Would either of the other commissioners like to say something, or should I turn it over to Linnea? Linnea Edwards, Director of Human Services, for whom Gina works.
Yeah, we are very happy that Gina has been with us for the 5 years. I personally have known Gina for a very long time, working in other agencies together. So, she is not just our CCAP administrator of the program. She is also a jack of trades. She does ordering, she does office management for us. She greets clients, helps them fill out applications for eligibility programming. So Gina really is somebody who people see and they greet. And so we're just really lucky to have had her with us for the time that we've had her, and hopefully for a little bit longer.
Agreed. Gina, did you want to say anything?
Oh, no, I just appreciate coming from a different county. I really appreciate San Miguel. It's very family orientated. It's a very different environment than what I came from. So I really do appreciate county managers, commissioners, everybody. So thank you very much for allowing me to be part of it.
Well, thank you for being part of our amazing team here. I have a 5-year pin for you, which I expect to see you wearing every day, Gina. In a prominent position, and a thank you note. And I think Suzanne would like us to get a photo. So shall we do that? All right. We need
Post in front of the chips.
Yes.
Right.
The chips.
All right, come on, commissioners.
Very fancy jewelry.
Thank you.
And Jason, thank you so. Great.
Oh, you're so photogenic.
Here. Pictures.
Thank you so much.
I love seeing you.
I really do.
That was me. Last week, I took them on whatever the motion mode. They didn't turn out very well on social media.
Thank you, commissioners.
You're welcome. Thanks for having lunch with us.
That's what Mike's phone was set on, though.
Thanks
I
for your
didn't.
great team.
Oh, it is probably.
It wasn't my fault. Phone's fault.
All right.
The bad phone.
Thank you for your grace, Rachel Strala. There you are. Hi. I'm going to pin you so that we can all see you. We are pleased to have you here with your update from the CPW as our area wildlife manager.
Thank you.
Take it
so much for
away.
having me around. I appreciate it, and happy to give a little grace, and also thank y'all for your grace, where I was hoping to come in person today, and when I hit the road at 8 to be on the other side of the hill for a meeting at 10, I decided that maybe that was not the wisest idea. So thanks for the opportunity to call in and speak with you today. I hope to meet you in person soon. My name is Rachel Serrala. I'm the area wildlife manager for our Colorado Parks and Wildlife office that covers San Miguel County. Based out of Montrose is where our area office is. We have lot going on, as I'm sure y'all have heard. It seems like currently everything touches Colorado Parks and Wildlife in its work or is dictating work for us to do. So what I wanted to do today was just take a couple of minutes, give a couple of high-level updates about things going on in our area that affect the county. And then give updates on a couple of species. And then before, I've already forgot what my note was. And move on. And then if there's any questions that you have, give time for that as well. So before I forget, I want to make sure that y'all know, many of you have worked with our wildlife officer, Mark Caddy, in the past. Mark was, he's been around in the area for a long time, is a native to the area, and he has retired. So we're disappointed that he's retired. We're planning a party for him in May, but longtime employee. He served Colorado Parks and Wildlife, formerly the Division of Wildlife, for over 38 years. And he spent the last about 12 of those based out of Redville, serving Redville, Norwood, and then the southern part of the valley over Mountain Village. So he's been a great advocate for wildlife and working with people, and we're disappointed that he's retired, but I guess all things come to an end. That vacancy right now is going to probably remain vacant for a while. We have help from DWM Kelly Crane, who's on the other side of the hill and covers the north side of the road there. She'll help cover needs of San Miguel County, as well our officer out of Nucla, Tony Bonacuesta. So we'll get coverage in that district if there's any needs that your constituents have. And we've got a plan for that. So I will send, Carmen, I will send a couple of things to you. One of those is a contact sheet, and it has contact information for our officers as well as the boundaries. Those things have changed a little bit. So we'll get an updated list for you, and you're welcome to reach out to the district wildlife managers at any time with any questions that you have or needs.
And Rachel, is there a reason that Mr. Patty is not being replaced?
So right now we have, we're trying to find the balance of having, we have a couple of trainees that we need to place, and we'll have several districts coming open across the state. So we're holding on to a couple of vacancies right now to try to prioritize where we need a body. And of course, everybody needs somebody. So ultimately, we're suffering a lot of the staffing shortages that other wildlife and law enforcement agencies are experiencing. We do have a class that's in academy right now, and they'll be placed at the end of 2025. So I'm optimistic that we won't hold on to that for too long if we're able to get somebody out of the next class.
Thank you.
Thank you for the question. We've been doing a lot of planning. It seems that this time of year, early spring, late winter, we have a lot of planning going on. So we've talked to the commissioners before about our deer and elk management plans. We're setting license numbers and finalizing those to go into the 2025 hunting season. Of course, the Colorado Parks and Wildlife Commission just made a bunch of decisions regarding allocations. We went through season structure at the end of last year. So some changes that we'll be beginning to implement, and then further changes to licensing that'll be starting in 2028. So the things that are top of mind for us in this area are providing opportunity for harvest and maintaining healthy herd numbers, and also the economic impact that hunting has on our communities. So especially our small communities in rural Colorado. So we're always looking forward to and prioritizing healthy herds numbers being appropriate, especially in a landscape of long-term drought. So that's key for us, is we're managing to that population objective, considering all of these other complicating factors, including habitat loss, drought, and using hunting as a tool to do that. So things are, overall, our herds are looking great. We're looking to hold a stable population of elk, just because of, again, those demands on the landscape, but allowing a little more opportunity for some harvest and some deer harvest as well, where especially in deer, we have disease management considerations. So lots of things swirling there, but one of the big questions I think we get is, what is the potential impact for non-resident hunters that are hunting during the archery season? Archery went limited for non-residents only. That's the big change for 2025. Where we're holding numbers, based on guidance from agency leadership, is at the same number of hunters who bought licenses in Colorado in years prior. So this year, we're not expecting to do any decreases, and then we'll see where folks distribute themselves to under that limiting licensing system and then move from there. So I know there is some concern, especially with outfitters and private business owners, that they have a serious stake in their clients being able to get a license. And that's a concern that we hear this year. Certainly, we're encouraging folks to continue to, please plan your hunts, come out. And then we need to get a couple of years of statistics under our belt to add predictability to that system. But we're holding things at that level of licenses sold for this fall for 2025. Other than that, I'm happy to jump into one of the things that seems like we spend, well, maybe I spend all my time on, but the wolf restoration program, the wolf restoration effort. It looks like I have a share button. Do you mind if I share my screen briefly to point to a map?
Me too.
Okay. Can you see, I'm screen sharing. You can see it looks like this map with the big purple polygons on it.
Yes.
Thank you. Can you see my cursor if I hold it here in the center of the map?
Yes.
All right, great. Thank you. So what this is our collared wolf activity map from last month's update. This will be updated again on the 25th of March, so here in a few days. But what this map does is it colors in a watershed is the unit for where we had GPS locations based on the collared wolves that we have in the state right now. We have, I think, 29 collars out on the landscape, and 1 or 2 other wolves that are out that we know of, potentially an additional one. I don't know if that one's still in the state. That was up in the far northwest. But 29 marked animals that are live on the ground that we're getting locations from. So once a day, we get a few points over the last 24 hours of where a wolf spent some time. This map can be a little misleading because this doesn't show current occupation or current presence. It shows kind of a look back of the last 30 days. What was really interesting that we saw in this 30-day period was a single female wolf from the British Columbia relocation effort that went on, and those wolves were released in January. She walked along kind of this type of trajectory. She went out from her release location, came along the north side, stayed north of I-70, crossed the interstate, came down a little bit, took a look at the north end of the Uncompahgre Plateau, and then she walked back out this way and has since spent, she's kind of wandered all over the place. Really, really big foray that is not unexpected, but pretty cool to see. But that's why we have this really interesting, extension where it was one wolf that essentially caused this to be colored in because she walked through. She went, I think when we became aware of her in my area, that she was in the Glade Park area, she had walked 150 miles in like 15 days and has continued. So I think she's up to now 500 or 600 miles since January, since her release. So still staying in the state, staying and encountering other wolves out on the landscape. She hasn't left, but really interesting to see that really, really big movement by that individual where other animals have been released and they've not made that big movement. So to answer the question that's probably on a lot of folks' mind is where are the closest wolves to San Miguel County? It almost made the map there. So the Carbondale Aspen area, so these watersheds up here in Pitkin County, those are the wolves that are at last look closest, in air miles to San Miguel County. So what we're doing as an agency here at my level is myself and our staff, our district wildlife managers, as well as the wildlife damage specialists that we've hired to help with conflict minimization, have been initiating meetings with and responding to meeting requests from the livestock producers associations. So we are meeting with them. We just had a great meeting with Uncompahgre Cattlemen's Association earlier this week to discuss basic still. We're helping folks to get familiar with the regulations surrounding wolves and wolf presence, what actions, can a livestock owner take if they were to see a wolf, especially one that was interacting with their livestock in a negative way, but also to help tell the story that we've got 29 marked animals out right now, and those animals have been living, a lot of them very near or in the same pasture as beef cows, and we're not seeing issues. So, excuse me. So there's some successes going on there. We're going to continue to monitor wolf locations and livestock operations and where those things are in proximity to each other as wolves go into the dens, which will be happening here in the next couple of weeks. And then pup rearing will go on. So that'll change, you know, packs will localize a little bit if we have, or pairs will localize. We have a couple that appear to be running around together. We won't know if they've successfully bred until we can get eyes on pups much later in the year, but we will be monitoring their proximity to livestock operations to try to reduce as much as possible any potential impacts to livestock operations, and make sure that producers have the tools that they need and feel prepared for wolf presence that we could anticipate having some of those wolves move over into our region, our Colorado Parks and Wildlife region, once snow melts. So some of those elk will move around. Wolves, maybe they'll camp out where they're at. Maybe they'll move. We won't know until, until it happens. So the challenging thing with some of our collar data is that it's always going to be behind. We get an upload and it tells us where a wolf spent the prior 16 to 24 hours. It doesn't give us any sort of projection on where they're going. So in these early phases of wolf restoration, when we still have a lot of movement, we have a lot of individuals or pairs that are still kind of moving around, trying to figure things out. There's a lot of unpredictability as far as where a wolf was going to spend time. When we get further into the phases of the wolf plan and we start to see pack formation and we start to see territory development, that will help to reduce the uncertainty as far as wolf movements that we can expect and where they're going to spend different seasons. So it'll help when we get further along for us to continue to work with our producers and to understand what the packs are doing as they develop and disperse. So we're looking forward to those days, but we also know that we have a lot of work to do with our individual producers and groups. And of course, all the folks that are interested in wolves that are not livestock producers. We know there's a high interest in the species overall. So we have a lot of ground to cover between now and when they're just a part of everyday life. And we're taking that really seriously in this area. And so that folks feel that they at least know who to ask the questions of if they have questions here, and that they have the information that they feel is relevant to them and that they need. So I will pause because I will just keep chatting. So let me create some space here for any questions that you might have.
Thank you so much, Rachel. This is Commissioner Gleason. My video is off. Maybe. Can you turn me on, Nancy? Thanks.
Sorry.
No problem. I had a question about what kind of triggers any sort of resources for producers. I know, as I understand it, these maps are kind of lag real time for various reasons. But I just want to make sure I have my facts straight that when a wolf is identified in a county, then suddenly there are resources available to producers to instate some sort of non-lethal mitigation practices to protect livestock. Can you just explain to us how that works currently?
Of course. Thank you for the question, Commissioner Gleason. That's an excellent one. One of the action items that we can do right now as we prepare for wolf presence is we can work with a producer who can request what we're calling a site assessment. And a site assessment helps us to get a point in time, kind of a snapshot of what does their operation look like at a specific time period. We can look at just calving season like now. We can look at the time when everyone turns out, they're up on their federal permits or on the land that they have leased. We can look then the land that they have leased, or we can look at the fall, at weaning time, shipping time, things like that. So right now we're having a lot of conversations around calving. And just because that's what folks are going through right now and helping them to understand. So the producer can request a site assessment directly through their district wildlife manager. Through our office here, we're happy to get you in touch with the right person. And what we do is take a look at what's going on and we identify with that operation. And then we identify based on the time of year and what the wolves might be doing, what are the vulnerabilities in that operation. In calving season, as a lot of folks have their calving time right now, we don't have big game calving or fawning going on. So there's a higher chance that a beef calf is susceptible to depredation by, could be lions or wolves. Hopefully all the bears are sleeping, but if we keep getting these beautiful days, they'll be out soon. And so we can look at what is a vulnerability and how could we potentially address that. To answer your question, very, very on the nose, Colorado Parks and Wildlife does have some conflict minimization tools that when the time is right, we can get to a livestock owner to help reduce the chance, to reduce conflict. So some of those are scare devices, things that make noise, lights, there's electric flaggery, as well as a host of other techniques like increased human presence or hazing that a producer can do at any time without, something physical from Colorado Parks and Wildlife. So we're really interested to use the site assessments to help folks understand when it's appropriate to use some of those conflict minimization devices like a scare device, because our first reaction always is we want to do something. So let's help make sure that we don't have an issue. And if a wolf is going to encounter a calving operation, let's put some stuff out and just make sure that the wolf stays respectful of these things and just is not up for the battle or the fight, or they get scared off. Just aversive conditioning is all they are, and they're not causing physical harm. But we need to make sure that we temper our use of those things and moderate it so that those aversive conditioning tools remain viable for as long as possible for all of these wolves and our future wolves as they move across the landscape. So we look forward to those conversations with producers to help them understand what we can provide and when it's maybe best utilized. And we're bringing experts on to help us learn that as well. One of our wildlife damage specialists was a range rider for Arizona. And so he's been teaching us a lot for this new wildlife species that we're managing for and helping our producers with.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And you mentioned also, Rachel, that you've been having meetings with producer associations. If somebody wanted to request one of those in our county, would they also reach out to the district wildlife manager?
Sure, or they're welcome to contact me. Who, if they've got familiarity with their district wildlife manager, they're welcome to reach out directly. If they don't know where to start, our office phone number is 970-252-6000. And my direct line, the last four are 6010. So they're welcome to reach out directly and we'll see what their needs are and what their requests are and go from there. We've been talking at a high level in these last few meetings, just kind of like you and I are talking today, a higher level information, but we can put on workshops where we dive deep into some of these things, including damage claims, or some of the associations are doing record keeping workshops. We'll leave that to the husbandry experts. But I think seeing how all those things work together is really important for producers. Thanks for the question.
Thank you.
Sure. And one of the things I would just like to, I'm certainly not asking for any action by the commission, but I would like to plug this as something for y'all to think about, is we've talked a lot about carcass management as reducing the lure or attractant for wolves on the landscape. So some communities are looking at a whole scale landscape level, a removal service or something like that if people do have livestock carcasses as part of their dead loss. One of the things that we recommend is like a bury on site, is burying and covering those carcasses. But a thing for the commission to potentially consider is there space in the county landfill for livestock carcasses? And also, is there some sort of cooperation that perhaps like an association or the county or NRCS or CDA, one of these, like there's a lot of hands in the mix right now. Is there an opportunity for a partnership there to create an avenue for carcass removal into the future? So Gunnison County has some things going on that could be a model that's useful. I don't know if it's going to be if we can duplicate it everywhere, but that's between CDA and the Department of Agriculture and the county. So just something to think about. And if we would like to workshop that or bring some ideas, I'm happy to do that at any time. I know today's not a decision day, but just a food for thought point that I wanted to make.
Lance.
Hi, Rachel. Lance Waring here. How are you?
I'm well, thank you.
Good. Nice to see you. I think what I heard you say was that the burial in place is perhaps the simplest and easiest carcass disposal method, but that Gunnison has expanded from just getting a shovel to a truck and a winch and taking it to their landfill. Is that the process that they've come to?
Yes, thanks, Commissioner Waring. You're 100% on. So, the simplest and most direct solution is burial. And in places where we have hard permafrost, that's not always possible. And so also, and there's a kind of a good, better, best for carcass management. So, good is a dead pit that you have blocked off, burying it and burying your dead so that scent lure is reduced is even better. And the best case is just get it out of there completely, especially if you're at a sensitive time in your production. So what Gunnison County has come to in a partnership agreement, they've applied, I think CDA applied for grant money where they're actually paying a producer $150 to take something to the landfill. So it covers the tipping fee more than, and the only thing then is their time. So there's potential for grant monies and opportunities to help incentivize somebody to take the additional time because it's considerable to head over to Broad Canyon, with carcass, either every time or, at a certain interval. Excuse me. So that's one of the solutions that they've come up with. There's some state level discussions too about certainly if we're asking livestock owners to take carcasses, to do something with them. The next question is, well, what about roadkill? And so there's statewide conversations going on with CDOT operations, and potentially we'll be exploring ways to look at bringing roadkill as well, so that we're also helping, with the problem. Because usually when the DOT staff get a call about roadkill, they're just moving it out of sight, and where any scavenging animals are less likely to get hit by passing cars, they're generally not picking those up and taking them to a different location. So it certainly is a piece of the puzzle, and it's a piece of the system, and we're looking for ideas there.
Thank you. That's really.
I also just wanted to touch on this upcoming event happening on this coming Saturday, March 22nd in Norwood, with CPW and Colorado Department of Agriculture hosting, in conjunction with CSU Extension, managing wolf livestock conflict. To improve livestock conflict minimization. Jesse Lassiter from Colorado Department of Agriculture is going to speak to the community. And I was really glad to see that, just so that our local producers have an opportunity to interact with CPW and CDA before the wolf might arrive. So
thank you for your support, and I hope that those are beneficial and fruitful for folks. Now we have the beautiful luxury that we have time to prepare that some communities and some producers did not get. So that's just the nature of relocation. So we're trying to encourage folks to learn with us and to learn from us. And we want to be engaged early and often, so that as immigrations occur, or immigration into this region, or any subsequent translocations that might take place, which is all TBD in 2025, if and where those will occur, that we're prepared. So thank you.
Colleen, have you seen any coverage in the Norwood Post about the these resources that are available for producers? Might be an interesting news article. Or,
I mean, not particularly. I've seen like some op-eds
Yeah.
written, but no, I haven't noticed coverage.
something, yeah, okay.
I might have missed something, but
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay, I think that's a good
hopefully
way to
that-
get word out.
Yeah, hopefully this event might spark that kind of coverage.
That's what I was thinking, yeah. Okay, on to the next subject, after the wolves. What else do you have for us, Rachel?
You know, I thought I'd end on the tough one, but no, I'm teasing. No, I appreciate the time to have input not only on your county meetings, but San Miguel Planning Commission is one of the best agencies that we work with that reaches out for Colorado Parks and Wildlife's input on potential rulemaking and for land use and things like that. And we just really appreciate the chance to have a voice in those and to speak for wildlife and for wildlife habitat. So again, thank you to Kay and the Planning Commission and the planning team. I know that's a lot to keep everybody rounded up, and we continually get invited to comment, and we appreciate that very much. So.
And we appreciate your comments, so back at you, but I will make sure that Kay knows that she was recognized in her team. Great, all right.
That's all I have. So unless you have any other questions, I will.
I'm good. Thank you so much for your time, and I'm very glad you did not drive over here today. But maybe another time we'll see you in person.
Sounds great. Thank you. We'll visit again soon.
Okay, take care. Thank you. All righty, moving on. Thank you, Rachel, to item 12B. Consideration of resolution 2025-6 regarding administrative policy manual updates to Cora policy and addition of county-owned housing policy. Maura Fahey, our county attorney, and Jared Biggs, our deputy county manager, presenting.
I can start and just address the Cora policy updates that we're proposing. So as detailed in the memo, last summer in July, there was effective a increase in the maximum allowable fee that we can charge per hour for the cost to search for and provide records that are requested under Cora. And that fee is updated every 5 years. So we've been at $33.38 per hour, and the proposal is to increase to $41.37 per hour. And that we start charging that fee after the first hour of time that is spent by staff to retrieve records. And I think we can probably all understand that likely does not cover the full amount of costs that it takes staff to actually search for and produce the records. But certainly would help continue to offset the cost to the county of responding to Cora requests. So that's the primary change we're proposing. There's a few other minor, mostly organizational changes in the policy to make things flow more clearly for the public, and then just expanding our definition of work product, because that's the primary basis on which we would withhold records. So fleshing out that definition a little bit further for the public. Happy to answer any questions the commissioners have about the Cora policy changes.
Lisa, anything?
No, I mean, the memo was very clear to me. I really don't have questions per se.
Yeah, I thought it was really helpful. I mean, you really cleaned it up and used much more plain language, and I just love reading things where the grammar and the punctuation are all attended to. My only question was, is there any way to write the policy such that the rate that we charge is sort of automatically updated when statute changes or whatever it is that triggered the change from 33 to 41? Or do we actually have to go in every time that the Colorado maximum fee or hourly fees is changed?
So in order to charge the fee, we have to have a written policy or published on the website that states the fee.
The hourly.
And because ours is stated in the admin policy handbook, that's the way we have to go about changing it. But we could potentially have the admin policy handbook say the fee shall be consistent with that set by state law. and we could just update what's on the website
I-
every
I'm-
5 years, but
I just don't want us to miss an opportunity to recoup more of our costs if that's allowed, but I'll defer to you, whatever you think is easiest and most efficient.
I don't think the every 5-year update is too onerous, and
Okay.
it might maybe a good exercise to revisit our policy and see how we might clarify it or update it as needed on that schedule.
Okay, are you guys good with that? Yeah, Lance?
I think that the every 5-year update also gives us an opportunity for potential citizen comment, and I believe Mr. DePogder came up to the microphone with that in mind.
Yes, you did. Okay, Mr. DePoctor, this is not a public hearing, but our policy has been today to allow people who would like to speak for 3 minutes on a topic to do so. So
I'll be quick.
please introduce yourself, first, last name, address, and any affiliation you may have.
Director Proctor. I live at 334 Old Toll Road on Deep Creek Mesa. And I just have one point that seemed to be in the fine print that did not seem to have an additional time limit on it, which is that the attorney and staff can basically hold up a CORA request for redaction and changes. But there is, like initially you have 3 days, and they can, of course, like say, okay, we need additional time. Is there any way to make sure of establishing, we'll give them a week or whatever that time frame is to do the redacting or the amending or whatever wants to be done.
That's an interesting point. The way I read it was that they could take longer than 3 days, and it would be up to, now I've lost that.
7.
It's up to an
Additional.
additional 7.
Additional 7.
Yeah, so that would be a maximum of 10.
Okay, I just want to clarify that. As you know, I'm not afraid to ask for CORA requests.
Yeah, those additional extenuating circumstances descriptions that were added are, those would fall within the same bounds of any other basis for seeking the additional time. And that's usually when there's a huge volume of records that need to be reviewed by the attorney's office. So it kind of goes hand in hand with some of the other, if it's a voluminous request.
The way I read it was attorney or staff and attorney, so it could go through 2 sets of redactions.
And that wouldn't be double the extension. It would just be one extenuating circumstance extension for all of our processing that needed to be done.
Thank you for the clarification.
Yeah.
Does that seem fair, Dirk?
That's fair. No,
Okay,
I'm
great.
good with that.
Anybody else with comments or questions on this particular policy? No, okay, I think we are ready then to move on to the,
Let's make a motion.
Pardon me?
Hold on, let's make a motion.
Oh, I thought they were all one.
Yeah, the motion is for both policies. So
Okay.
If we could just.
Yes.
hold, and if I may, commissioners, I'll speak to the other policy. And this was a little bit of an experiment to see if we could do all of the policy changes to each one of our governing documents with one resolution. So you see how we have a CORA aspect and we have a housing aspect, and these are 2 different policies we're updating within using the same tool or the same resolution. So to that point, Mara spoke well to the CORA policy. The housing policy that's been prepared is actually one that I had prepared a little over a year ago, and we've actually been using regardless of, kind of testing it to make sure it works. As you know, as a board, we have currently 8 housing units that are owned by the county and rented by either employees or other qualified individuals within the community. So the county is a landlord, at least in a minor way. And this is a policy to standardize our methods of qualifying occupants, selecting and giving people priority, setting terms of, a 1-year term, setting rents, and requiring deposits where necessary. So again, this is kind of the business side of being a landlord for some county employees and some others. I've tried to craft this policy where we have some bounds of fairness, a minimum threshold for rents and a maximum threshold for rents, and we adjust based on AMI thresholds of what those people make, so on and so forth. So that's kind of the intention of the policy, is just, again, to standardize our methods, make sure we're treating everybody the same when they qualify for housing opportunities as a county employee or otherwise. And I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Commissioners?
I noticed that our human resources director is mentioned in a lot of these housing suggestions and rules. And I just wanted to check with you, Christina, to make sure that you were comfortable with the new roles that you'd be
Yeah.
taking on there.
Yep,
Okay.
I worked closely with Jared a year ago and we're very comfortable.
Great. And the policy has been working well for this
Yes.
test period. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's thoughtful of you, Lance. Helena, any questions?
No, I mean, because Jared has been, had such a close touch to this through quite a bit of time, you know, I at this point kind of lean on your expertise being a new commissioner and experience here, so I don't have any more pressing questions per se, but I do think it's fair, and yeah, makes sense.
I had one question about how the, let's see, the information about the unit being available is made available, and it says that the unit will be released to interest, this is on page 2,
Mhm.
interested employees through the department heads or elected officials. And I just wondered if it would be more reliable. Well, I'm sure there's a reason, but I'm thinking to myself, ooh, what if one department head shares the information, another one forgets? Is there a reason that you go through the department heads as opposed to not just having like an all county email?
So with that, we do want to seek interest of our department heads first, in case there is a provision in here for holding it open for a potential
Hire.
employee or
Yes.
something like that. So we kind of start with the process with the directors, have those discussions, see if there's any directors who say, I really need it for an opening I have, I really need it for something else. And then after that, once that has not born a candidate that needs that unit, we then actually in practice have sent out an all county email of
Okay.
interest. So that's kind of why we've structured that 2-step.
Okay, I wonder if we want to mention that, just so that it doesn't look like we have the department head sort of holding on to this information. I understand why you do that, but maybe as a second step, if that's actually what you do. And then of course, I read it very carefully because I'm nerdy like that. And I was kind of confused about some, like, who's responsible for what. There were 4 different group or people mentioned as playing a role in this: the county manager, the housing coordinator, the human resources director, the finance director, and then also this group called the housing group, which I don't know who they are. And that's on the bottom of page
Yeah.
3. So anyway, I felt like this maybe needs a little cleanup, and I don't want to take time in the meeting to do that. And, you know, I found some redundancies and things like that, which always happens when there's something new. This is not I don't mean to be critical at all, but I'd be happy to just spend a few minutes with you doing a little cleanup if you don't mind.
Sure.
Okay, and then my question is, if we do that, can we, I mean, the substance is all perfectly,
Mhm.
you know, appropriate from my point of view. It's more just kind of cleaning it up. So can we pass the resolution and with cleanups, or should we hold off on this one?
I think you could pass a motion, or make a motion to pass the resolution as amended with cleanups. It would be something I would suggest maybe we ratify at a future meeting.
This particular policy?
Yeah. And I mean, I think this is the peril of combining the resolutions a little bit.
Yeah.
You've got a perfectly great policy, and then you got whatever I wrote. And so,
Which is almost perfectly great.
but
I think it makes more sense unless we have to rewrite this resolution, to just pull out the one that we think needs a little more work, or I think needs a little more work, and just approve the core policy, and then it's ready to go. How tricky will that be in terms of changing the resolution?
I think that we can just move to accept resolution 2025-6 regarding administrative policy manual updates to the Cora policy.
Yeah,
Full stop.
as an appropriate, yeah, I agree with that. Okay,
I move to do so.
So moved.
further discussion?
Wait.
Wait,
Oh.
second.
Second.
Oh, there was a lot of moving going on. Okay, second, any discussion?
Aye.
Aye.
I as well, resolution 2025-06 as it pertains to the Cora section of our administrative policy manual passes unanimously. We are moving on now to item 12C, consideration of resolution 2025-07, employee handbook updates, personnel committee holiday and overtime compensatory time policies. And this must be Christina?
I think Jared will take the lead, but I'm
Jared?
here for questions and comments as needed.
Commissioners, thank you. This is a policy, as I wrote in the memo, to amend our admin policy or our employee handbook. Rather, the last one was our admin policy.
Yeah.
To cover 4 particular topic areas. First is kind of the reestablishment of a personnel committee. We've been discussing this. We've had the wellness committee, but we've had some more maybe substantive questions about policy amendments that we want to reconstitute this committee to consider and make recommendations on. Additionally, as you may recall in December, and Galena was not on, or Commissioner Gleason was not on the commission at the time, but we amended our holiday policy in in effect. And this reflects that change to move from an 8-hour holiday compensation or hours of compensation to 10 hours of holiday compensation, and some kind of conforming amendments that are necessary in that part.
Jared, I'll just remind you that I was sitting in the audience listening, so I am familiar with it. Yeah.
You remember the conversation.
Yeah.
And then the last piece of that was amending the overtime and compensatory time policy. Because when we afford those folks a 10-hour holiday, but those folks work an 8-hour day, they can then kind of move those 2 hours in effect into a comp time bank. And we're making amendments to that comp time bank. We are lowering the comp time limits. They were pretty high at 240 hours allowed. We're moving those to 90 in reflection of the desire to, have people use the time and not really bank it for a big payout. And also the policy does spell out that we will pay comp time annually. That's been an elective option year over year, so. And I'm happy to answer any questions. I've been working pretty closely with Christina and Mike and our finance team, and I really do appreciate all of their help. And listening to all the machinations of these policy amendments.
I would just want to add that we have had a personnel policy previously. They had stopped meeting regularly in 2017. And there were several items that the wellness committee were taking up that truly fall more under what the personnel policy or the personnel committee should be presiding over, and making sure that we have distributed representation between offices, departments, and geographic locations of the county.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense.
Agreed.
I have one question. I think it's just, anyway, the part where you are updating the law enforcement section, it says that this is vacation time, but is it really holiday time?
So to that point, and Chris, you may correct me where I'm probably going to be wrong. Because of those public safety requirements, they don't observe the holidays the same way that the rest of the county employees do. So these amendments adjust the number of hours they accrue as vacation, kind of similarly, kind of putting them on equal footing for the time off that we would get in a year as an employee if we used all of it and got our holidays. And they would be afforded in the same year.
Question about the committee members and how that would be instated. Is that on a voluntary basis or draw names in the hat, or, how are you envisioning that working?
So I think our vision for that is to seek from each one of those departments that are specified volunteers for those roles, talking with the department directors or supervisors therein to make sure that that's an appropriate use of their time and they want them to be representatives. And some of this is gonna kind of see how it works out. We're really hopeful that folks do wanna represent their colleagues and wanna take that time to kind of work through some of our personnel items. But it will be a little bit of an experiment. We are expecting it to be fully voluntary. So they'll be compensated for their hours, right?
Oh, that was gonna be my next.
They'll come to a meeting in their regular time, but it's not, it's not something where we're going to make, somebody's role on this committee a compulsory item.
And we plan to meet quarterly, so
Yeah.
it isn't too often.
Okay. Any questions for anybody else? No, okay, we need a motion.
Move to approve resolution 2025-07, employee handbook updates regarding personnel committee holiday and overtime compensatory time policies.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, how do you vote?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye as well. Resolution 2025-07 passes unanimously. Thank you, staff. Thank you for all your hard work on that. Okay, the next item on our agenda is, we are just about 2 minutes behind. I think we're doing pretty well. 13A, affordable housing updates. Mr. Bordonia, speak to us.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. So in your packet today is a request to authorize the next phase of planning for the Ilium Sheriff's Office on-call housing project. As you may recall, this is one of the 3 projects that we're simultaneously pursuing, and we're hoping to be able to, knowing that we have some timeline constraints with the other projects, we feel confident that this one can move forward the most quickly. It is allowable within the PUD for Ilium Property Owners Association of this max 2,500 square foot facility to serve the commercial endeavor, which is the jail. Many of you recall that we've been renting units elsewhere around the county to be able to house primarily our dispatchers that are coming from great distances, some as far as Dove Creek for their shifts in Ilium. And so to have this on site for them gives us a dependability of housing those folks and a secure space close to their workplace where they can be during their off hours. What we had anticipated within the 2025 budget for the 3 projects was $200,000 for the Pathfinder project, $100,000 for the Deep Creek project, and $50,000 for this Ilium project. That was prior to understanding some of the timeline delays with our partnerships with CDOT at Deep Creek. Also, we're in the midst of negotiations still with San Bernardo Owners Association. And so those amounts are not programmed for the 200 and the 100. So this request is a total of 98,222, and that would get us all the way up to a sketch plan application to move forward with everything necessary in the civil, structural, mechanical, and electrical, plumbing, and all of the site design, etc. So we're hoping to keep this project moving forward full speed as soon as we have ground thaw. We've already verified with one of our adjacent neighbor partners, Lance Erskine, that we provided access to his parcel. through, he'll be installing the driveway and leveling some of the site. And then we can commence with the geotech work and get this to the planning commission. And to the planning department. So there are three different components of this $98,000 bid. The 68.5, the 22,222, and the 7,500. As you can see in the contract addendum number 7. And I'm happy to try and answer any questions you have. So essentially, I'm asking to use the funds that are already authorized within the budget, but with a different allocation.
That was my
And
question.
I anticipate that you might be curious, what are some of the other anticipated expenditures for the other two projects? And we know that once we're able to achieve an agreement with San Bernardo, we'll be installing a monitoring well that may be converted eventually to a production well.
Right.
We're also still waiting for a response from our application for the on-site wastewater treatment system for that facility. But the well amounts are anticipated to be less than $50,000, and that would be the major expenditure for this year for that project. As far as Deep Creek, I'd have to turn over to Jared, but I don't think that we have anything that's going to exceed this overall budget amount for any of the three projects total.
That's helpful. I actually hadn't heard a number yet on that well now and what that might be, so it's incredibly helpful. Yeah.
And just as a reminder, because this is already allowed in the PUD and we are able to connect to the existing water and sewer here. That's one of the reasons, and it is being designed for a potential of modular construction. We have.
I have a question. I'm glad to know that we don't have to do a supplemental budget amendment or something like that. That's great. It makes perfect sense to move those monies around depending on the priorities and the needs of the projects. Very small question on the project schedule. The third to last item, confirm GMP.
Guaranteed maximum price.
Okay, great. Okay. And I was pleased to see, I guess I was pleased to see that this would be done by the end of next year. I'd rather it was the end of this year, but
We're
I
under
understand.
promising to hopefully
Over deliver. Okay, I'm gonna remember you said that as a promise. Anything else from the other commissioners or staff before I ask Mr. DePoctor for his question or comment? Please.
Again, Dirk de Pachter, 334 Old Toll Road, Deep Creek Mesa. I've kind of watched this unfold, and it's kind of concerning to me, because what it appears that is happening is that Mr. Bordonia, has figured out pretty much every angle that is able to be played here in this particular situation to avoid what I would call a PUD amendment, which would be a major PUD amendment. And the scenario goes kind of like as follows: by first vacating the property line between 425-1 and 425-2, which is something that the county unilaterally can do without anybody else's approval. Am I correct?
believe it's a administrative approval.
Correct.
Right, Jared?
I would say we do need a letter of support from the Alien POA. Typically, those are included in packets for insubstantial PUD amendments. That is something we've approached Alien POA. We have not completed, but that is one of the points that I wanted to
So
make.
Jared, can you talk about where we are in that application for the vacations?
The application for a vacated lot line, we had a pre-app meeting with the planning department thus far, and we're working through their required submittals currently for that process.
So what we currently have is we have two parcels. That, like one has the jail on it, the other one does not allow any housing by itself, but that's more or less what we're doing here. So we're creating a 5-unit housing component. And the way the county's doing it, without having to go through a PUD amendment, which apparently IPOA is going through a PUD amendment, because they have some similar type of issues in the broader area here that could easily be, joined with by the county to follow the process, in my opinion, properly. Because what you're doing here is you're backdooring it, as far as my opinion is, and this is, we're been talking about transparency and all these kinds of things that are very important to all of us in the county. This is one of them. And as a developer myself, I always look at every angle, don't get me wrong. It's very creative. I think it's, you guys did a good job if you were in a private developer's shoes, but as a governmental entity that can pretty much unilaterally decide to vacate a lot line and therefore different rules apply, I strongly recommend that you go through the proper process of a full PUD amendment, to make this properly work. Because at this point in time, when I checked with some of the IPOA folks, nobody's even aware of the fact is like where the water and sewer is coming from here. So what the county is doing is like they're moving ahead again, not very transparently, with approving this process because they can, through a technicality of vacating a lot line, which nobody else has to approve. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions from the public?
Got a hand up on the Zoom.
Mr. Tooley. You have 3 minutes to comment on this agenda item. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hi, Doug Tooley, resident of San Miguel County. I have some broader speculations going to Mr. DePactor's concerns. And this goes to the questions of political consistency across what are apparently different political factions spread out along the land use, the geography of the county in the fulfilling of critical goals. And the kind of stemming from Mr. DePactor's concerns, the bureaucratic machinations that are going on to control the local area that are not in the public interest.
Thank you, Mr. Tooley. We have a room full of people for an agenda item that was scheduled for 1:45. I'm happy to listen to your comments, but they need to be specific to the sheriff's office housing project, please.
As before, you're taking up more time than would otherwise occurred if you had not interrupted me. And I'll just note the problems in housing with the San Miguel Regional Housing Authority. We've had a complete turnover there and a continuing delay of the release of the full details of the study. And, County Manager Bordonia has said he'd like to do an extended process, so it doesn't look like we're pre-selecting the new sheriff. But
Hey, Mr.
that's
Tooley,
exactly what's
so
happening
much.
with the San Miguel Regional Housing Authority.
Okay, we appreciate that you pay such close attention to our work, and you are always welcome to comment on the agenda item, but you have strayed from that here. So I'm going to ask you to mute yourself and we will move on with our agenda. Thank you very much. Okay. Oh, Sherry Reeder, hello. Would you like to speak to this? If so, please unmute yourself.
Thank you, commissioners and public and everybody concerned about this issue. And I appreciate your attention. I just want to say, as president of the IPOA board, we've not been contacted about this. I did reach out to Mike and Jared, and they responded that they were actually planning, I would call it basically a boarding house, just a bed for the staff to have a place to stay when they're stuck. I get it. I'm a commuter. I get it. but this appears to be a full-blown 1 bedroom, 1 bath, full kitchen condo complex for housing. It doesn't appear that it's just an overnight accommodation. I mean, maybe expand it out so that more than 5 staff members can accommodate on a nightly basis. Last night would have been a great example. This morning, just please be open and talk to us as an IPOA board before you move forward with a 5-unit complex. That's what I'm saying.
Mike, thank you, Sherry.
Thank you, Sherry. I just want to clarify, and this is the communication that I had with Ms. Reeder, is that this is for on-call dispatchers and jailers specifically. They're not planned to be assigned rooms. There would not be a rent structure. This would not be somebody has their own housing unit. This is not a house for these people. We have dispatchers that work 12-hour shifts and then they're off, and we don't have, I think, a single dispatcher or jailer that lives within an hour of where they work. So this is also our highest turnover area of all county employment. So, and it is one of the most critical things to be able to staff and maintain our jail, to have our dispatch center staffed regularly, and to not stress these employees out by them worrying about, do I have to drive home and then drive back 4 hours later for my next shift? It is not intended and is not ever been discussed, nor is it has there been any thought that these will be a housing unit for somebody that would live in this year round. This is for any person within that SO that is either stuck on the roads, but more likely that they're working 12 to 16-hour shifts, and then they need a place to sleep without having to drive and spend more time on the road between getting back to work.
That is how I understood it from our previous conversations,
And
which,
that's how it was presented by Jim Kehoe, who's been designing this for us.
yes. I do want to ask whether anyone from the county or Mr. Kehoe has visited with or had conversations with the IPOA. And if not, maybe we need to do that.
I would say not more than our initial outreach to Sherry. And yes, we do plan on having those conversations. We need them for the lot line vacation.
Yep.
And I don't think we would be obtuse to having a conversation about something larger, but we're trying to meet our need based on what's allowed in the Lawson matrix today, and not amend the PUD to make something larger. And that's kind of where we were trying to solve the immediate problem based on the rules that we have to play by today, not changing the rules. And again, to Ms. Reeder's point, I don't think we would object to having a broader conversation about a bigger development plan, but I also don't think that parcel will lend to a lot more either. And we don't have any other property within the Ilium POA other than these 2 parcels.
And may I just ask, am I correct that we do have housing density associated with the jail? And so by vacating that lot line, I mean, we're using existing density.
The 2,500 square foot,
yes,
is associated with the parcel that exists today. And so we aren't increasing the density, we aren't increasing the square footage. It is designated a commercial square footage, but our plan is to use that square footage as an accessory use that's allowed in the Lawson use matrix.
It's already an allowable use.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. And the last thing is that we don't want folks living 50 feet from where they work. We understand that there is some important separation. We are contemplating at our Deep Creek location the potential for up to 30 actual housing units that would be rentable or for sale once we get further into that process. And that might be a suitable location, or our Pathfinder location may be a suitable location for those folks to get housing, true housing near where they are. That was never intended. In surveying SO staff, they did not want to live or own
Right.
or rent a housing unit 50 feet from where they work.
That makes
That
sense.
was just part of that.
Okay, I guess I would just suggest, it seems like there's been not probably enough communication between the IPOA and us. And just so everybody knows, we've probably talked about this 20 times in our meetings. So it's not like anything is going on behind closed doors. I understand if it hasn't made the news or we haven't had a news release or something like that, maybe we can work on that. But I would suggest, it seems like maybe we should have a meeting with the IPOA if Sherry and her team are amenable to that, just to kind of help you understand better where we are and what our intentions are. How's that sound, Sherry? I guess you're muted, but I see your hand is up, so I'll take that as a.
There you go. Thank you. And I appreciate that. I, being a commuter, totally appreciate what you're trying to do. I just want to make sure that everybody in the IPOA subdivision gets to play by the same rules. And we look forward to additional conversations. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Sherry. Nice to hear your voice.
Thank you.
Okay,
Do you have a motion of whether or not you would approve
Oh,
this contract? addendum?
sorry, thank you. Let's do that. A little rattled here.
This is amendment number 7.
Yes.
I would make that motion, but before I do, I feel compelled to address Mr. DePoggia briefly. Dirk, you said earlier that if you were a private developer, that this would be a perfectly serviceable route. In this instance, this is not asking for any more than what's already granted to that parcel, and it's well within the rules. I think that I'm trying to meet a critical need for the community, as evidenced by Mr. Bardonia's comments that this is the highest turnover rate job within the county, and that we are struggling to keep emergency services for our residents. So I don't have any guilt about using the existing rules to do what I believe is essential service for the community. I appreciate you keeping a close eye, and I want you to continue to do that. But in this instance, there's no smoke and there's no fire. We're just trying to keep the jail and the sheriff's office afloat by the means within the rule book. So I don't feel badly about that. And you and I can talk afterwards and you can tell me where I'm wrong. But let's not do it in this public meeting without a microphone. We've got a room full of people to talk about.
Yeah.
With that, I move to approve the next phase of the Ilium project adjacent to the county jail and sheriff's office as outlined by County Manager Mike Bordonia to the tune of $98,222.
Based on all the feedback we've heard from the sheriff's office and their staff recently, I very much second that to move this project along.
Any discussion, further discussion? How do you vote?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye as well. The motion passes unanimously. Thank you for the reminder to do that. Okay, welcome people from throughout San Miguel County, particularly, hello, Mr. Alexander, all the way from the Wrights Mesa, town of Mountain Village, town of Telluride. We are excited to host you here for item 14A, presentation by the Mountain Village of the 2024 wastewater treatment plant feasibility study and a discussion of current and alternative regional wastewater site work. I apologize for our tardiness, but we will give you the full 60 minutes and additional if necessary. I would just ask that as you all come up to play your various roles, that you please speak directly into the microphone. As with your microphones, they are not, they don't make it louder. They just make everybody on Zoom be able to hear you. They're not amplifying. And please introduce yourselves, because I haven't had the pleasure of meeting each of you. Why don't you just start, go around and introduce yourselves, and then we can begin the presentation. Does that make sense? Anyone else going to join the conversation?
So I'm Michelle Bolson, Assistant Town Manager of the Town of Mountain Village, and we have 6 presenters today. And then obviously we have representatives from the town of Telluride, the town of Mountain Village. Mr. David Alexander is here today. Tom Kennedy represents David Alexander. members of our pre-development team, and staff from that have been diligently working on wastewater from both communities. And with that, I'll introduce our presentation team, if that's okay.
Perfect.
Okay. And thank you for your time today, both Chairperson Brown and staff. We're happy to be here and share information with you. I've got Brandon Bear with SGM next to me. He's our wastewater expert. I've got David Bolson with Bolson Surveying. Haley Carmer is our assistant town attorney. And then Zoe Denal, the town manager of the town of Telluride. And Paul Weiser, the town manager of the town of Mountain Village, will be your presenters today.
Terrific. Thank you.
Thank you. In just a moment, I will.
And just, if I could, say
Yes,
something real quickly.
Please, Mike.
There are several things that during this presentation, because, they've graciously shared it with us in advance, that show, actions, whether it's, vacations of road right-of-ways, of other right-of-ways, of, future subdivisions of land, that are the subject of current and ongoing negotiations. So I just want to caution us that those items will be coming to the board for decisions in the future. And as such, I would ask you not to engage in those items right now, or to tell your preferences about, yes, I would want to do this, or no, I would not be supportive of that at this juncture, because I don't want to imperil your ability to sit in your quasi judicial role, as well as we're in the midst of this ongoing negotiation still. But we are really excited, I think, to finally have this in front of the public and have a broader audience. So thank you.
Great. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Take it away, Michelle.
Okay, thanks very much. So today we are here, and again, I want to thank everybody here. We put this property under contract in June of 2024. We started negotiations with the Alexanders in January of 2024 because we realized we needed a bigger option than the existing wastewater site and needed to bring some new thoughts and ideas to the table. When we purchased the Alexander property for housing in Ilium, we actually started working through feasibility on that property, but the terrain just wasn't flat. It wasn't optimal, and we didn't really, there were too many kind of unknowns. And so then we decided to look for some more optimal land, and we believe this is that optimal land. And this is our whole pre-development team. We do have Chris Hazen in the audience as well. We've got Eric Bicus, who's on Zoom. And I just want to note that what's so specifically special to me is that every one of these persons involved in this pre-development work has been working in this region for over 30 years. Most of them started their careers here, and don't judge them for aging, but started their careers in the 90s. So we have a special situation with a project that people could have chosen not to participate in, but chosen to participate in. And in some cases, people have been volunteering their time. So I expect this presentation to be about 20 to 25 minutes, and this is kind of the outline. We'll start with a little history around the existing wastewater treatment plant. We'll talk about the alternative proposed site, which is in the county, the feasibility and diligence, our communications timeline, and we do want to leave a fair amount of time for question and answer. So I generally want to talk about waste disposal in the region, and during the mining era, it was actually close to the post office and the river. And then in pre-1980, it was behind the current Shell station, and there were open lagoons on the valley floor. And so today it is where the roundabout is in Society Turn, and that agreement was entered into by the Metro District, which is now the town of Mountain Village, and the town of Telluride in 1985. And so in 1985, we agreed to construct a plant on that land. And then we show the proposed site down valley. And I just make note that it's typical for wastewater treatment to move out of urban areas for all of the reasons listed in this slide. So we agreed to jointly develop and manage the regional wastewater treatment facility that we know today. In '99, we did secure a $1.6 million EPA funding to expand that plant. And the operations and the maintenance and the costs since 2012 remain the same as they are today. That in 2012, Mountain Village is now a 15% co-owner of the treatment plant. We participate financially by paying 35% of all of the operations maintenance. Conversely, I'm not going to do the math when I'm feeling a little nervous, but it's on the slide. Telluride pays the converse, and primarily the operations fall to Telluride staff.
So a little bit about the existing site. Sorry, I'm Brandon Bear with SGM. A little bit about the existing site. It sits on 3.2 acre, the site is 3.2 acres, approximately 2.5 are usable. The plant, the permitted capacity of the wastewater plant is 2.1 MGD. It's approximately 3 miles from Telluride, a little closer to Mountain Village. One of the unique challenges that the plant has is the influx of tourism, as well as the septic waste that pose challenges at the facility. You know, up to 24,000 visitors a year. It just adds to the ongoing issues at the existing facility.
And I don't know how familiar the public is with the regional wastewater plant treatment boundary, but it is not just limited to Mountain Village and Telluride. It includes Aldosoro, includes Lawson Hill. The future society turned parcels are included in that, and it includes some other properties that are within unincorporated San Miguel County. In our current flow rates in 2024, just as a point of information, Mountain Village constitutes about 30% of the flow rates into the plant. Lawson Hill is about 10. We don't have a good way right now to meter Aldosoro versus Telluride, but the rest of that is 60%. And we really hit a turning point in 2017 when Stantec produced a regional wastewater master plan. It identified issues with the current plant, projected capacities for the region, and recommended improvements.
So some current challenges with the existing facility is the, capacity and treatment challenges. There's plenty of hydraulic capacity in the plant, but the organic capacity, the BOD limit, has become increasingly difficult to meet. And that also stems from the tourism and the festivals that go on. It's an older facility, so there's components that you can no longer get. There's limited redundancies, so you can't take tanks offline, and that contributes to the operation staff having a tough time keeping everything going. Technology deficiencies, it's built in the mid-80s. It wasn't designed to meet the new regulations that are coming out by CDPHE. Unexpected costs, since it's old, again, there's unforeseen costs that just come up that you have to deal with immediately. And it's also restricted, there's not as much expansion space at the existing facility.
And then again, we'll just reiterate that tourism and septic is an important consideration for the current plan and a future plant. We have Forest Service lands, we have leach fields and septic in unincorporated San Miguel County. We've got packaged plants in some of these subdivisions that again are in unincorporated San Miguel County. That waste does not go to our current plant today. It has in the past. It goes to Olathe. So we have a lot of unique and specific considerations. Other resort communities face these similar challenges. And then in June, which was right on the heels of that original master plan, those master plan improvements were anticipated to be between $30 and $40 million. And I have a hyperlink to the article that was in the Daily Planet. And then a year later, in another article, the anticipated plant improvements over a 15-year period were noted at $60 million. And I think that we really started putting our heads together around this because we hired a consulting team to start doing the design build on the current plant. And at 30% design, we are at $133 million. And the important part to know about that is that was to have an incremental increase to our existing wastewater treatment boundary of 0.2 millions of gallons a day, which is what MGD means. And that really was only through 2047, which was the envisioned in that Stantec master plan study. So that didn't feel like a good way to spend money when in 2047, and I know this is freaky, but that's only 20 years away. And to have to expend that much money with a lot of unknowns, we have some cinder block walls. It was really challenging to think about how you continue to operate a plant while you're building around it on constrained lands. And the land is constrained because we have some access roads and some steeper slopes. It felt like there were too many unknowns to really commit to that level of a project. And then I would just want the community to understand the amount of money that's been going into the plant since 2017 as well. And this is really to upgrade all of the things that our consultants feel are necessary to keep the plant operational, start working through some of those redundancies. But, in 2017, it was less than $1 million. It looks like on the dot, maybe $400,000 or $500,000. Now we're averaging around $2 million. We had a spike in 2021. Those were additional capital costs, and that we estimate in 2025 to be spending $4.1 million. We will continue to be expending funds towards the current improvements until our new plant is online. We have a horizon of 7 years that we've been working with, that we feel comfortable that we can work on the new plant, keep the existing plant operational until that new plant comes online. We don't want to have to plan for post 7 years because the town of Telluride and the town of Mountain Village is putting millions of dollars into this plant every year at an escalating rate. So we started looking from an environmental perspective with all of these sort of subdivisions in unincorporated San Miguel County. It's probably better if they could tie into a main sewer system. This is one possible scenario of picking up what seemed like the most reasonable areas that could tie in to our a future plant down valley. And then we estimated, and SGM will kind of finalize some of these numbers. Ultimately, this boundary map will be determined by the sewer authority. We're going to touch on the sewer authority a little bit later. But right now we're estimating around 2.6 MGD for a plant, and there is the possibility for expansion on this site above that if needed. And then if we were to take that map and project out flows, essentially Mountain Village's proportion would be a little bit less. Lawson and unincorporated San Miguel County would be 20%, but likely it's more like 30% if you include Al Tesoro, and Telluride's portion would be about 40%. But these are all like theoretical calculations based on a map that is yet to be determined by the sewer authority. And then finally, I won't be the only one talking this whole time. We have done since 2017 3 regional site alternative analysis to determine a more suitable location than the existing location. And we feel that this property under contract is the most suitable location. And one of the primary points is that we have a willing and cooperative landowner in the Alexander family. That this was not something that we wanted to bring to the Alexanders. They have obviously have a proven history of supporting regional land needs with this list of land needs since the 50s. Their family's been here a long time, and I want to be respectful of the fact that we went to them. We're obviously paying money for the land of $1.1 million, but we're all kind of in this together, and we want to maintain that level of respect with the Alexander family. They're going to outlive all of us in this region, just in case anybody didn't know that. Okay. With that, we're going to talk about the proposed alternative site.
I'm Dave Bolson, and I am the land surveyor on this project. One of the very first things that had to happen during diligence at this purchase was a land survey. And to orient you guys to the site, when we talk about this 5-acre parcel, it basically begins at the CDOT shop and runs eastward about 1,000 feet between the river and the road and it's a good landmark if you're ever down there. There's a big transmission a power line that crosses the road. So from that power line downstream to CDOT is what we're talking about. And so the first thing that we had to do when we began this survey is understand what the Alexanders owned, because this is a unique situation where most projects that we work on today have been platted. They've come before the county in some way. The Alexanders have owned this for generations, and then before then it was just a mining property. And so what they actually own is the Valley Placer, and it is it originally was around 110 acres, and then there were conveyances out of it. And those conveyances happened before there was a subdivision requirement. And each of the conveyances that came out of it were ultimately for like a public purpose. There was CDOT shop, there was the county shop, there was the state highway in two times. They gave once, and then there was a second taking. And then there was the thing that we were unaware of, but became abundantly clear as we got to title work, is that the county, you guys have title to a 100-foot strip of land. That's a portion of the old Rio Grande Southern right-of-way. And that came to be because of the railroad receivership in the 1950s. So you guys, that is a parcel of land. It's not a right-of-way like when we talk about a road. It is a fee ownership. Then overlaid to that fee ownership, there are 3 county roads that are on your inventory. These roads have been acknowledged and on your inventory, but they've never been dedicated, which to me means there's no transfer of title. There was no grant of an easement, and there was no or a grant of a deed for this, so that they're a county road by use. You guys accept funds through whatever mechanism you get from the state. You plow them, and the issue is that these county roads overlay largely that RGS right-of-way track. So what the effect is that because of the previous conveyances and the county roads, the Alexanders are actually left with 7 parcels down there. There's 7 truncated parcels. And this is the situation that the state subdivision statutes were trying to avoid when they were enacted in the early 70s. These parcels range from something less than an acre to something around 48 acres. And it's very difficult to administer this stuff. And so we needed to get a handle on what the property was that the Mountain Village had under contract. And it actually is coming out of a large piece of the 48-acre parcel. But we needed to look at the entire ownership of the Alexanders before we looked at this specific site.
This slide here just shows the proposed 5 acres that David mentioned. The CDOT and county shop is to the upper left, just to orient you guys. The site contains some wetlands and also some floodplains. So of the 5 acres, there's about 3.7 acres that could be usable for a wastewater facility.
Yeah, we changed the configuration with the Alexander's consent to just follow that power line easement because it was configured slightly differently before that rendered a portion of that property not very usable. And we obviously want to be able to use as much as we can of this property.
So just some additional parcel characteristics. So this, like I said, has 3.7 acres of usable space compared to the 2.5 on the existing site. It's a dedicated use. This parcels can only be used through the sale, can only be used for a wastewater facility. It meets the regulatory flexibility. Like I said, some of it is in a floodplain, but we can build critical infrastructure in floodplains as long as the finished floor is above the 100-year floodplain. strategic zone, it's zoned appropriately, it's industrial, it's not next to it's not separated
it's
from.
forestry.
Sorry, it's zone forestry, my
Yeah.
mistake. It's not in a residential neighborhood, which you'd rather not have your wastewater plant in a residential neighborhood. Optimal sewer alignments, it's downstream. We can get most of this by gravity. We've already got preliminary layouts that show that we can get flows down from both entities to this new site. And it's an ideal terrain. It's flat. It's, we're not dealing with 30-40% slopes. It's close to the highway, good access. Makes it all a really good property.
Mhm. And we work closely with Eric Kirsch, who also works with SGM and Brandon, and walked the alignment down to the site, and also have elevations. So we have a solid conceptual plan for that.
All right, I'm Haley Carmer. Good to see all of you this afternoon. Thanks for your time. So as Dave mentioned, our 5 acres that we're looking at for this wastewater treatment plant doesn't exist today as a separate parcel. So in order to be able to close on the purchase of that property and build the plant on it, we'd have to go through the county subdivision regs. We can't do what they did in the 50s and just chop it off. So the county does have a subdivision exemption process for a critical facility, this being one of those. But as Dave mentioned, the entire holding that this 5 acres is a part of includes land that's owned by the county. So while we of course are looking for support from you all for the treatment plan in general, a more direct need from the county is consent to include that RGS right of way as part of the subdivision application to clean all of those remnant parcels up. So that's why we wanted to at least touch on this subdivision piece with you guys today, because as the landowner of property that we would need to include in that ultimate subdivision process, of course, we need the county's consent to do that. In connection with the kind of the whole subdivision process we're looking at, the Alexanders have proposed, because that right of way does connect or cut directly through part of their cattle ranching operations, a potential swap of that fee ownership land that the county has with some land adjacent to the Highway 145 Ilium Road intersection. The Alexanders have offered to convey up to 2 acres of that area, depending on what's needed for those intersection improvements. So this slide just shows how that fee, or sort of what the ultimate swap of land and area could be, the red being the RGS piece, and then the green being what would come from the Alexanders ultimately. The rights of way, the widths of those are something we'll continue to talk about, of course, but that's just sort of a general schematic of how that would ultimately play out. So that's why we wanted to address this with you guys today. Of all of those things would be cleaned up as part of the subdivision exemption process, and we can't move forward with a wastewater treatment plant and make it feasible without that subdivision occurring and closing on it. And with respect to the area that the Alexanders are willing to swap for that railroad grade, the wastewater treatment parcel is actually going to be directly accessed off of Highway 145. So this intersection isn't crucial to making the wastewater treatment plant happen. Those intersection improvements are needed today and obviously for development that's coming online down the road. So, and they're also not obligated under our current contract to give that land. That's something they're willing to do to make this work. So they're giving another public benefit for something that's needed in the county, regardless of the wastewater treatment plant. So we're kind of hitting 2 birds with 1 stone with the concept here.
So some site benefits, since this is a greenfield site, this allows, the existing facility to remain in operation with minimal, we talked about some changes that have to happen there, but some minimal ongoings with the existing plant. Cost efficiency, new site, downstream, we're not going to be in the way, like I said, of the existing facility. So dollars well spent. The site has additional land, so we can have the, additional expansion potential, potentially to exceed 2.6 if necessary. Any new facilities, have to be designed to meet new CDPHE regulations. This site has enough space that we can have an advanced sustainable technology for the foreseeable future. Regulatory compliance and regional growth. Michelle mentioned there's a bunch of package plants, septic systems, all those entities we're looking at in the in the boundary. So this plant and this site can support those additional uses.
And I'll note too that it would be really nice if we could just say that we're not going to manage septic in the region. But the reality is the region's come to rely on that to some extent. It puts a large burden on the facility. And I think we would probably be, we'll think it through in terms of like adequate fees at that time. But I want to reassure you because it actually impacts the county the most and also our festivals that septic is contemplated with the new facility.
This slide just outlines, all the different, entities that have helped with the different feasibility studies on this property. So SGM, we've performed site feasibility, cost estimating, floodplain modeling, conceptual sewer align, the collection sewer alignments, the water rights, water planning, and the overall plant, permitted capacity calculations. Bolson survey, Dave's done the Alta as well as the subdivision plat, exemption plats. Terra Firma, Chris Hazen delineated the wetlands and is doing ongoing water sampling that we'll need for a future discharge permit at the new site. Chatner Geotech, groundwater monitoring wells, as well as a geotechnical study on the site to support. We have to have that for CDPHE that shows the site supports a new wastewater treatment facility. Western Water and Land performed the environmental assessment. And Mountain Village is obviously part of the land acquisition and land planning and the subdivision planning application. I'll state it here and I'll state it again later, but through these analysis, SGM, we're comfortable saying and affirming that this site can support a regional wastewater facility.
So can I ask Paul and Zoe to come up for a moment? Thank you.
There's an extra microphone.
We're just gonna switch out.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Paul Weiser, Mountain Village Town Manager.
Zoe Denell, the town manager for Telluride.
Just real quickly, since you made the mistake of having extra time and putting a microphone in front of my face, I just want to say none of this would be possible without Michelle Haynes and her dedication, intellect, curiosity, and relationships. This is a particularly special piece of land that will benefit the region for years and generations to come, and it's only possible because of her work. So thank you, Michelle. I guess I also want to make clear that Mountain Village is currently investing a tremendous amount in Ilium generally outside of our town boundaries. Outside the wastewater treatment plant, we're spending about $9 million on regional housing to date. And, I have no idea how much more that is going to increase. Hopefully that burden is not solely on us going forward as we look forward to having discussions in the future with regional partners. But then when you add in the effort that we put in with the wastewater treatment plant, that number grows to $11 million. And that is not solely for our benefit. That is for the region, for our partners, for our community.
Oh, sorry. I'll also note too, sorry, I got lost in your words there, Paul. I'll also note too that we were doing some floodplain modeling and existing conditions, and we picked up the CDOT and the county parcel adjacent. And like SGM and Bolson just voluntarily provided that existing conditions to the county so that you had some good foundational work for your housing project. So I'd just like to note that there were in-kind services provided to the county through these efforts that we're doing. It didn't take a lot for us to just add on that additional 10 acres to this work.
Thank you. Did not know that.
So
Don't remember that.
I think we need to, have a little context as Michelle began to provide and at the beginning of the presentation as to why we're here. And, we do have theoretically the option of pursuing, an existing site. But the reality is that given our future needs, that site is not large enough to do what we need to do in the future. We have for a long time talked about retrofitting the current plant, and I've been here long enough that I remember when that cost was about $40 million, and is now 133 million. The reality is that that is a retrofit that is not going to be able to properly serve us. And so what we're thinking about doing and proposing to do is a brand new plant that can serve this community for the next 50 plus years, at a cost that is less than or equal to what a retrofit on the current site would be. Speaking of money, we got to figure out a way to pay for this and how this particular plant is going to operate. We are in discussions with the town of Telluride to form a wastewater treatment plant authority. Zoe and I were talking about it literally last week. And we are going through that process in, I would say, a very collaborative way. I think if you would ask people to forecast how this conversation would have gone 5 years ago, it would be nowhere close to the reality of what's happening today. I'm so grateful for Zoe and her team and their collaboration and input and how far we've gotten in that agreement thus far. So thank you. But the purpose of the authority is a couple-fold. One, I think right now we have the town of Telluride who is doing everything they can and doing it very well to run the plant, right? But there is a benefit to having a governmental entity whose sole focus is to construct, finance, and run the plant. And that's what an authority would do. That would be their only purpose. Additionally, as I noted, the plant is going to cost an awful lot of money. And while I think that we could come up with a mechanism for both communities to figure out a way to pay for it, it would include some debt or an awful lot of debt. And we have other regional needs and local needs that we need to address. And we need that debt capacity that's all on our balance sheet. And if we take that on, the wastewater treatment plant on ourselves, we diminish that debt capacity in order to do those projects. So if we create the wastewater treatment plant authority, we will have that authority take on that debt and it'll be their sole obligation. And I think that's one of the key reasons why we'd form it. I think that the current draft of the agreement contemplates that both towns may have to put in some sort of capital contribution, but the hope is, there is going to be a rate structure that will help support that debt going forward. That authority would include both the towns as well as the current service area. And then the agreement contemplates that going forward, additional areas outside of that service area could be included in the future at the discretion of the authority.
Yeah, and I'll just note that that authority would be making decisions around the boundary, total population served, the appropriate technology and plant configuration, and the debt obligation, service grant funding, and setting rates.
One last thing, I think that there's been this narrative for whatever reason, perhaps historical, that this is not something that is supported by the two jurisdictions. I'll let Zoe speak to that for a second.
Thanks, Paul. Obviously, we have a lot of support. Not only you can tell right now physically, we have our wonderful staff, which Paul's doing a really good job thanking everyone. So I will take this opportunity. The current plant has been really running on this team and all of their other teammates, and a huge yes, thank you, Michelle.
I will clap for everybody.
Yeah. And all the work that they have put in, not only to really support our region, our community, with our current wastewater treatment plant, but in turn also putting a lot of work into the future of the plant. And it's been a lot for all of them. So that support alone is there for the current plant, but more importantly, the future of what we're looking at. We also have members of our council here and online to show their support, but we are in this together, and we have spent a lot of time collaboratively on this new facility and really having conversations, as Paul said, in this new era of collaboration between all of our jurisdictions. And that includes all of us in this room. And we're doing what we need to do, the fiduciary responsibility to our constituents, but also for the future constituents that we all will have. And that's really what I think the importance of this new wastewater treatment plant provides, that we're all on board for. There you go. How'd I do, Paul?
Better than I could.
Thank you, Zoe.
Didn't I already do that?
Yeah.
All right. So let's talk about next steps. We had our pre-application meeting in November, and a number of months have passed. And so one of the things we need in order to submit the application to you is county consent to submit the subdivision application. We understand there have been ongoing negotiations. We think those should be very close and would like to understand how that can get wrapped up in a hopefully relatively short time in order to submit. We need to complete the exemption plat process and review with the county. We have a gauge station, which is a small thing that's ongoing for monitoring, and close on the contract. Then we'd be forming the sewer authority, conveying the land to the sewer authority, and we have a county review process for the wastewater treatment plant on land zone forestry for a critical facility. And then finally, we'd issue the RFP for design and construction, secure the sewer line easements, and wastewater permitting with CDPHE. So as noted, we went under contract in June, and these are all the milestones when there's been something in the newspaper or on Kodo, or when we've met with constituents and stakeholders. I know Laura's on the call, but we also met with the Lawson Hill folks as well, just to keep them in the loop with both Ilium Housing as well as the wastewater treatment plant. We had our pre-application meeting in November. We were issued that letter in November, and we are here. Recap.
Sure. So like we've talked about, this site can accommodate our current, the current needs and the expanded regional needs. It allows for new technology, more sustainable plant operations based on new regulations from CDPHE. The existing plant can continue to run without the effects of construction, causing Amy and Kyle a bunch of issues. The new site can accommodate a larger service area, as we've shown in the maps. Potentially a lower cost to construct. Paul touched on that. And it removes the existing plant from the corridor as you enter the town, right in the town of Mountain Village. And I'll state it again, yes, through the feasibility analysis, we're confident that this site can support a new regional wastewater facility.
And that is the end of our presentation. Thank you very much for your time, and we stand for questions.
Okay, commissioners, any questions from either of you to start?
Not yet.
Not yet. Commissioner Gleason?
I have one question about the current plant and if you've figured in costs for decommissioning it and how that will play out.
You know, we would
Actually-
love to do that work, but we simply need to go through these processes and actually own a piece of land we can build a wastewater treatment plant on. Decommissioning is kind of a typical thing, and but yeah. I'm not the only person that needs to answer that question.
Well, I would also add, kind of relatedly, that the longer we delay in this process, the more money we're spending on a plant that we're eventually going to tear down, which doesn't make any sense.
Generally, from a decommissioning standpoint, liquids can be moved downstream to the new facility. And then you're left with structures that would have, and that's a regional decision of what that parcel ends up being. But
yeah.
So liquids and solids can be moved downstream to the new facility.
Great. It's not a major point. I just felt like it should be part of the forward thinking and plan, right? Because it's there.
It is a real expense.
Yeah,
or it will be
it
at some
will be,
point.
So, yeah.
So I understand the new plant would potentially be designed to be handle 2.6 MGDs. And then how long do you think that would last? Like how many years? How much growth are you anticipating? I know when you did other work, you said, or the current plant, it could last to 2047. Is that what you said?
Yeah, the 2.3 was for the existing boundary through 2047.
Okay.
Yeah,
And then
we're still final, and SGM will finalize the calculations.
Sure.
Like before we issued an RFP for design, we have to have that MGD dialed in, which is the maximum plant capacity. But in our early drawings, we showed, I can't quite remember, but we showed a capacity of 2.6, but you could actually have enough land area to add on to that. So there'd be like a second phase if we needed more.
Okay. And so if you, with the first phase, how long would you envision that lasting? And then with the second phase, which would have to be in the floodplain, right? Which is fine, or not necessarily.
No.
Okay.
So we've done some preliminary site planning that can handle 2.6 as well, and to go up to 3.45 that we can put on the site.
Oh, okay.
And just for a sense of scale, I think the Durango plant's 3.4,
2.2.
3.2, which serves 20,000 people. Most of that is a baseline, residents. We have more of this work. We unfortunately have to kind of build for Easter Sunday.
Right.
Because we have very low population. I know it doesn't feel that way.
Mhm.
Everybody's super smart and super active, but like in terms of waste, it's low. It's just accounting for the visitation and the septic. That's
Absolutely.
really the factor for us.
To further answer your question about planning years, CDPHE requires a 20-year outlook. Most wastewater treatment facilities are designed to last longer than that. It's all dependent on regulations, but new regulations are coming out 27 nutrient regulations that are total nitrogen and total phosphorus. And that's what this new plant will contemplate. And then that 20-year outlook for the growth, the regional growth, is what the plant's going to be sized for.
Okay, so the 2.6 is for 20 years from now.
Correct.
And then we have quite a bit of additional capacity that
And it
would
may-
go in the 3.54
Yes,
acres.
and it may prove out that you don't need that capacity. The
Mhm.
plant would be built so that there's different trains. So for operations staff, that they can turn basins on and off during those festival seasons or President's Day, when there's a large influx of people.
And just to be clear, we're not at 2.1 today. The flow is much lower. We're having a problem treating the organics. We don't have the technology and the means to be able to do that in the way that we could with a new
That's what
plant.
that means.
Yeah, so
Okay.
we're not at maximum build out
Okay, I
today.
understand.
Yeah, we're not, it's 1.3, 1.8, sorry, 1.8 today.
Okay.
At the spike.
Yeah, at its peak. The state will not let you get up to your design capacity of your plant anyway. You have to be in planning and then construction
Sure.
at 80% and then 95%.
Got it. Okay, so that's quite reassuring. All of what you just responded with. Thank you. And I appreciate that you're considering or that you anticipate accepting septage. That's really important. We've all heard about how difficult that has been regionally because of the issues.
Reluctantly.
What's that? Yeah, I know. It is reluctantly. I understand, but
I
it's
say
it's
that
a
wearing
reality
my
of our
tech
neighbor of our region,
Yeah.
particularly the unincorporated
And
areas.
I'll state it, I'll go on record and state it, and septage is really tough on wastewater treatment facilities.
Mhm.
So yes, it's gonna be part of the evaluation, and it needs to be for the region, but it is really hard on the processes to accept septage, so, but yes, it will be looked at and decisions will be made.
So it will be looked at. So
Well,
there's no commitment that we would build the wastewater treatment plant. I mean, we have
If we
for
if we
that.
take Jared's experience in Durango, we'd be crucified if we didn't accept
Yes,
septic. So we can state that a little more emphatically, that it's part of the next RFP.
Jared?
I would just say for my part, as one of the people in the room who may have participated in the construction of a wastewater treatment plant before, I'm glad that Brandon has addressed the Reg 31 compliance. That's been one of the things that has been on my mind. Because when we built that plant in Durango, I went into a meeting with my city manager and I had my consulting engineer tell me they did not include that in the footprint to actually treat for Reg 31. And I said, really? And they said, yeah, we probably have room for a pump station to get it to some other piece of land that we're going to have to buy. And so that has been a hesitance of mine. And I've kind of said it to a couple people. I think I've mentioned it to you, Brandon. I appreciate you taking that head on because it is an issue. And then with septage, I think there are ways to solve it. I think, there are going to be questions of how the existing plant site may be used in tandem or not with a treatment technology, or other locations that are along this big long line that we're going to have that goes down a hill if this comes to fruition. And so I think you guys have all done a great job at kind of pulling this together, getting the big idea on the table in a really meaningful way. So thank you for that. And it's answered a few of my questions, as have a number of conversations we've had. And I think there's a way could be expensive. And I think that's just the nature of the game with wastewater treatment, right?
Respectfully, yeah, there is a way, but this is the way. I want to be really clear about that.
Yeah, we understand. The Reg 31, is that the regulations that are coming in 2 years? That's what you mentioned? Okay. Is it appropriate to, oh, I know, one question still about the plant. It's a big range, 92 to $135 million. And what are those variables? Like why is that? How is
That
that?
is because it's so early in the process
Mm.
that, I mean, we haven't even started design documents, so this is very preliminary numbers and looking at sizes, and experience. We've designed a bunch of wastewater facilities, and so it's experience based on what it's going to take, the area, having all the basins covered inside, that just adds cost. So it's a lot of contingencies and all
Okay.
that experience gone into that number.
Okay, is it appropriate to ask some questions about the sewer authority at this point, or is this more just about the plant itself? Okay, so my understanding was that the reason that the county has not been involved in this planning to date was not because we weren't interested, because as you mentioned, it's likely that up to 30% of the material flowing through that plant could come from the unincorporated counties. When I had asked very early on, when I first went to the site, why we, hey, can we help? No, you can't, because you're going to have to be doing all these approvals and the subdivision exemption, all that made perfect sense. I'm wondering though, if it might make sense for the county to be involved with the sewer authority, because I do see again that a significant proportion of that waste will be coming from the unincorporated county. And I don't feel that it's necessary that, that capital expense or the blood, sweat and tears and all of that only comes from the two towns. And frankly, I would also like for us to be represented at that table, because I hear from a lot of people in unincorporated county about what's it going to cost us if we're not in the town? Are they going to charge us 125% more than they're charging the town people right now? So I guess my question is, do you feel it would be appropriate for the county to be at the table as an equal partner in the sewer authority formation? And if not, why not? If so, yes, so. And I'm not saying it's my decision to do that, but if we are going to be using the plant at virtually the same level as at least the Mountain Village, should we not be contributing and should we not have equal say?
I don't think that there's anybody up here today who is in a position to opine on that. I guess I will say that the current documents contemplate that an additional member could be admitted to the authority on the contingency that they make the same capital contribution that is made by the existing members. And to your question about out of service area rates, that boundary can be expanded. So potentially there's not an out of service charge, you're just included within the area, but that if there is an or if another area is included and deemed to be, out of area, as is the case now with the existing plant, it's got up to the existing authority members to determine those rates and charges. And it'll also be up to that authority to determine rates and charges to the existing users. So that's not a decision that will be made by the town of Telluride, by the town of Mountain Village. That is an authority decision. And so,
but that's actually my concern, is that if the authority is made up or controlled more by the two towns than by the county, that we would not have a say in the boundaries or in the fees or in anything. And yet we would be dependent on that wastewater treatment plant for all of the areas that you've identified in the unincorporated county.
So currently there are, as contemplated in the agreement that we have, there are 5 members of the authority. There are 2 from Mountain Village, 2 from the town of Telluride, and that 5th person can be from anywhere.
I had heard that as well, but that to me is not equal representation. And again, I'm not asking for equal
So
representation
just to be real
without
clear,
equal participation.
but
I
if we
don't
were
want
to
us
give
get
you that 5th spot, that would give you a veto power. So I'm more than happy to, again, this is not my decision and I don't feel comfortable being put in the place of having to answer the question because it's not my decision. But I will say that if that is something that the county wants, they are more than welcome to have that conversation with your colleagues, and figure that out. But I will say that if the rationale for the county not being involved from the outset was that you couldn't be, which I don't agree with actually, that you couldn't be part of the approval process. I don't see how you can be part of the authority and still
Oh,
approve.
no, not the approval process of the authority.
No, the approval process for the land application. So if that's the rationale, then I don't see how you can be part of the authority that's going to be the beneficiary of that approval.
Interesting. Okay.
And that is
Well,
my baseline understanding
Sure.
of why the county
You're right.
is not part of this discussion because of that rationale at the very outset.
Okay, well, I think this is something we should probably talk about, but I just wanted to know, how that all is coming together and how you felt about that. And I didn't mean to put you on the spot. Who is it that is actually in charge of pulling the authority together?
Well, Zoe and I are working together on a staff level, and then we have 2 committee members from each jurisdiction who are then looking at it, but then we are meeting as a entire group
Right.
to kind of sign off as a whole. So I would suggest speaking with the mayors.
The mayors. Okay, perfect. And then who approves the sewer authority actually? How does that, is that a vote?
It's an IGA.
It's, pardon me?
It's an IGA.
Oh,
So
interesting. So it's just between whoever, okay, interesting. Okay. All right. Well, thank you for that. And I do think that it's worth talking about, again, not just because we want a say, but because we would like to contribute, because this is going to benefit, as you've said many times,
No.
this entire east end of the county.
And, we always like more money, so there's no problem there. It's just, again, if the rationale at the very outset
Yeah.
was that you couldn't approve it, then I don't know what's changed.
Well, that didn't come from me. That
Yeah.
came from one of your team members, and
from us.
but that doesn't even matter. It wasn't that we chose not to participate for that reason. My understanding was we couldn't participate for that reason, and so we let you continue. And you're doing an amazing job. Thank you very much. Speaking of thank yous. And there was also a mention in here about tax revenues. What would be the source of that tax revenue? Is that a potential mill levy? Is that what that would be?
So again, I'm not going to sit here and tell people how this is actually going to work because there's a lot to figure out in terms of actual costs. And so I don't know what that ultimate capital stack looks like. But the reality is that, there are some authorities out there that are able to operate simply off the rates that are charged for the use of the facility.
Okay.
I think we can all acknowledge that construction costs have skyrocketed, generally speaking, and in this region. And so it is entirely possible that there will need to be additional revenues that are either injected at the outset or over time. And that's going to have to come, at some other decision point as to how those revenues are generated. I know that the Mountain Village has obviously been saving money for this day, recognizing that this was going to be a reality. And so perhaps we can just, allocate some of those resources, but it may be that there's going to have to be some sort of additional surcharge, fee, or tax imposed. But again, I want to be real clear, that is all to be determined at a future date.
Same with the town, Telluride with saving money.
Can I just piggyback on this discussion about an authority? By establishing an authority, it would provide opportunity to apply for grants and other kind of funding that would not exist coming from
So
municipality or not.
no, I think that when talking to the state and the USDA, I think there's been some confusion along the line about the town of Telluride or the town of Mountain Village applying for grants for a plant that is serving a broader region. And not that it's necessarily a problem, but the authority kind of takes that confusion off the table and saying, this is a regional system, it's serving the region, this is a regional request for this funding.
I just wanted to clarify.
Yeah.
Any questions, Lance?
Not really. I think that there's a lot of useful information that's come out today. I think that one of the concerns that I'd heard from Jared Biggs, who I rely on as one of the few people I know who has participated in the construction of a wastewater treatment plant, has been answered. And that's a great relief to me, because without this conversation, and Brendan, without your presence and your reassurance, multiple reassurances that this is feasible, I was uncertain and nervous. So thank you for making that initial concern evaporate. I take this meeting as an informational opportunity. It has a little angle of sales pitch, and I think that's great, but almost unnecessary, because I don't think that any of us commissioners needed to be told about the advantages or the due diligence that you've all done. We've been tracking. So where we sit now, I think in the timeline that you outlined, Michelle, is wrapping up these negotiations regarding the RGS right-of-way. And that is, as you said, close. I believe that we are within sight of a negotiated agreement that all parties will be content with. And once we achieve that, then we go through the county processes that you outlined. And once we are out of those, then all three of us can be more active participants. I also had the same information that Ann did, that because I was going to be sitting in a quasi-judicial position on portions of this, that I could not get deeply or intimately involved early on. And I do believe that is fair and true. So after we go through the next steps where the county is making those land use decisions, then I believe that the county will be able to have the conversations that Commissioner Brown is interested in, because we're no longer sitting in a position as decision maker. Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for making time this afternoon and gathering to share this information. It's really, really useful.
So this is not a public hearing, but we do have a practice of allowing folks in the meeting room or online, members of the public who would like to speak briefly for about 3 minutes to make a comment or question. Does anybody, not that we can necessarily answer a question, but would anyone who's in the room like to comment? No, I think you answered all their questions. I do have 2 people online so far. Shelley Duplan, hello. Please unmute yourself, introduce yourself, and comment.
Hi. Yeah, hi, Commissioner Brown. Thank you. This is Shelley Duplan, Aldosoro Ranch Homeowners Company. And I just want to thank all of you. This is a really great effort, and I know a lot of work that all of you have undertaken to get to this point in planning. I would just like to say that I would definitely support Commissioner Brown's interest in having the county be represented on this joint sewer authority. I believe as Aldosoro Ranch anyway, we're an unincorporated county. I think it's critically important to have a representative on that joint sewer authority. So you've got, you know, not only us, but Lawson Hill and Ilium Valley and any future, you know, unincorporated areas that could tie into this future plant. I think it's important that we all be represented in this authority with a voice. So I just wanted to make that comment. So thank you.
Before we go on to the next one, I did want to clarify something, Paul. You said that if someone from the unincorporated areas took the 5th seat that you envision on the sewer authority, there would be veto power.
Well,
is that
just,
because the decisions will be made by consensus, or?
No, I mean, let's just assume that there's a disagreement between the Mountain Village representatives and the Telluride representatives. The county gets the tie breaking.
I see. Okay, so tiebreaker, not a veto power.
Mhm.
Okay, thank you. I think Dan Collins, hello, you might be next, then I'll go to Mr. Tooley and then to Hallie Simpson.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Okay, thank you so much for taking our questions. I'm here with my wife, Lori Lundquist, and she has a comment.
Well, as closest neighbors to the proposed plant, we were very interested in the whole process. And particularly, we're particularly interested in potential changes in federal regulations in terms of air emissions and water quality standards that would be met by any plant going forward. And we would just like to very strongly advocate for the highest possible standards for limiting air emissions and water quality issues into our beautiful environment.
Thank
So that
you.
would be basically asking to exceed the federal requirements if it seems like the federal requirements are going to become too relaxed.
And also the visual impacts in what is considered a scenic corridor right here. The county doesn't have the greatest presence along Highway 145 where the highway department is. And so it would be great to have assurances that we're going to have proper screening and that there isn't going to be the release of odors, that there is a kind of sense of containment. My other concern is if the population is exceeding, 25,000 people by 2057 or whatever the year is, or 2075, if we're talking 50 years out, is that footprint large enough to really accommodate that kind of expansion 50 years out? Or should we be thinking about a larger site now rather than having to purchase property somewhere down the line?
Thank you, Dan and Lori. Mr. Tooley.
Doug Tooley, a resident of San Miguel County. I've been involved in this for 10 years now. I forget whether it was the same meeting where I made the objection to Hayes Griswold's proposed field engineering practices in San Miguel County in 2015, where I seconded an objection, or the alleged disruption of a Board of County Commissioners meeting by Brian Ahern, which is inappropriate, which I also seconded. It was one of those two. And it's been obvious for a long time that the Telluride site was not feasible nor appropriate. The obvious alternative location, which was on the agenda but hasn't been discussed, is below Highway 62 going to Ridgeway on BLM property. And there is plenty of land, and there's only one residence in that area. This is a point of planning practice to me, where planning should be considering these types of financial considerations as can be done, call it a 30% or a 15% conceptual plan cost estimate. That is not done. What is done is determining who are the shareholders who politically control the issue and who can bill with not enough accountability. The formation of the authority, I think that's been 5 years on the table. It was 3 years ago that Paul Rood retired, coincident with his calls for that. This planning process to date has functionally been done in secret and in executive session with no public involvement whatsoever. I ask all of you to consider what these practices mean. Consider the recent gondola decision and the efforts by the town of Mountain Village and their associated forces of GMVOA and Telluride Ski and Golf to get control of that effort. Thankfully, the law was
Can we please stick
preserved.
to the wastewater treatment plant, Mr. Tooley?
And I'd also bring up the recent example of the apparent brouhaha over Telluride Mayor Terry Erico's business at the Sunset Concert.
Okay, thank you very much for your comments. We'll move on to Hallie Simpson. Can you please introduce yourself and where you're from and any relevant affiliations?
Good afternoon. My name's Hallie Simpson. I am on the County Planning Commission, so I need to make sure that everyone's aware of that, but I'm not here to comment wearing that hat today. I'm here to comment purely on the sales pitch as Commissioner Lance Waring mentioned. First, I want to applaud you all for your hard work progressing the wastewater treatment plant effort. I think this is critical infrastructure, and I applaud your hard work on this. I know exactly how much effort it is to progress a design build project of this scale. A couple comments I wanted to make. I've heard it before from the town of Telluride. mayor and town leadership, I've also heard it in this room today, that Telluride sometimes thinks of itself as a small entity that is in the Box Canyon. But this is a regional wastewater treatment facility. And so I would double down on the need for septic treatment. There are hundreds of residences in this region that need septic treatment. And so any kind of regional facility really has to include that in my mind. There's just no way around it. And a good designer should be able to figure out how to incorporate that into your design. And SGM is one of the best. I would also say that I'm curious about the conveyance and mud flow considerations when you go into design. This particular site is at the bottom of a very active mud flow regional area at the bottom of Keystone Hill there. So I'm curious how that's been addressed. And then I think Commissioner Gleason had really good comments about the existing treatment plant. What is the plan for that? Because there are very big questions about that either being put to use as pre-treatment, being decommissioned, being put to future beneficial use. Some of those have a dollar figure that's red and some of those have a dollar figure that's black. And so I think we really need to understand what those costs are as they relate to the overall cost of this project. Thank you. That's all I had.
Thank you. Mr. DePoctor, please come up to a microphone.
All right, we got to use mics. Anyways, I'll be quick. I first of all want to thank the Alexander family, because again, they're bailing us out. So secondly, of course, the town of Montevallis, the town of Telluride, you guys have done a fantastic job. I strongly encourage the county to make sure you work out things with the Alexanders on the right of ways, because that intersection at Ilium, let's face it, it's a public hazard. And we need to really, get that fixed while we can. Thank you.
Thank you, Dirk. Okay, anybody else in the room? I don't see any other hands online.
And could I just
Michelle,
make
please.
one last comment?
Yes.
I appreciate, or maybe I don't necessarily appreciate that it's being characterized as a sales pitch. We were told that there was some question about whether a wastewater treatment plant could be built on this property. There's been innumerable time and energy put into this site. And day in and day out, we are together in dealing with this plant, spending money and spending time. So we're here to reassure you that we're working on this. It's not just me, it's not just Zoe, it's not just Paul. We have a whole room of people working on this. And we need this to move forward. We hope that you have enough information now, and we want the community to know what's going on. Is this an easy task? It is not an easy task. It's going to be expensive. It's going to take time. And it takes every person here to have the will, political, personal, financial will to make this happen if you want to have a treatment plant that works. We have a treatment plant today. It's unlike the gondola, where if the gondola is down for 2 minutes or an hour, you run the buses. We don't have a backup option right now. And we have a lot of hand wavers in our region and not many workers. We are working to get this done. And I'm getting a little emotional around this because it's more than a sales pitch. It's millions of dollars of time and voluntary time with a lot of people here that believe that this is the next best choice. There are so many ways to kill a big project. There are so many people that can kill a big project, but we're going to keep trying. And maybe it'll die down the road because we fall apart over stupid matters. But let's just stick with the big picture here. And I hope we can get this done.
Can I just respond on your behalf and then also you? I think what Lance was trying to get at, and I don't mean to speak for you, but I do want to defend my fellow commissioner. What he was trying to say was, we get it. We agree that this is essential and that this is, I can't say the place for it. That's what he was trying to say, was almost that, please don't feel like you need to convince us of the validity of this program or this plan. That is by no means an issue here today, by no means. Yes, we did want to have a little bit more information about the feasibility of the plant, but we have a huge amount of respect and absolutely understand the amount of time that the volume of resources, the number of people who are involved with this. And we very much appreciate that you are proposing this as a regional solution. So that was a nice way of saying, or a funny way of saying, that we do understand the importance of this. It was by no means a criticism of what you were doing here today. So I hope I got that right, Lance, but please speak up for yourself. I just felt like as your chair, I had to defend you. And I don't want Michelle to be leave here upset, because we are part of this, in our hearts or with your hearts, okay? We haven't been involved because of the approvals that we need to make, but you heard me say we would like to be involved. This is a regional effort. We just have not been able to participate up until we get through these next two steps. Lance, please.
Thank you for saying that so clearly, Michelle. I didn't mean to raise your emotions. I was not attempting to belittle all your efforts. Yeah. Okay. Well, that was the last thing that I meant to do. I did mean to have a little lightness to it, and I think I was basing it off of Paul's comment about this is the place, not just a place.
No, but that was not a joke.
I understand.
Because no, it is.
It's real.
It
I
is
get
real
it.
because
Yeah.
there are people in this room right now
Mhm.
who have actively questioned whether or not this is even possible. And those people are speaking out of a place of ignorance, not of the hard work that Michelle and the rest of this team have been doing.
Paul,
Nope.
Paul,
I want to be very,
it is our responsibility as members of the county commissioners and our staff to ask hard questions.
I'm not saying it was
about
you.
$133 million project, okay? Please, please don't disparage anyone on our team.
And
I don't think he was.
I wasn't. So
Well, that's where I thought it might be going.
so
Thank you.
what I was saying was that there has been a lot of questions about whether or not this is possible. We had other sites that we were prepared to go to, and we addressed those questions, and that wasn't good enough. This is the site. We are done searching. We have searched everywhere. This is the site.
Understood and agreed.
Yeah.
And I think we can end this meeting on a lighter note. There's no fighting right now going on. There is information being exchanged. There's better understanding that's occurred. And I think we're all ready to move on to the next steps. So
I'd like to speak.
please.
Just, I believe emotions are running high because everyone in this room understands the critical nature of the necessity of a future wastewater treatment plant. I really appreciate the amount of collaboration and relationship building that has occurred through the process to this point. It's no small task, and truly just seeing the municipalities come together, presenting this to the county in the nature that you have in a very clear way is noted and appreciated. And I really look forward to moving forward with this project. There's some steps that the county needs to take to get to that point. But I think that we all understand the importance and the necessity for the vitality of our communities moving forward. So thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes. Let's take a deep brief break. Yes, so it is about 3:12, 3:13. We will come back at about 3:20. Thank you. All right, San Miguel County, sorry about that. We are 7 minutes late from our 3:20 restart time. It is now 3:27, March 19th. And we are on agenda item 14A. No, we did that one. 14B, potential appointment on behalf of San Miguel County to a SWORC member. Do we have somebody?
Southwest Corp, the Southwest Opioid Regional Council.
Yes, and do we have a nominee?
We do.
I'm delighted.
Okay, however, I must give you a slight caveat that Uray County, so let me back up.
Yeah, sorry.
Obviously, we're participating in the Regional Opioid Council, which means that every time that there is a settlement that is achieved by the AG, they distribute the funds in a proportion to each of the regions and or individual counties. We voted several years ago to participate with our region because we thought we could leverage the dollars to deploy programs and or projects that were more impactful for the whole region, understanding that our economy and our employees and our residents all function as a region. Nobody stays just within San Miguel County or just within Uray, et cetera. So previously we had Commissioner Brown representing San Miguel County with
Grace Franklin.
And Linnea Edwards had taken the spot from her predecessor, Carol Friedrich, along with Kristen Kelly, the public health director for Uray County. When Grace asked to step away from the group.
No, it's Anne who's stepping away from the group.
Okay, we were asking for a second. I'm sorry, I
Yes.
saw that.
It's okay.
Okay, the next part I am clear on.
Okay.
But then, we wanted to make sure that we had 2 reps on the council as we're designated. So, I approached Linnea Edwards about the potential, who is currently sitting as the Uray rep with Kristen Kelly, as I just spoke of, to have Alex Van Sickle, our Deputy Director of Human Services, sit on San Miguel County's behalf. But upon brief reflection, Linnea is actually a San Miguel County employee and Alex Van Sickle is actually a Uray County employee. So it made more sense for Alex to be on that side of the table.
And Linnea to come over to ours.
And Linnea to come over and represent ours. Spoke with Connie Hunt, and the Uray County Commissioners are voting at their meeting later this week to approve that swap.
Oh, nice.
And as far as I've seen though, in an email response from Connie, they may go with Kristen as the sole rep, but they were comfortable with, and they said they will consider who their secondary rep will be for Uray County, but they were comfortable and understood that Linnea made more sense to take the spot representing San Miguel County. So there wasn't any consternation over that. They just wanted to approve it. So if you approve the appointment of Linnea Edwards to sit alongside Grace Franklin, it would just be subject to them basically releasing her from her representation from their county, which so far has not had any contention or concerns from Uray.
Okay.
So I would unless the board has questions or concerns, my suggestion would be that you vote to appoint Linnea Edwards to take the place of Commissioner Ann Brown on the Southwest Opioid Regional Council representing San Miguel County, and that's all that we would need to do.
I move to do what Mike just said.
Second.
Just an appreciation for you working that out, Mike, and for releasing me from these duties, which I was not qualified for. How do you vote?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye as well. The motion carries. Thank you, Linnea. 14C, consideration of letters of support for congressionally directed spending applications and prioritization. Mike.
Okay, so we put out the call to our other local governments and entities within San Miguel County of who is potentially going to be requesting congressionally directed spending requests for the coming budget year. Each senator is allowed to solicit and forward suggestions that could be tied to future funding bills through Congress. Although I think we're all reasonably that's not the word. We're all a little bit concerned with the clawback of federal funds at the federal level of what will potentially be able to be honored of these requests. And so from that solicitation, the town of Norwood has requested a letter of support from the county for their congressionally directed spending request, which Commissioner Gleason has been working closely with town of Norwood representatives on that, and that would be for the replacement water line. The Norwood Fire Protection District, same story. Commissioner Gleason, I believe, taking the lead on that, as well as UMC. I think there was a little bit of confusion from some of these applicants that it's one letter that multiple parties can sign on to, not getting a bunch of letters from different entities. I threw one additional one for consideration on here, but I've since had some good news, and I'll cover that under my other matters of why I don't think we should move forward with a request for path reconstruction. But just for background knowledge, we're going to have a deadline of next week. For March 24th is the deadline for Senators Hickenlooper and Bennett, who are working together in their CDS request process. And we are not asked to prioritize which one of these we support or do not. That is only if an entity themselves is submitting more than one request on their own behalf. So the good news is we don't have to pick favorites within these entities that we all like and respect. So that's a good piece of news. And so I don't, the action that we would be requesting of you today would be to allow ratification unless the letters, I know one of them, I believe, has already been sent. So we could approve that letter and or if others are in final form, we could approve those letters of support. But again, those are simply supporting existing local entities for their critical large infrastructure projects. So with that, I'd like to maybe turn it over to Commissioner Gleason as far as who you've already been working with and which letters are ready to be sent and or which ones may still need any final edits before they go out and which we would ratify at a future meeting.
Yeah, so thank you. The town of Norwood letter is, I made some big progress with it yesterday afternoon, evening, and it is what I feel ready to be sent off. However, waiting for other entities and agencies to sign on to it. Southwest Water Conservation District just signed on to it last night. And I'm waiting for the town of Norwood actually to do outreach to any other entities that they feel they would like to have this letter signed by, but the letter itself is ready to go. So if we feel we could ratify it without those signatures on it.
Definitely,
Okay.
because they're not on your behalf.
Yeah, that's what I thought. So that letter is good to go. And it is, I learned a lot through the process about what the ask was. At first, I thought it was just for the redundant water line. And then learned that it is also for the Norwood Sewer District and looking to improve their pond liners as well as sewage lines. So it's kind of a twofold ask from the Norwood Water Commission as well as the Norwood Sewer Districts, but the town of Norwood is acting kind of as the umbrella agency that is putting the proposal together. And thank you for your suggestions and edits. I was kind of waiting to get more detail on it because it was very general, but I was able to really put some hard tack details into it.
I read it
last
this
minute,
morning.
so
It's great, Galena.
Thanks.
That was a big lift.
Yeah, it was great. I learned a lot. And then the Uncompahgre Medical Clinic Center letter has already been sent off. And the Norwood,
The UMC, the Uncompahgre Medical Center.
their CDS request for a for financial support for their medical transportation van.
And I just wanted to make the point, commissioners, that letter was included in the packet this week.
Yes.
Okay, great.
For that purpose, right?
So then do we approve that letter and ratify?
You've already approved it.
That happened in the consent agenda
That's
this
done.
morning.
Oh, good, okay, I apologize.
So I guess it's just a matter of the town of Norwood and the Norwood Fire Protection District letters.
And I haven't gotten enough info. I actually didn't realize that I was reaching out to Norwood Fire Protection District. I'll reach out this afternoon to Chief Bockrath, but he's very quick in his responses, and I feel like that's something that could be
And I'm hoping that
created soon.
they have drafted a letter for
Yeah.
us to sign on to, and or somebody else has it. It's not normal in the last rounds of CDS, the county has not been the
Had to
writer
write
of
the
all
letters.
these letters.
Yeah,
Right, yeah. Yeah, so I will reach out to him though and just ask where they're at in that process.
So,
Commissioners,
I think I've got that letter for you.
UMC letter was not in our packet today for ratification. I apologize.
it was in the packet, but it wasn't on consent.
Oh, gotcha.
That is the thing.
so.
So I think you can approve the ratification of the letter that was under this item within the packet, but it was not done on consent agenda.
Okay.
If somebody will to desire make that.
And I might just suggest a broader thing that if, unless you have concerns about signing on to a letter of support and or the letters that have been drafted thus far, that and this is not a policy change, this is not an expenditure of the board, that you just it might be cleanest to make a motion to say we support letters or sign-ons for these 3 entities that have requested them. And that's all you need to do, in my opinion.
Thanks for that clarification. That's helpful. I was a little gray on that, so. Yeah.
Okay, so does somebody like to make a motion?
I will. I move to approve the letters that have been submitted or presented.
I second.
Would you consider amending that to include the Norwood Fire Protection District, because we don't have a letter from them yet?
I'm forwarding a letter to Mike, to both of you, that I received from John Bockrath, and I will hit send right now. I thought that you'd been included to have a long list of other people.
Oh, did it come today?
So I just forwarded that a second ago.
Okay, so let's,
So Galina, you got a template if you want to.
I think what Mike said was we can just approve without even referencing any specific letters. We can just decide to sign on to letters of support for, I'll make a motion. How about that? And see how that goes.
let's
Okay.
strike that.
I
last motion.
move, oh,
I'm sorry.
Jared,
There's a little bit of parliamentary procedure at play here. I think there's an active
Oh, you're
motion
right.
with a second on the table. And so you could either amend that motion, or you could rescind that motion and make another motion.
Why don't you rescind? It'll be.
I will rescind that previous motion.
Do you rescind your second?
I do.
Very good.
and I will make a new motion that this Board of County Commissioners provide signatures on letters of support for congressionally directed spending applications from the town of Norwood, the Norwood Fire Protection District, and the Uncompahgre Medical Center for this round of applications.
I'll second.
Any discussion? How do you vote?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye as well. The motion carries, passes. That's great. Okay, moving on now to item, no?
Sorry.
Oh, you have other manager matters.
May
What
I
are
give you
not-
just a few updates?
Yes,
Okay, great.
this is my favorite part of the meeting.
Oh, boy, me too. Coincidence. Commissioner Brown and I had the pleasure of joining a meeting last week organized by the Telluride Foundation with local nonprofits to understand how the new executive orders on equity, diversity, and inclusion, 3 words which I think we all agreed should be said aloud and cherished and not hid from or seen as a negative thing to have more equity, more diversity, and more inclusion of all of our citizens in processes and participation in their lives. But anyway, from that, I think it was a good way to connect and with our local nonprofits to understand what freezes or potential callbacks and funding that they're experiencing. I was really pleased that April Montgomery at the foundation has vowed to be kind of the collector for those nonprofits of their impact. So I've connected her with Star Jameson, who will then continue to update that ongoing list of federal impacts that are either known or potential, so that we can stay in communication with our senators on that. And I believe we're going to be discussing that on April 2nd at our regular commissioner meeting, an update from Star where we are with that total list of impacts. I had a chance to meet with Don Katz yesterday about the Youth Hangout Center and potential philanthropic funding for the operations of that center. And I think I was able to connect her with some leads that she didn't have before of philanthropic organizations that have youth specific and youth mental health specific funding programs. Yes, a couple of days ago, I spoke with Travis Anderson, the Montezuma County manager, who wanted to call and just give us a heads up that we're going to be receiving an invite from Montezuma County to convene a regional discussion. And I know that they're in Region 9 and we are in Region 10. So we're kind of grouped with the more northern counties, whereas they are more of the southern counties. But they wanted to include us in a discussion with La Plata, Dolores, Montezuma, and some of the other Southwest counties about ongoing regional issues and understand what, and this is specific to commissioners and managers. It will be a public discussion. It's poised for May 29th from 5 to 7 p.m. in Cortez. So I wanted to just give you a heads up of that. I know I've already spoken to Commissioner Brown, will be out of state at that time, unfortunately, and so she won't be able to attend. But I was really appreciative of their outreach because going back to that prior statement, on another matter, we are functioning as a region and we're all dealing with a lot of common issues, not all the same issues, but to understand what each of us are doing to try and address those issues, I think is helpful, and also to get new ideas, but also to see where we might have opportunities to collaborate. So you'll be receiving that, or I'll be receiving that someday real soon, he said, and I'll forward that on to Commissioners Waring and Gleason to see if you can join me. We're working with with the Norwood Fire Department on a lease for our building at the Basin Road and Bridge Shop. There have been some unfortunate miscommunication over the past because we authorized the Norwood Fire Protection District to build a building which is used by them to store equipment for wildland firefighting as well as for our search and rescue. And so they have been communicating with the sheriff's office and told that they could just have it, which I was like, whoa, sorry. No, in the original agreement, we still retain the land, and that we allowed them to build the building. So we're gonna figure out a way to give them a long-term lease at no expense to continue the use and continue the services in that area. But I'm happy that we were able to get into there because there are even county vehicles that have been taken to be used elsewhere and or potentially be sold. And we've been able to get those vehicles back. So, and reminding them that, just because Road and Bridge may have had a vehicle in there, that doesn't suddenly become your possession.
Okay, good.
So,
You've clarified that.
We're essentially, I think we're on a really positive track now, and we've clarified who owns what and how we can work together. I'm going to save Imogene Pass for last. Stedman Group is here next week for the behavioral health gaps analysis and setting up individual or group stakeholder meetings. This week, Lori Graves, our comp and class study consultant, is here this week, and we'll be meeting with again, specific department heads and or elected officials around some of the positions. She received all of our job descriptions, but some of the ones that she wants to understand more intricately to make sure that she classifies those correctly. So far today, we've received 30 survey responses from Sheriff's Office staff about the qualities and qualifications that they hope you will consider for the appointment of the next sheriff. That position is poised to close at the end of this month. And so I will, and the survey is also open that long. So I will be collecting all those surveys and sharing them individually with the commissioner so that you have background of what the SO staff is desiring.
Mike, how many members of the SO staff are there again? Roughly?
42.
Oh, so you've received 30 of 42.
Yes,
That's great.
it is.
May I suggest if you haven't already, just send out a reminder if,
Yes.
you know, a week before the deadline or something like that.
Yes.
That's great.
And the good thing is that it was specific to the device from which the survey was received to prohibit duplicate one person submitting 10 surveys, for example. But what I did learn is some of the CCS staff shares computers. And so they were unable to that. So we figured out a workaround so that we could receive all those additional individual responses. The RFP for the land use code analysis for affordable housing. I just wanted to make sure, you know, we were providing feedback and Jared can give us an update on where, if that has already gone out or when that's going out. But we wanted to make sure in the original scope, they only had one public meeting. So we knew that that was going to be inadequate. So we've requested a minimum of 2 large public meetings on that topic. Because I know that's obviously a high matter of interest for our public. Yesterday, the town of Telluride unanimously approved the first ordinance reading for the tap fee waiver of the Mill Creek Park. Their second reading is on April 1st. So going back to the Parks and Open Space presentation, I would suggest that perhaps next week on our work session on the 26th, we only have one topic currently, and that's about the Green Grants Program.
Okay.
Of whether we want to do it in-house or work with Eco Action on that administration, that we add a discussion with Janet in the parks to understand what next phase thing they're requesting to do at the park, and then we can take the board's temperature on that. I might suggest that we change that to be a special meeting so that the board can actually take a vote on a specific issue, because I don't want us to inadvertently be voting in a work session. So with your blessing, I will work with Carmen to make that change.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I have a question. I have just not heard from anybody who is in support of this park. And so I'm wondering how, I guess Janet could share the survey information. But I know that survey is a little dated and it was probably filled out by people who are interested in the park.
Right.
So I'm just wondering how we might get some more public input on this.
I think we could easily put out a public survey on this, and I might suggest that we discuss doing that at the special meeting next week.
Okay. I think, I don't know, or
And,
yeah.
and maybe, and we could make it a little more specific than the original survey, which I believe was actually 2019, so it's pretty dated now. But it had an enormous amount of options on that we narrow the focus on that to just what next phase items and an overall level of support for different levels of investment in the park. I know that early on, when we were starting to discuss this, there was a lot of confusion that people were saying, well, why aren't you using it for a housing parcel? And we've pretty well clarified why that cannot be for the public. But I do think now that we've gotten past that question, maybe it's time to
For a
resurvey.
survey, or just maybe trying to get the word out that we'll be discussing it and ask for public input. I don't know. What do you all think?
I mean, what are the resources that go into conducting such a survey and what's the
I could
timeline?
create it in tomorrow morning.
Because
And we
I
have a
really,
Survey Monkey Pro account. so
yeah,
that we
I
can
see
get unlimited
the
response.
value in that, and I think that that is way more inclusive than,
okay.
you know, our meetings during the day where people just cannot participate.
Yeah.
And I think that the outreach might be a lot, that we might cast a much wider net with a survey. And I think it's a great idea.
Okay.
I'd also like to see how the survey responses, if we go that direction, vary by resident area.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right.
Sure, definitely like we did with the
Yeah.
Down Valley survey. Lance, how do you feel about a survey?
Sure.
And maybe next week we can have enough of a discussion actually to help shape that survey, right? Because I think I heard you say
Yes.
maybe we would offer some options
Right.
and yeah, just kind of understand priorities and amount of investment people think is worthwhile and
Mhm.
okay, and then I would, if anyone's listening, just love to hear, we'd all love to hear public comments as well.
Very good. San Bernardo HOA has given an initial response to our draft MOU. So we've set a date for Maura, Jared, myself to speak with our water engineer and attorney to kind of go through that list. Some of the things that they're requesting are very reasonable in my opinion. And some of them are a little bit more concerning, such as that they could terminate the agreement at any point after any level of investment after. So I think we want to make sure that we're going into this as partners and not as an entity offering to do a lot of legal and hydrological work. And then potentially be told, no thanks. So
Makes sense.
I don't have enough, I don't want to share what those items are right now. I think we want to meet internally and then respond to them with here are our concern areas. Can we work through some of those before we bring it to the board?
Makes sense.
But that's still moving forward. I won't speak to that one item. Chris Holstrom's celebration tomorrow night at the Patagonia store, 5 to 7 p.m. Should be awesome. And then the following evening, Friday night, Sarah Landerhue, our Wilkinson Public Library Director retirement party at the Albi from 5 to 7. Again, these are social things. These aren't, if the commissioners show up to celebrate these people, we understand you're not discussing policies or expending money. So I want you all to be able to attend these and just know you are more than welcome to all be there. I do have an El Pomar virtual meeting. It's actually in Montrose, but I'm going to attend it virtually on April 17th, where we'll be discussing some of the large funding expenditures for this year and potentially for that future years. And that's one of the things that I anticipate Don Katz and CDC making a sizable request of them longer term. So I'm excited to be there for that. Our next work session is next week on the 26th of March.
We just discussed that will be changed to a regular meeting.
Special meeting.
Oh, special meeting, right.
With the addition of the Mill Creek Park discussion. Our April 2nd regular meeting is already filling up on our future meetings calendar with items. We are not planning to have meetings on April 9th or 16th. However, we will return to a regular meeting on April 23rd and a work session on April 30th. Now I wanted to touch on Imogene Pass. So one of the reasons that after sitting it through the webinar for congressionally directed spending requests that I changed my mind is that it would federalize the entire project. So obviously, because it is a USFS road, we have to be able to engineer it and then when I say we, whomever the group is that ultimately takes on this repair, and having spoken, Megan, was very candid that they are not going to be able to be a large financial participant in this. And if they were asked to be, it would likely be a matter of many years before they could have funding in place to do the repair. So I think we're in closer to a Trot Lake Culvert type of situation. However, unlike that one, I think we have a lot more potential participants in with us. I know John Duncan has already started a spreadsheet of any donor that has already pledged funds or in-kind or cash support. And yesterday, I was really pleased to receive an email from Rick Anatolovich. He's the president of the West Slope Four Wheelers Organization. And he pledged financial and in-kind volunteer support from his organization, Jeepers Creepers, and then the Mile High Jeep Club, which is the largest in the state. So all those entities are rallying to bring funds. And then I know John and I are meeting with the Telluride Foundation. They discussed the potential of a low interest loan, which I said, oh, if the county is going to be, we verified that the county could receive tax deductible contributions for the repair. And we would tailor our existing tax donation form when we receive donations from community members. Specifically for this project, we'd have a separate one. But what was I gonna say? Oh, but we can't engage a loan without vote of our citizens. So that offer would not work. But I think as far as their help in soliciting fundraising from donors, we're also speaking with Telluride Tourism Board about seeing if they would be willing to do a potential fundraising mailer to all of their participant list, because we know that there are a lot of people, whether they visit once a year or they live here part-time, that are receiving those communications that might be willing to contribute to that. We are also anticipating a final design and refined cost estimate from Nico Services by tomorrow. So that'll be really good to be able to bring all this back to you and say, okay, here's the amount, confirm, is the county willing to act as a fiscal sponsor for this project? And then we could set in motion the fundraising efforts. And I think that's it for right now. Do you have any questions for me?
I have a question related to Uray County.
Yes.
Is it the Camp Bird area where they had that significant rock fall? Anybody know what's up with that? Not that it's
Yes,
part
I
of your
know
jobs
that
to know that.
Nico went over to there and is providing them a quote for the rock scaling. Part of their issue is that they cannot address the rocks that have fallen or the damage that it has done to their reinforced embankment there until they release the still there are rocks up above. But that is something that I know he is in active discussions with Uray County about doing. I should also mention we did explore a lot more when Meganino and John Duncan and I met about the potential for OHV funds. Obviously, that section of Imogene Pass does not allow OHVs beyond the town boundary. And so we went down the road of, do we want to engage with the town council and ask if they would create an OHV parking area? I don't see where they would have the land or the interest in doing so, knowing that OHVs come with trailers and large vehicles, and it would potentially easily clog up the access there. We explored, do we reach out to the Mountain Club? And obviously we will, but we also understand that they have more of a non-motorized mission.
Their mission statement clearly has the word non-motorized.
Yes,
in it. There's
we acknowledge that.
not going to be any.
So that
nexus.
we've crossed some off the list is what I'm trying to say.
Okay.
But we do have, I think we're going to be in a situation where we can get it down to a far lesser amount. And then I think it's up to then whether we and the towns potentially want to participate in a cost share to get this fix done, because it does have economic impacts to all of us.
And it is interesting with the Uray rockfall and how that's kind of putting more pressure on our side and could potentially create some very short-term spike in economic boost if we could get that open this summer. Because as I understand it, and this is just from reading articles and talking to people, the Uray side might take quite some time to clear that up.
Yeah. I also have a grave concern for Imogene Pass is one of the few intermediate four-wheel drive passes, kind of akin to Ophir Pass, and I do worry about the impact on the residents of Ophir if they see a substantial increase. I also worry about the impacts to our search and rescue. If folks start trying to do Black Bear as an alternative, in order to make a loop through Telluride. And even though we got the rock fall cleared out, the road is still not in great shape and is still a very dangerous, highly advanced four-wheel drive route. So I don't, I think our communication through the tourism board to potential users of the passes is going to be really critical next month as folks start to plan their trips.
Is it noted, I'm sure, on the website? What's the website called again?
Alpineloop.info.
Right, is it noted on there where the closures are?
Not yet.
Okay, how do we make that
The
happen?
closures have not technically happened on Imogene yet.
Oh,
The Forest Service, they have, well, it's considered closed due to snow right now.
okay,
But they're considering different closure locations.
I see.
And we kind of advocated when we were looking on a map with Meganino of, it would be nice to allow folks to get up to a safe parking and turnaround area. So she was really very receptive to that. Of like, instead of putting a closure at the very bottom and saying there's no vehicular access, allowing it to go a little bit further up, but still a sizable buffer to where construction activities will occur.
Okay, so the Forest Service will take care of notifying everybody of the closures.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, anything else?
Did you have stuff, Jared?
One item that I wanted to at least surprise the commissioners of. I was at the town of Telluride council meeting yesterday morning, talking about the Bruin building and the joint effort that we have going on in some space planning and other ideas. We have done both survey and geotechnical work to date on the site, which is great because they're trying to figure out what should we build. Another issue that we were talking about a bit yesterday was they really took two things. One being a rooftop deck. And you may have seen that in the newspaper this morning. The rooftop deck idea was something that they had proposed, thinking of it for public benefit. There will be some security thoughts and those kind of things, what kind of events would be allowed or not allowed. But I think that they said, well, even if it's just employees and other kind of community-minded functions, it was something they were willing to proceed with investigation on. So that one is still going. And then the other big piece that was discussed was the two historic sheds, number 80 and number 81. Number 80 is on the corner. Number 81 is the one that's kind of in the alley a little bit. They believe 80 is original to the site, and 81 was moved to the site at some point. So their discussion at that meeting was, hey, what do we want to do with Hark? Obviously, we have a say in this because they're our sheds and it is our site, but we've committed to be a partner and we're working together on this. So the big idea was to go to Hark and say, maybe leave the original one there and look for a receiver site for the other. And the two receiver sites that we had kind of identified were immediately behind the Miramone building and making it a resource recovery shed, which would be, it's just longhand for trash and recycling, right? And that would take a little bit of doing because we'd have to negotiate the current transformer that's behind Miramone, our natural gas meter, and a couple of things. The other site was the Goose Park, right next door here. And it came to a bit of a surprise to the council that we aren't really expecting the Galloping Goose to come back to the park. It does belong to the fire department, and we gave them a really sweet parking lot for it, right? It was a great attraction. So they were a little taken aback when I was like, I don't think it's coming back.
And is that because I remember a conversation with Janet about it, that it's just too hard on the goose to run it back and forth each winter?
It's able to be stored undercover
In
for the
Ridgeway.
winter in Ridgeway.
Right.
And it's also, they have fixed it. I've ridden in it since it was fixed.
All right.
But they offer free rides for the public down there, so it's able to actually be used down there and kept into better condition.
Mhm.
And it is with another one of the galloping geese down there.
They're
So, you
flocking.
know, they like to flock together. But again, that was not our decision. That was
It's the
Telluride
fire
Fire
department.
Department's
Right.
decision. And I suppose in texting LaPlante McDonald after he came back and conveyed that to me, the town may have classified the goose as a historic structure itself, which is kind of interesting since it's a vehicle.
Oh.
But we said, please work with the Telluride Fire Department on that since we don't know.
Okay.
But that's just a long way of saying, we had identified that the Goose Park could potentially be a receiver site
Right.
for one of the shed structures. And the idea would be to put it on a concrete pad, reinforce it, use it as, you know, kind of a picnic shelter or something like that, and activate it, make it something that people would interact with a little bit. Hopefully not too many rusty nails, but I wanted to at least make sure you were all aware that conversation is ongoing. We're continuing to work together with the town, and it's been a really good working relationship with them. And I'm happy to answer any questions you have about those. Commissioner Ware.
You mentioned that we, the county, aren't driving this bus, but trying to be good partners. With that knowledge and knowing that Shed 81 is probably the one that needs to move somewhere, do we need to make a county suggestion as to our preference, or do we need to simply say, here's two options, you guys choose because we'll make it work?
I think that we have expressed a bit of preference just because the park site will be easier.
Okay.
Right? We could do that much quicker. It doesn't take, moving a transformer, moving a gas line. It is really just prepping a pad, maybe gusseting up the park a little bit and placing it. So I think we've already kind of said it's a little more technically feasible with a little bit more speed to do the park.
I'm going to remove the words little from your sentence and
Yeah.
say it is more technically feasible and quicker.
And how much of the park space would that shed take up, do you think? Because I think that park is really nice.
I imagine, I mean, you could take the square footage of the shed and just put it at the back of the park.
Okay.
Again, we would get somebody who actually does this for a living a little bit to
Yeah.
sketch out a plan.
But would it take like a third of the park or half the park? Do you have any sense?
It's approximately 15 by 24. so
Okay,
It would take about a third of the park.
but I like your idea of it being sort of a shelter. Sorry.
It also enables more parking behind the Fro, and that's why we would want to.
Sure.
move it,
Yeah.
Because we're gonna be, if we do move forward in this project.
We're going
it's
to be
our-
so short parking. Yeah. Jared, the other question that came to my mind as you discussed the shed was the first option of a transfer facility, basically. And I was wondering if that was a public place or just for the county and we'd have a covered
No,
trash.
it would
building.
just be for our existing uses
Okay.
of this building. If we were to get involved with the planning of Fruin, we could try and think of how to co-locate. But again, it's really just considering the existing use that's happening out back today
Mhm.
and putting that inside the shed location.
Okay, well, it makes sense to me to try to maximize parking. I think that's already becoming an issue for just us. And if we're gonna commingle more staff and more public in one building, that's not gonna get better. So either one is good and the simpler is probably better.
One thing that occurs to me, Jared, is with the town's new parking regulations. And I do want to acknowledge that, with those challenges of the new parking, where we have county maintenance vehicles and other vehicles that we keep out on the streets, and we were in a situation of having to move those vehicles almost every day. And it was falling to individual staff members. The town did supply us with 3 additional parking passes for our vehicles, so
Nice.
much appreciate that. But I almost wonder if, Jared, when you're in these discussions, if you could make the suggestion of the potential of a portion of Aspen Street being dedicated to just parking for that future facility, because no matter if we could get 10 spots, which I think is highly infeasible behind the new building or future building, we're still going to be at a need for substantial.
I'm guessing that there's no conversation about underground parking, too expensive.
No conversation about underground parking. It is pretty cost prohibitive. It is, even without moving shed 80, I think the planners have already identified we would get 13 spaces behind that proposed building. With the massing, with the parking that's available, that's what they've kind of penciled out. If we moved the second shed, we
However,
get,
does that include our current 6-pack?
that eats our 6-pack.
Oh,
Right. So it's 7 more units, so to speak. But that's kind of where that you get one additional parking unit if you move the shed to another site. And that's where it was, there's kind of this waffling back and forth of, is it really worth finding another receiver site for one parking spot? I'm sure that the day will come when I'm trying to park, and I will say I should have done that. But I do know, and I think that they are well aware at the town of Telluride as well. Parking is a premium for their staff, for our staff. They were very sensitive to that issue, and they wanted to push it and find it. I'll make the suggestion, as Mike said, about dedicated parking. And I think that can be part of the conversation as we move ahead. But I at least want you all to be aware, because if our own property is being discussed on the front page of the paper, I want you to have full awareness of it.
Thank you.
okay. Anything else from the manager and the assistant manager? Okay, let's go on to commissioner updates. I'll go because mine are sitting right here. On Friday, March 5th, County Attorney Mora and I went to lunch at the District 7 courthouse, or some kind of
Montrose County Courthouse.
Montrose County Courthouse, yes, thank you. That was hosted by Judge Corey Jackson. It was so nice to meet him and his top level staff, and they went over kind of how the court system is structured, how many employees they have, how much volume they in terms of cases they manage, and the probation cases. I got a really good feeling that it's a very well-oiled machine, and they were proud to announce that they had a 73% success rate with their probation cases, which means that someone doesn't get arrested again for 2 years, and 100% success for juvenile. They did also speak to the fact that Senate Bill 25-24 proposes 15 new district judges over 2 years throughout the state, and one of those would be in our district. It does come with an appropriation, so it doesn't appear that it would raise our costs, and it would help to get the caseloads through more quickly, more efficiently. He said currently his judges are working between 1.3 and 1.5 times a normal caseload, and it is really a strain on them and also a holdup for the system. So I thought that was great. Anything more that I missed about that? Just to put you on the spot.
No, just an overview of the court system and how it works and the different things they do.
And there were representatives there from Gunnison County, Uray County, Montrose County, staff and commissioners, mix. It was great. On Saturday, the 8th, I attended the wildfire workshop put on by CSU Extension. It was outstanding. They had 3 separate sections, kind of, one led by the West Region Wildfire Council, which gave very practical information about mitigating fire risk on your property, and talked just about their work generally. Then Shannon Armstrong, our emergency manager, spoke about our emergency notification systems, family evacuation plans. I mean, again, very practical. And then finally, the 2 fire chiefs, Chief Bennett from Telluride and Chief Bachroth from Norwood, spoke. And again, super informative. It's crossed my mind that we might want to consider having a similar workshop over here, because as summer approaches, I think there's a heightened anxiety. So I'll talk to Annika about whether that makes sense. Mike already mentioned the Tired Foundation meeting we went to. Okay, this is a little bit substantial. On March 12th, I went to the CCAT monthly meeting that takes place during the legislative session. And there was a presentation by the head of the Colorado Consumer Health Initiative about concerns about Medicaid funding being cut at the federal level and the inability of the state to backfill that. We are going to meet as a board on the 2nd to talk about impacts of federal funding cuts and risks, that we've identified. And I think that at that time, we'll also consider what are we going to do with that information? Who are we going to contact? How are we going to try to address it? And I think I will remind us of this concern about $880 billion in cuts at the federal level for Medicaid. Recognizing that 20% of all Coloradans are on Medicaid and over 30% on the Western slope. So it's something we've talked about. Galina, you've brought this up with big concerns about UMC. So it's something I think we should address in some way towards our senators and representatives.
Great. I'm going to attend the monthly UMC board meeting next week, so I'll be able to bring fresh information from that.
Great.
Great. Meeting notes.
And I've heard a couple of different numbers about how much of their revenue comes from Medicaid patients. So perhaps you can clarify that, and also what other federal funding is at risk if perhaps STAR doesn't already know, but I'm sure that's what you'll discuss. Because we need to hang on to UMC and let them continue to thrive. He also mentioned, this gentleman from the CCHI, that Colorado Connect for Health Colorado is the marketplace that people can go to shop for private insurance if you don't have it through your employer or through Medicaid or Medicare. And he said that funding for those subsidies expires in 2020. I think it's 2028. And they expect that people in rural areas will see their out-of-pocket costs for healthcare insurance premiums to go up by 70%. And then, so that's in rural areas, but in the state overall, they would imagine people paying 50% more. So these are big numbers. Okay, the joint meeting of the CPC and the BOCC regarding the mining regulations, and we all know those are moving forward. On the 13th, also, Lance and I both attended the SMART board meeting, and we had hoped at that time to sign an agreement with Telluride Ski and Golf, we the board, where we're going to have received a signed contract that had been negotiated, I believe, since last May with Telluride Ski and Golf. And unfortunately, the document that came to us just an hour or two before the meeting was the original contract that had been negotiated between SMART and TSG, but it had been marked up significantly by Chuck Horning, all sorts of question marks and edits and crossouts. It really changed the agreement fundamentally. And so the board voted to not co-sign or apply our signatures to that contract. And instead, you've probably heard in the news, the Mountain Village will be moving forward with a proposed tax intended to exclude locals, I should say. That's my understanding from the SMART meetings, local ski passes, but that will be discussed at their council meeting tomorrow. I already mentioned on Monday that Galina and I had a nice social visit with Todd Bissell, just looking at the school and getting to know one another. Yesterday, I also met individually with Denise Scanlon, who's the chair of the Telluride Regional Airport Authority, and with Kenny, I'm not sure, Minpa, who is the manager there, just because kind of to gather background, because my first board meeting is tomorrow. So I'm looking forward to that. And that's that. Who wants to go next?
I'll go. So let's see, on the 6th, I met with Representative Hurd's aides, Betsy Bear and Naomi Dobbs, to discuss the the congressionally directed spending request from the town of Norwood for these infrastructure projects. And I just I learned that the congressman can prioritize 15 CDS requests. And I just really kind of boldly asked them to please consider this request as one of their top 15. They told me it was pretty bold considering how small Norwood is, but I think that they heard it and we'll see what happens. But I formed a relationship with both of those aides. They also pointed me in some other potential funding directions, which I shared with the Norwood Water Commission.
Great.
Yeah.
I have a question. I thought Mike had said that CDS applications were being accepted by the senators. Is that also something that happens with the reps? And if they both get them, is that a better thing? Is that a good thing? You know what I mean? Because if we've already submitting it to the senators, are they also submitting to HURD? Or is that double?
The UMC letter of support, I just sent it to all three of them.
Yeah.
And that's a good question, but I don't know the answer to.
I just speaking from my experience with the federal system and with attending the webinar.
Yeah.
I think it couldn't hurt. Our two senators have decided to work specifically together on their requests. Our representatives have not, right? So, but representatives do have the opportunity to get their CDS requests
They do
into
as
funding
well.
bills as well. But as we know, if something passes on the House side, that doesn't mean it's going to fly on the Senate side. So you would like as much cooperation as you can between those parties. And it's not to say Representative Hurd has not been in good communication with the senators on their efforts, but I don't think they're coordinating as closely together as Senators Bennett and Hickenlooper.
True. And subsequently, the senators and Representative Hurd had actually just had a meeting the day before I talked with Hurd's aides, so they were connecting on
that subject?
Yes.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
So there will be some coordination, hopefully.
Hopefully, yeah.
Where did you meet them? That's fantastic.
Oh, I met them over Zoom.
Yeah, that's great. That's really important that we have those relationships. So well done.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, it was a start.
Yeah.
So, and then on the 10th, I participated in the CDPHE, Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment Board of Health training. I found it incredibly valuable information, and there was good networking. It was the first of its kind that it was a virtual meeting. It was the first time they had virtual training.
Yeah.
It's the first time they had done that. And there was commissioner from Uray County and various folks, and we brought different information and backgrounds to the table. I actually learned some things from the other participants as well. So I thought it was a really great format. And after taking that training, I definitely dived into the Regional Health Improvement Plan and the Public Health Emergency Operating Plan to just increase my awareness, because those were some documents I wasn't aware of and didn't really fully understand them. So it was very worthwhile. And I will be meeting Grace Franklin tomorrow to do even a deeper dive with her.
Nice.
On the 11th, I had my first ECAP, Early Childhood Advisory Panel meeting with that panel. We addressed potential federal and state funding cuts that could affect early childhood funding. The federal is really, as we know, very fluid, to be determined at this point. At the state level, the Joint Budget Committee meeting in May will certainly determine the outcome of many state level funding programs. So definitely going to keep the finger on that pulse. At that meeting, we also delegated funds for capacity building grants to be allocated to the county's various early childhood centers. And $390,000 will be distributed to help support primarily staff wages, training, and certifications, as well as school supplies and facility improvements and repairs. Another really important thing that arose at that meeting was the concerns and discussion around wildfire evacuation plans for preschools and daycare centers, and basically how they fall into that plan. Most of those centers don't have designated vehicles to evacuate students. So, you know, at the county level, really Rascals is the only center that falls within the unincorporated county, but it's something I think we could discuss further as we talk about the community wildfire protection plan, just thinking about that and that language. And Kathleen Merritt, no one on the board really knew the hardtack plan there for the various centers. So yeah.
You know, coincidentally, I met with Shannon Armstrong to go over that plan and kind of where things were, because I'm on the leadership council of the Tari Foundation, and the chair of the foundation had asked me how the foundation might participate and contribute to wildfire readiness and emergencies, that kind of thing. So it was the first time that I had really read through the 2009 plan, and we talked about the update that will occur this year and be done by the end of this year, likely. And we should keep an eye on that, or maybe shoot a note to Shannon and just ask her if that is going to be a consideration.
Okay.
That
I'll put that on my to-do list to follow
Okay.
up with Shannon on that, because yeah, it was kind of the theme of my week.
Yeah.
This came up in a couple of different ways.
Yeah.
But I'll follow up with Shannon specifically about.
And make sure that that's a
childcare
consideration. That's a great
centers.
idea. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, and then that evening, I traveled to Montrose then for the Chavano Conservation District Awards. And ag producers, landowners, and educators, or those who gathered for this from across the region, Delta, Gunnison, Montrose, Ouray, San Miguel County. And there were various folks who were honored for conservation practices. And then there's a riveting presentation about the construction of the Gunnison Tunnel at the turn of the century, and you know, all this talk about infrastructure improvements and hurdles and challenges that we're facing currently. It was just I found really interesting. And the themes of innovation, grit, and resiliency are really what got that project through. And that's the reason there is agriculture in the Uncompahgre Valley, and subsequently the reason there is, you know, a regional economy here. So it was very interesting. I made some great connections, and I was really glad I went. And on the 13th, attended San Miguel Water Conservation Q1 meeting, and just learned a lot about various projects and initiatives that are underway, and talked about how the Wildfire Ready Action Plan will complement this soon to be completed community wildfire protection plan. And then on the 14th, there was a compost check-in meeting with various representatives from the county and the different municipalities, and we discussed exploring a regional composting facility or a smaller option to serve local communities. One really valid consideration that was brought up was to explore the potentiality of a materials recovery facility for demo materials from construction projects, and that would feed into climate action plan measure, and then also discuss the need for a landscape waste collection. Then we explored the feasibility of central drop locations for compost in the town of Mountain Village, Ilium, and Down Valley potentially. So there was just a continuation of reducing waste conversations, and both Star was present as well. And we both kind of we're going to follow up on that meeting, because I think we have some action items that we can act on from that meeting.
Can the landscaping waste be part of the a composting system, or does that need to be separate?
No, it can,
Mhm.
and that was. Rob from Bruin Waste was present at the meeting, and for their current setup, they can accept both. And the Delta facility can just take it all. So yes, but from a maybe collection standpoint, it might make sense to have different bins.
I see.
The town of Mountain Village had a pilot program for yard scrap collection last year, and it was really successful. In fact, the dumpster they used to collect it was just filling consistently, and they could have used more space for it. So there's a definite need. This came up because I attended that Soils Happy Hour, and I gathered information from that meeting that this is a need in the region, specifically from landscaping companies, but even just from household use waste. So yeah, we're gonna explore what that could look like for potential drop locations. The concept of a regional composting facility, I feel like at this point is kind of off the table, that we ascertained that it really didn't make a lot of sense right now. So yeah. And that's pretty much all I have to report. I did attend the CCI steering committees on Friday, kind of while doing I just listened in, and there really wasn't much that was applicable to San Miguel County. So yeah, I think we'll just keep our finger on that pulse.
I felt same way for the short times that I attended that day. There's just, yeah. I guess I'm gonna say, fortunately, there isn't a lot going on that would necessarily impact us.
So.
Thank you, Galina.
Thanks, Galina. As Commissioner Brown mentioned, the smart meeting highlight was certainly the failure of the contract negotiations with Telsky, but there was also a report from Carrie DeStefano about the new Montrose bus route, and it has been up now for 2 weeks and has had very low ridership, with majority of the people getting on in Ridgeway. But David Averill reminded us that it takes a year to 18 months to really lock in a bus route. And Carrie did report that she's not only been selling a lot of ridership passes, but also fielding a lot of calls from people saying, when is the bus coming? Is it happening now? What's going on? So they're hopeful that numbers will increase on that route. I have been doing a lot of CC4CA testifying. Joan May is one of the CC4CA staff members and responsible for contacting local voices, and I've been on the call list lately. One of the items that I spoke to was in front of a rulemaking committee for produced water, and that's the remnants from oil and gas production that is contaminated. Currently, regulations stipulated that only 4% needed to be recycled, and we were successful in setting up an increase in recycling over time, starting from the current 4% up to 35% by 2038. It seemed like everyone was in agreement, and I wish we could have pushed for more, but that was the rule we had to work with. The other committee that I testified in front of was on the state legislature for Senate Bill 25015, which was a very simple bill in my mind. It was to require the Division of Fire Prevention and Control to place hyperlinks on their website for all 64 counties, so that in the case of an emergency wildfire situation, that any county resident would be able to go to this one clearinghouse, click on their county, and figure out what they needed to do in real time. Again, it passed unanimously, or at least substantially. So easy stuff there, but it seems like I've got a few more texts from Joan for more of the same. It's legislative season. I also was able to parlay an acquaintance with Phil Weiser into an invitation to the CC4CA annual meeting coming up in June. and he is working with CC4CA staff. The dream on our end is to have a panel of gubernatorial candidates from both sides of the aisle and have them speak about environmental issues and their perspectives. And with Mr. Weiser's participation, that could well happen. I did attend the Mountain Village meeting on the evening of the 13th with the letter that we all signed in hand supporting the Mountain Village Council's difficulties with negotiating a Sunset Concert Series venue, and actually opened public comment because no one else stood up and read our letter. And then there were a number of other members of the public who basically urged the council to move forward, and eventually they did unanimously, as you probably read in the paper. Beyond that, stop there. Thanks.
Thanks, Lance. I love that relationship with CC4CA. Thank you so much. You're the chair, right? Or the
Current president.
president,
Thanks.
there you are. Yeah. So thank you for representing the San Miguel County on that
My pleasure.
organization and being such a important part of it.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner. Laura, I don't know why we always put you last. Oh, I guess because sometimes there's an executive session. That's why. Okay.
I don't mind being last.
We saved the best for last. Item 16, attorney matters, and any of these items may involve an executive session. Do you anticipate?
I'm
an
gonna
executive
spare you
session?
all. I have nothing that needs to be reported today.
Nothing.
I have a few things in the works for future meetings, but
All right.
stay tuned.
Maura, I think you can do a mic drop. If you want.
How was your run up in Black Iron Bowl? We were hiking together.
It was good.
It's good,
Yeah.
right? Yeah.
It was still good on Sunday afternoon.
It was beautiful. Okay, now we are on to item 17, which is adjournment. Do I have a motion?
I move to adjourn this meeting.
A second.
Discussion? How do you vote?
Hi.
Aye.
I as well. Meeting is adjourned.
Good.